Always, we thank you for being with us. A busy show today indeed. As always, we know that you have lots of things you can choose from to start your day, and we are honored that you chose us. We'll try not to disappoint. Rick and Bubba join us in 1 hour from now for the main show, as well as Eddie Van Adler. All right, without further ado, let's bring everybody in. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess, and to my right it is Michael Helms. What's up, boys? How are y'all?
Hello.
What is happening?
Hello, America.
Hello, everyone. How are y'all? Y'all good?
Good.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah? I was kind of looked up to the right a little bit.
Yeah, well.
Yeah. A lot to break down today in the old sports world. How about Pujols hit 703?
Move over, Babe Ruth.
Yep.
You know, it is pretty cool. You sit around this morning if you're Albert Pujols and you're sipping on some coffee. And I don't know what the rest of his day looks like, but he's got a say in his hand. So you just hit more home runs than Babe Ruth.
Yeah. Wow. It's good
you
stuff.
know what I mean?
You know what I love about all this, besides that, is that the tool that was in L.A. that wouldn't give 700 back.
Yeah.
Now they're 703. So
Sure.
I would think the price tag for 700 kind of goes down a little bit.
I think I would have cashed
Probably.
Yeah. He's just sitting around with a baseball. I'm sure. 700. That's
Still a big deal, but
yeah,
it's better than any.
But you just beat Babe Ruth.
Yeah. That's a bigger one.
Yeah.
That's a bigger one. What was that in Pittsburgh, I believe? I think.
I don't know.
I know there was against the Pirates.
If you wouldn't have let me know last night, and I really do appreciate all the baseball updates that we keep going back and forth on. Would not have seen it, but I did go back and watch it. And gosh, I love a good home run.
Oh yeah,
nothing
who doesn't?
like it.
Who doesn't? And in last night too, the Mets, I guess weather delay, whatever, their game got postponed, so they'll have a doubleheader. But the Braves, I think they said they landed at like 3 a.m. Down in Miami to play the Marlins series, and they got blanked last night 4-0. But hopefully they can come back and win at least 1 of 3, and they'll win the NL East. We'll see. We'll see how that plays out. And then Monday Night Football last night.
Watched a little bit of that.
49ers and Rams. 49ers won that game.
The Niners.
There's some different highlights. One that has nothing to do with football, but
that's a good one.
Someone that rushed the field last night, and they had
while running in pink smoke. Did you say that?
Yeah, this pink smoke that they were running with, and 2 L.A. players took them down, and we'll have the Mannings breaking it down because, on ESPN2 they'll sit there and have – I think they had Jalen on last night as one of their guests.
They're fun.
And anyway, they're breaking it down, and they know the players that did it. And there's, oh, yeah, that's a veteran right there. You just take them down, then now back away. Back away, just let them handle it.
At least I've seen some footage. This thing where we don't want to show it. No, I want you to show it.
Yeah.
I know you're giving them publicity, but I want to see it.
And I love that the Mannings were claiming they were the B team, and the B team can show stuff like this.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
See, that was good.
I love
that.
That's fun.
Apparently they're saying streaker, but he had clothes on.
Yeah, don't use the term streaker if they're not naked. There's
field
a song
rusher
about
or something. I don't know.
There's a song about streakers.
Yeah.
Well, but by definition, yes, we all think of naked, but by definition, one of the definitions of streaker is somebody just running around streaking.
I guarantee you,
I'm with you on this.
But everybody
Greg,
that heard this story thought he was naked.
What
they didn't see.
How else do we want to describe?
I just said rushing the field rusher, something. He rushed the field. He had clothes on.
Just somebody was on the field without permission.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't know, but streaker makes me think he's naked.
What makes me
in the
think
70s, streaking was huge, and it was.
Yeah.
I mean, I guarantee you, there was nobody called a streaker that wasn't naked then.
Yeah. But man, these
these
animal rights activists, they're something else.
Night.
It has been revealed that this streaker, field rusher, during the game that was that laid out by an L.A. Rams player was an animal rights activist who charged the field to protest a trial against 2 people who rescued pigs from Smithfield Foods farm.
That's who he was protesting?
That's who he was protesting. Taylor is a member of the group Direct Action Everywhere.
And I see that they think he may go into concussion protocol, so we won't be able to streak until they medically clear him for his next time. So they don't
the Dolphins said his back was hurting.
Yeah, they said there's nothing wrong with his head.
Taylor, who is the member, I guess the field rusher, he managed to evade security staff and started to charge up the field before being tackled by L.A. Rams linebacker Bobby Wagner. The protest was designed to draw attention to the trial of the 2 members as we talked about, that were on trial for rescuing pigs from Smith Food Farms.
The rescuing pigs.
And I guess in Utah.
Let me ask them this. They couldn't get all the pigs. So, I mean, you just rescued a few?
Mm-hmm.
Well, evidently they rescue any because they got caught, right?
Yeah. The other part,
if you can't get them all, ain't no
the other partner in crime that attempted to join Taylor as a field rusher was tackled by security.
Field rusher. I like field rusher.
Yeah.
Because that minute I heard streaker, I thought this some guy's naked. What's up with that? Oh, yes, they call him the streak. Boogie that.
So anyway, that's
I had that record when I was a kid. And I thought it was awesome.
Really?
Yeah. I thought it was so funny.
We will sing that all day to each other.
Yeah,
now.
we will.
We'll pass each other in the hall.
Boogie
Uh-huh. You know it.
That's right.
Everybody knows it. But yeah, that's a cool little highlight. I didn't see it live. I saw the replays of it and then everybody's breakdown. But the Mannings, they're fun. How about the Mannings are just funny?
Yeah, they're funny. They're funny in commercials. They're funny on this little deal they do.
Yeah.
Speaking of the commercials, the commercial that they do with Joe Buck and Aikman,
God, it's good.
You know, you would think that one of them wouldn't want to advertise for the other, that you'd want everybody watching. But the way they do the commercial together is brilliant, and they talk about the different things that, you know, they're claiming they have
all them heroes in one commercial.
They're claiming that they have an advantage over Buck and Aikman. You know, that they don't have to get off their couch or leave the basement. They think they've got it figured out, and Aikman and Buck think they've got it figured out. And it's funny the way that they come together.
And speaking, we didn't do the story, but I saw where Arch Manning broke all their high school records.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, he's just quietly doing that in Texas.
Oh,
so moving on along.
Finishing up his senior year.
Yeah. How about that? 15 minutes.
You think he's going to end up in Texas? I think he's going to change his mind.
You do?
Yeah, well, it depends on how Ewers does. He's supposed to be back, I think, this week. You know, the quarterback that got hurt.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Huh. All right, 15 minutes past the hour. We're getting things rolling. Thank you so much for tuning into the kickoff hour. Rick and Bubba join us as well as Adler right after top of the hour. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Our friends at Lear Capital sent us one of those free Kennedy silver $50 that they're offering for free to our listeners. Now, with the price of silver going up, this free silver $50 has value. It's a smart time to invest in precious metals, and Lear Capital has 25 years experience, an exceptional Trustpilot rating, and a risk-free investor's pledge. There's no purchase necessary. Just chat with a Lear specialist about investing in precious metals and get your free Kennedy silver $50. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com. Hey, business owners, have we got some good news for you? It's the A to B fuel card, and it's accepted anywhere they take Visa. You can use your A to B fuel card for maintenance, repairs, and more. A to B will even watch out for misuse and suspicious transactions. But A to B is more than just saving you money. They can help you track all your transportation costs and offer 24/7 support. Apply today at atob.com/Bubba. For a limited time, you'll get a $50 credit. That's the letter A to letter B.com/Bubba to apply to get a $50 credit. Here's a question. Is there anything more precious than the security of you and your loved ones? Of course not. That's why we use and trust SimpliSafe Home Security. SimpliSafe protects you with cutting-edge security technology powered by 24/7 professional monitoring agents. SimpliSafe has affordable plans starting at less than $1 a day. Customize the perfect system for your home at SimpliSafeBubba.com and claim a free indoor camera plus 20% off with interactive monitoring. Go to SimpliSafeBubba.com or RickandBubba.com under the sponsor. Well, if we're being totally honest, maybe we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day. Now, there's zero chance of that happening. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you have more energy, you feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight too. Join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with promo code Bubba. Fieldofgreens.com or go to rickandbubba.com. The U.S. Navy chose EnviroCleanse air purifiers to help stop COVID flus and colds from spreading on board ships and subs. Now it's cold and flu season, and EnviroCleanse mineral technology is available for your home, for you and your family. This is how you stop colds and flu from taking your family down. And it neutralizes allergies by destroying toxins, pollen, and mold. It's made right here in the USA. Just go to ekpure.com. Use the code Bubba for 10% off plus a free air quality monitor. That's ekpure.com, code Bubba. If you need need a new sofa or chair and you want to update your living space, look no further than Allform. We have an Allform sofa, and folks, the Allform sofa pieces are made in America. They're easy to assemble, and they're scratch and stain resistant. They come in a wide variety of shapes and configurations, and they ship right to your front door with a 100-day risk-free trial. If you don't love it, they'll pick it up for free and give you a full refund. Allform is offering 20% off all orders if you go to allform.com/Bubba. That's allform.com/Bubba for 20% off, or rickandbubba.com for a link.
Mom, Dad's doing a crazy dance on the patio.
Ooh, really bad dancing. Sweetie, are you okay?
Vicious mosquitoes everywhere! Save yourselves!
I'll call Cooks before you pull a muscle.
You don't have to live with mosquitoes. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 5-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors. Raycon's everyday earbuds offer quality sound at half the price of other premium audio brands. They have optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit, making them comfortable enough for all-day wear. And with 3 different sound profiles and 32 hours of battery life, we can listen to whatever, whenever. It's no wonder Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 49,000 5-star reviews. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba to get 15% off your order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. Our friends at Lear Capital sent us one of those free Kennedy silver $50 that they're offering for free to our listeners. Now, with the price of silver going up, this free silver $50 has value. It's a smart time to invest in precious metals, and Lear Capital has 25 years experience, an exceptional Trustpilot rating, and a risk-free investor's pledge. There's no purchase necessary. Just chat with a Lear specialist about investing in precious metals and get your free Kennedy silver $50. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't stop.
21 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. It's the kickoff hour. We're just kind of skimming the surface of a lot of stories that are out today, not jumping into it too much, but just kind of, easing along, maybe bringing a couple of the main, stories of the day up. There's a lot out there when it comes to the Supreme Court's rulings or just what they're going to take on, what they're not going to take on. There's all kinds of state races going on. You got North Korea firing ballistic missiles over Japan. All of that. Main show will break all that down. Bill Gates has admitted that telling people not to eat meat won't solve climate change. Really? That's a tough one.
How about that?
In sad news, the hurricane death toll continues to climb. Now it's 78. And that is sad news coming out of Florida. Still almost 520,000 Floridians are without power and in the dark, but they're working hard. Schools in 13 counties remain closed, and so continue to keep all of those in Florida in your prayers. Elon Musk, we didn't even talk about this yesterday, but he is providing satellite internet service for residents impacted by Ian that just don't have that.
You just can't beat him.
No, you cannot. And so
he's a weird-looking dude.
He is. Today, I thought this was kind of interesting. Today, if you're listening live, is October the 4th, which is 10-4. And
I get it.
It is National CB Radio Day.
I get it. 10-4.
For all of you truckers out there.
10-4.
10-4. As you get ready for the new holiday season, they say a new truck stop survey of 500 U.S. truck drivers revealed that 84% of them plan to take additional loads ahead of the holiday season, getting ready for that. Because without them, we have nothing in the stores. So
that's right.
There's that
Speedy.
for you.
I tell you what, there's a bunch of them out there rolling. I see them every morning.
Boy, let me
And you know
tell
what I've noticed? I know you got truck stops and they're full because you got to get so many hours rest. But I didn't know that they'll get on the off ramps and just stack them up on the side.
Yeah,
even out in where the interstates, where the traffic's going.
Yeah,
10-4. Roger that.
They're everywhere. You come down that off ramp, you better look out.
Yeah. Over in the back door.
Right. So thank all of you for the great Americans out there working hard for us.
Put the pedal to the metal and let it roar.
I'll say a 10-4. 10-4, good buddy. So there's that today. There's other stuff going on, which this will get us mad because it's like it's also Taco Day or whatever, and there's about you run the list and all that kind of stuff. One thing I would like to do that I just hit me because you said you saw a lot of truckers out and stuff last Friday, and I forgot to mention this. I would like for us to go back and look at the charts of the day or something because I don't know what kind of day it was. But we need to figure it out and make sure during hunting season we hunt on a day that has the time. Friday morning, we're coming into work. I normally see a couple of deer in certain areas on my way here. It's kind of standard. It's like, okay, there's some guys. I stopped counting. They were all over the place.
Isn't that crazy?
They were all over the place. All right, and then I found myself out later in the day, and right at dark, they were back out. And so I don't know what Friday was as far as the
major and minor.
And my gracious alive! But if we find that and it's the same
tables,
during hunting season, you need to get out there. And so Friday it was. Let's see. Today's the 4th. So for all of you out there that want to do that research, September the 30th. 2022. Somebody please figure all that out.
Yeah,
they were everywhere. They were everywhere.
The way I go to work, I go back roads till I get to the interstate for a good while.
Yeah.
And every single day I'll see at least one.
Right.
But you're right. There's those days where they are everywhere.
Yeah.
I mean, you're getting on the wheel because here they come crossing the roads. It's crazy. But I'll see at least one or two every single day.
I saw them that were places I normally don't even see them. I'm like, what in the world is going on?
I've had mornings like that. Every road I
stopped
went
counting.
on, you have to stop. They'll go in front of you. And
I looked over at one point. Gary was feeding one.
Had popcorn.
You like that popcorn, don't you?
So you think that?
Like
that's
so
better?
you make fun of Speedy's Gary voice, and that's your
I thought Speedy's was really good.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Greg.
I don't know about the look.
I know what y'all are doing.
Like that? Huh?
You like that?
You like that?
You like that popcorn, don't you?
Hey,
I wish I could do voices.
We got
I
bees.
can't either.
I'm horrible.
Speedy's really
For
good.
some reason, I just gave him a list.
Because I have
don't know
zero
why.
talents. Zero.
No,
I can't
you
even
kidding
juggle.
me?
I
You can't.
yesterday I felt so just silly. I was I had 2 new students, tennis students, show up yesterday, 12 and a 9-year-old from Romania. They knew 3 languages. They were 12, and I'm sitting there going, "Goodness."
Well, you were supposed to have had Spanish by now.
I know,
That's
Greg.
on you.
That's my point.
And then you looked at me. You said,
Use your back.
I was like,
Look at
goodness
his face
gracious.
when-
I mean,
Move your feet when you get swinging.
Gary's not like elder.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right,
what
my
is
bad.
wrong?
I'm
with you?
done.
Like,
I'm
like
done.
somebody's great
I'm
granddad.
disrespecting Rick now.
Yeah, that.
And his.
know
I'm
what
sorry.
that's about.
I'm done with it.
Do you try to practice it at all?
Not
like
at
in your
all.
car?
Actually,
Just off the whim.
Yesterday was the first attempt I ever
Oh,
had.
I
at
can't
it.
believe that. It's shocking.
Right.
Sounded so
Just-
good.
Just right here with y'all. It's kind of what we do, right? We
It's
don't
my
practice
favorite
anything.
thing ever.
Why? Hey, why practice?
I want you to keep them coming.
Really, if you think about it,
Master impressionist.
know-
I don't want it to stop. If it stops, we're no longer friends.
who you Ryan?
I want
That's
it
what
to
he sends
keep
me.
coming.
Yeah, but really, I mean, the worse the better. So whatever.
Them are pretty good.
They've taken everything from us as far as food goes. I mean, these new surveys, and you got this, and you
I
got
don't pay them
that.
any attention because they're not consistent. They'll reverse themselves too many times.
There's a study that's out that suggests
Where's the study from?
Iran.
Well, good night.
The study suggests that white rice and pasta are just as bad for your heart as candy.
Okay, candy as general. What candy? You can't just say candy.
Eating lots
All
of white
candy's pretty
rice
bad,
is
though.
just
But
as bad.
you
gonna
can't
put
just
that
say
in
candy.
candy.
There's candies.
There's
Or
not a
worse
whole
than
lot of
others.
candy health there.
There's plenty.
Greg, I know
else.
you like your candy and you want your candy. And
No,
that's
I'm just saying,
fine.
but you got to admit
But
that's
candy's
a
pretty
big swoop.
Candy's
When
pretty
you
unhealthy.
talking about gobstoppers, or you talking about Snicker bars?
Well, but the point is both of that
and rice
unhealthy.
is worse.
Can you let him finish and just understand
It's
that
bull
both
crap.
candies?
Well, if you want to listen to Iran, that's fine.
So the study that was presented at the American College of Cardiology Middle East 2022, together with the 13 Emirates Cardiac Society Congress, whatever, in Dubai, they suggest, and I was trying to run that, researchers in Iran looked at the risk of heart disease among people whose diets were high in refined grains compared to whole grains. They found that those that ate refined grains processed to give them finer texture and longer shelf life were more likely to develop coronary disease and mental age.
Do you know what I get out of this? If you're gonna have refined, if your options are refined grains and candy, you might as well go candy.
Yeah, I agree.
As far as the heart goes.
Now again,
they said over time, it says the refined grains are broken down rapidly by the body because they have been stripped of fiber, which leads to post-meal spike in the blood sugar levels.
They're altered, GMO type deal.
I guess so. They said over time, the high blood sugar can damage the blood vessels and nerves and blah, 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 blah.
I like that wild rice.
They say the diet that includes consuming high amounts of unhealthy and refined grains can be considered similar to consuming a diet containing a lot of unhealthy sugars and oils, like in candy.
Don't eat a bunch
I'd
of
stay
rice
away
every
from
day.
both of them if I was worried about my heart.
Mm-hmm.
I would moderately if you like them.
So they're taking white rice and pasta from us.
Nah, just don't eat it every day.
I took that away a long time ago.
Hey, folks, our friends at TheraBreath have some good news. If you have bad breath, try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. Over 25 years ago, he created an oral solution for his very own daughter and her struggle with bad breath. Now, today, that expertise is available to your family with oral health solutions and a range of clinically proven products. The stuff works, and TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. TheraBreath has a gentle yet effective mild mint flavor that is, and listen to this, alcohol-free, free of gluten, and is certified kosher. Plus, no added dyes or colors. If you need one more reason to believe TheraBreath is effective and worth a try, they offer a money-back guarantee. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drugstores. Just look for that bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can also find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath. Confidence in every capful. Nowadays, we're taking premium audio with us everywhere we go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds, they look, they feel, and they sound better than ever with 3 sound profiles to match whatever we're listening to, plus noise isolation and awareness mode so we can choose to be immersed in sound or tuned into our surroundings. When we need to, you're there. You can listen while you travel or during a grueling workout with optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit. These earbuds are comfortable enough you can wear them all day long, and they do not budge. With the Raycon, you also get 8 hours of playtime, 32 hours of battery life, and I love this. They start at half the price of the other premium audio brands. No wonder Raycon's everyday earbuds have over 49,000 five-star reviews. See for yourself what the hype is all about. Right now, you can go to buyraycon.com/Bubba. We'll get you 15% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba for 15% off. buyraycon.com/Bubba. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to ReliefFactor.com. That's ReliefFactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Inflation is rising. COVID hurt the economy, and some say a recession may be coming. Remember what the last recession did in 2008 to your retirement? Yikes. I think we all do. A Federal Reserve survey broke some bad news dating back to the 50s. Whenever inflation and unemployment have hit today's levels, history suggests a recession may be near. Well, our friends at Lear Capital know that investing in physical gold and precious metals can be a brilliant strategy against what's possibly coming. Smart investors all over are investing in gold and precious metals, and they're doing it for two reasons. One is that gold can be a great hedge during a recession. The second reason is that the closer a recession gets, the more your gold could be worth. So talk with the team at Lear Capital about owning precious metals for your savings and retirement accounts. And right now you'll receive up to $10,000 in free bonus coins based on the value of the gold coins you purchase. Visit LearBubba.com. That's LearBubba.com or RickandBubba.com.
Folks, a big welcome to our new friends at WizKid Clean Pods. You're going to love these cleaning products. First, they've developed formulas that defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime in between cleanings, reducing cleaning frequency, saving you time. And of course, this reduces the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. You bring the water, Clean Pods bring the clean. These are concentrated cleaning products in water-soluble pods. And you're getting your homes clean with a smarter, cleaner system, which means less plastics in our oceans, rivers, and landfills. These are high-quality spray bottles with high-quality cleaning pods that get the job done. So get yourself some WizKid Clean Pods and embrace the smarter, clean philosophy. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code BUBBA at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code BUBBA or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 25 minutes until top of the hour. Rick is here. Bubba's here. Adler will be arriving shortly, and everyone back together again. Main show starts right after top of the hour. Let me ask you if you think you know what's going on here, and then I kind of wanted a question from the audience, but let's discuss this.
Sock, shoe, tie, tie.
Sock, shoe, tie, shoe, tie. Sock, shoe, tie, tie. Obviously.
Wow. This is the order in which you put your shoes and socks on.
Yes,
and tie 'em.
There's a TikTok discussion on the order in which you put your shoes and socks on.
Yeah.
You know,
I go sock, shoe, tie.
That's me.
I to be honest,
sometimes I go sock, shoe, tie.
Do you know that I have my shoes on to where
that's probably
they're not loose, but they're tied to the point where I don't have to untie them.
You're that guy.
It's like
What, you a rap star?
I go sock, you know, and then just slide my shoes on. They're tied. But
interesting.
But they're not tied so tight that I can't slide them off. They slide
let's say
on
you
just
had
fine.
to tie them.
I would go sock, shoe, tie.
Yeah.
I think that's standard.
No,
for me,
I go
but
sock, shoe, tie.
I think that's what I do. Yeah.
That's what I do. I don't know. Just
I know. I definitely go sock.
Yeah, no doubt.
I don't go sock, shoe, tie, or sock, shoe. I go sock.
I just realized I don't know that I have a consistent pattern. Sometimes I might be.
But you always put your socks on first.
Yeah, sock.
And you go pants,
shoe.
Underwear.
Right. And it's tough, man.
Yeah, it's hard to get them
on. It
on.
really is. And you go bra, shirt, right?
All right, time out. I'm going to ask this question. It's probably dumb, but I'm going to ask anyway. Do y'all go pants or shirt first?
Pants.
Pants.
I do too. I think that's pretty standard for men.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Pants, belt, shirt.
Don't wear.
Now let me ask you a question.
Much,
we don't have to worry about this much, but if you go, and it used to be your world.
I like it.
If you go dress pants or whatever, do you go pants, shoes, and tie them first, and then put your
No.
Shoes are always last.
Yeah.
Really?
I go pants.
I have
shirt.
found that if I go pants, belt, shoes, socks first, then your shirt and everything doesn't get all this wrinkles.
So there you are, shirtless,
and stuff.
putting that on. That's funny.
Yeah, I don't even know if I zip up.
If I wear a belt, it is the last thing I do. Even after shoes. That's just me. That's what I do.
One rookie
Greg,
mistake.
that's my routine. Okay, not your routine. It's my routine. I can have a routine.
You're not supposed to do it that way.
Yeah. Now, a rookie mistake would be to put your pants on, and I've tried to tell my boys this after one of them got stuff all up, is to put your pants on and then sit down and put your shoes on, and then your deodorant from your armpit get all over your pants because you're bending down to try to.
Mine gets all over my shirt a lot.
Yeah. That's tough. I mean, because I like to put my deodorant on like in the bathroom. I don't like to put my deodorant on and run it up under my shirt.
No, I don't either.
But yeah, you're right. When you're putting your shirt on, sometimes
let's
you
go
get
back to that.
I'm a threat.
I go up under my shirt. Y'all don't.
You do?
Well, I don't want to deal with it on my
probably
shirt.
need
That's
to.
why I do it.
I need to. But I
need to, but I can't. I don't know what it is.
Because I like to put it on and stand there.
Yeah.
How about I keep it next? Here's what.
That's
here's
what you
why
do.
it's
You
easy
flap
for
your
me.
arms like you're a bird.
Here's why it's easy for me. I keep it next to my shirts. So when I put my shirt
in the
on,
closet?
I'm sitting, that's where
You put
that's where
deodorant
I
in the closet?
Yeah, it's sitting right there by my socks.
Okay, interesting.
How about that?
Well, something you learn.
It's efficient.
Yeah.
It's I mean, it really is. I don't have to go back.
You don't have deodorant on your shirt like us.
No, you're right. I agree. Because I'll have deodorant on my shirt.
You know
People
why?
think I wear a tie-dye shirt.
Greg, do you know why I changed my routine? Because I was doing that.
Yeah.
Sometimes I will. Most of the time, actually, if I have enough time, the night before, I'll take what I'm going to wear and put it outside the room.
Yeah.
That way, I'm not fumbling around and hitting stuff and knocking Terry up. I mean,
Now, what order does that go? Give us the order on that. Good night. What was that? So you got to get your clothes out of the room for that? Yeah, I got to get clothes out of the room, so I don't want.
I'm knocking stuff around.
Good night.
You didn't want to wake her up.
Are you like that guy the other day, the misspeak I showed you, the guy that was checking on the solar panels?
Well, I obviously misspoke, Greg.
Oh, my gracious.
Speedy was the first, when I showed you that the other day, Speedy was the first person I thought of. We had a video of a misspeak a guy did.
You were so, adamant.
Oh, yeah. How about you said that about plain and clear as you could.
Knocking stuff over and waking them up.
Sure, you don't want to mix those.
Right. And I didn't say it, though.
Yeah. No, you
And what's funny, he said,
Hey,
I'll
Ryan,
get my clothes already out of the room. You know what I want to.
You've included her name in it, which was even.
Goodness
Oh
gracious!
My gosh, I need to leave.
Buddy, we were just talking about putting her shoes on. You didn't have to go that far.
Well, I was just trying to be respectful and not wake her up.
Well, yeah,
that's what I meant. That's what I meant to say. Yeah,
really didn't think I'd have to use my inhaler during the summer.
Golly.
We have a box fan in our room, and we do it just simply for
you get it out of there too.
Quit talking. Yeah, put it on in there with your clothes.
Is that so nobody will?
Just for the white noise, you know what I mean? and I knocked it over the other morning, and that's what I was thinking
You're
of.
still playing with that word, aren't you?
Yeah. Well, it was in the dark, and I
Dangerous.
knocked stuff over, and then I thought about not waking her up, and it just all came together.
Yeah,
I don't
you
know.
hybrid
did.
I apologize for those of you
Good
out there that
job.
heard that.
Good
Saw
job, buddy.
that.
Those podcast listeners that dial into the show this afternoon have no idea they're about to spill coffee on them.
I know it. They don't realize what's coming.
They're in the car, traffic, probably having a bad day. Don't realize they're about to smile a lot based off of.
You got a
Speedy's
question
misspeak.
for us?
You didn't slur at all. You were plain.
I don't know
really
what to
didn't.
do. I don't know what to do.
You're plain and simple.
I don't know what to do.
What time?
Okay,
is
well,
this
we
one?
went from
Yeah, I've
I
got
wish we could go back and erase.
we went from putting our shoes on to a whole other thing.
Buddy.
Of course, I'll change.
Fall on the sword. I said it. I
You
just
did.
didn't mean it.
Boy, did you.
I'll change this.
You ever said stuff you didn't mean and it just came out wrong?
Rare, but
Rare?
yeah.
Really?
That was brilliant.
That was me.
Yeah,
that
it
was
was
me
funny.
just then because it just happened to me.
That was you, buddy.
So you want a question from the audience?
Give us a question.
Is that what you're wanting?
Give us a question.
Of course, I'm going to change it a little bit. But
Oh, I'm on the fly.
I would
Is
appreciate
there-
all my buddies to please stop.
Yeah.
is there
texting me.
is there any product that you couldn't live without? Stop there. You can't choose phone or toilet paper.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was replying to my text. What'd you say?
Couldn't live without.
Couldn't
Is
live
there any
without?
product that you couldn't live without? Could not live without, and it can't be toilet paper or phone.
Because
Toothpaste?
I don't know. Could you live? I could live without toothpaste.
You could?
Well, you old skanky teeth.
Well, guys, we got to pick
at?
something.
Deodorant? We just talked about that.
I gotta have deodorant.
I gotta have deodorant.
I sweat
too.
too much to give up deodorant.
I don't like stinking people. I don't like
we've
people
talked about
people that
that.
stink. I don't like.
It doesn't have to be a hygiene product. It
I
can
know.
be any product.
But I was
on the
saying that's
planet.
why I'm keeping my deodorant.
And the reason I said phone and toilet paper, those are the first two things I thought of.
Yeah.
So I want to rule those out so we really start thinking about this.
Product.
I just named a couple.
You did, and they were
Yeah.
good. You're good. But if I had to okay, so if you had to choose between deodorant and toothpaste, which one would you choose?
Oh,
Ooh,
wow.
that's tough.
What's
See,
the
that's what I'm
alternative for
saying.
those things?
Well, you could use baking soda for
Yeah,
your
I was
teeth,
thinking about that.
or just rinse with Listerine or Scope or something like that. It's called mouthwash, Helms. Come on, buddy. You can come up with
I guess
mouthwash.
I'd have to go with. I can't go without deodorant. Right?
Yeah, I
mean,
don't wanna be
there's
that
other
stinking guy.
there's other things besides.
I don't want to
just
be that
toothpaste.
old onion patch. I don't know. I can't think of nothing.
What about your truck? Would you give up if you had truck or deodorant? Those are your options.
Well,
you
I'd
pick
have to
one.
go with my truck. Yeah.
Okay. See,
You
we're
can't
getting
stay
there.
at home.
See, truck's a product too, Greg. I'm trying to get
I'm
y'all
not
thinking
thinking about that as a product.
What? But it is trying to get y'all to
Yeah,
think
but that's
a
not a
little
good
bit.
comparison to truck and deodorant.
But you got to give up one. You're choosing what?
No, I don't like the question.
What about? I need shaving cream bad.
I wish you'd give that up.
I need shaving.
But you
cream
have
bad,
alternative.
because then y'all need shampoo.
You can
bad.
use soap and shave.
Yeah, I could. If you ever run out of shaving cream, I'll have to go to soap in the shower. Actually, shampoo in a tight.
Yeah,
of course it'll run down in your eyes, and
Well, if you had to do away with shampoo and have old greasy head, you could do away with shampoo.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I'd have to have.
So I couldn't.
TV or radio?
Oh,
Now here's what you need to understand.
You're driving.
And Greg, you're done listening to anything. You can't even watch TV on your phone.
My current situation.
Could I still use my phone for like music, but just not listen to the radio?
No.
Music at all is gone forever.
Let's just change the question: TV or music?
Oh wow, you did change the radio.
I go music.
Yeah, me too.
So I go TV. So y'all don't care about any streaming shows of
No, I'm
any
talking
kind
about
anymore.
I'd do away with music.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
you would? Okay.
Yeah,
All right. Interesting.
Music's gone.
Yeah. for
I
me
can
too.
sing in my head.
I don't want that to happen in my life.
Could
but
you
I
listen
mean,
to music on the TV?
No.
Yeah, no, you have to turn it down. Every
No,
time it comes on.
that's not an option at all. Think about that. A world
So
without
music videos are gone?
Yeah, everything.
Yeah.
Everything music
Well, you're
related
just making
is out.
this up now.
Well, I'm having some fun with it.
Well, it's what
I'm
the Helms
expanding.
again.
I hope I never have to make a
expanding.
choice. I really do.
I'm expanding
Yeah.
on the question. Any other products that come to mind you can't live without?
So we've said shampoo, shaving cream, deodorant, toothpaste.
Any tools around the house? You're like, man, I gotta have that.
No.
Anything cooking wise, cleaning wise?
No, nothing that. Nah, I could always find an alternative.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about
I don't
you?
know.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I'm asking. I'm
Basically, none of us.
All right, let me ask you
I'm the
this.
narrator of this deal.
That's
Out of-
right. I don't have to answer.
Out of the two, what do you want more, underwear or socks?
Socks.
I'm gonna have to go socks.
I'm gonna have to go socks. I'm going commando and wearing my socks.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah, because your feet and
I may put
shoes
some
with no
deodorant
socks.
down there though.
What?
Well, there you go. You
Not
ain't
on my
give it up.
socks.
You ain't get.
Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Let's see, if something costs less, but people are happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MediShare. Maybe you've heard switching to MediShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied after making the switch, too. The customer satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. MediShare works. It's been around for more than a quarter century, and members have shared more than $3 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. So, yeah, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very, very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait. They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have one or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Today on Hey Culligan, soft water, cleaner environment. What do you say, Greg?
Hey Culligan, are you saying if I have a Culligan high-efficiency water softener, I'm also helping the environment?
It sounds like you're saying it, Greg, and yes, you are, because with the Culligan high-efficiency water softener, you'll use less detergent, soap, and harsh chemicals, and that's good for the planet.
Now you're saying it.
You bet I am, Greg. Soft water and a cleaner environment is already on the way. Let us help you out with a free in-home water test from a local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
Attention! This is a special alert for all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an overpriced auto warranty or no warranty coverage at all. Due to the increase of new and used car prices, repair costs, and the price of gas, people are keeping their cars longer than ever, which is why CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on covered auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can save thousands for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. You could save thousands on future auto repairs. Our specialists are standing by for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-840-1546. Vehicle Protection Plan pricing is at an all-time low. Plus, drivers who purchase this coverage today will receive rental car options, free roadside assistance, and free towing. Call 800-840-1546 now for your free quick quote. That's 800-840-1546. What do you have to lose? Call 800-840-1546. Again, 800-840-1546.
Well, if we're being totally honest, we don't always make the best food choices. The CDC says we should eat up to 6 cups of fruit and veggies a day, but if you're like us, we don't always have the time or energy to make that happen. So that's where Field of Greens comes in. With Field of Greens, you'll have more energy, you'll feel healthier, and it can help you lose weight. We all want a simple nutrition plan with results so powerful that when we take our next physical, the doctor compares our old lab work to the new lab work, and he says, hey, keep doing what you're doing. This wonderful product is powered with a full spectrum of essential vegetables and fruits, plus science-backed herbs and prebiotics. It can help you stay healthy, plus it's organic. So join us and take Field of Greens too. To get you started, we got you a 15% discount on your first order and another 10% off when you subscribe for recurring orders at fieldofgreens.com with the promo code Bubba. That's fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code Bubba.
Folks, a big welcome to our new friends at WizKid Clean Pods. You're going to love these cleaning products. First, they've developed formulas that defend surfaces against the buildup of dirt and grime in between cleanings, reducing cleaning frequency, saving you time. And of course, this reduces the amount of chemicals used in our spaces. You bring the water, Clean Pods bring the clean. These are concentrated cleaning products in water-soluble pods. And you're getting your homes clean with a smarter, cleaner system, which means less plastics in our oceans, rivers, and landfills. These are high-quality spray bottles with high-quality cleaning pods that get the job done. So get yourself some WizKid Clean Pods and embrace the smarter, clean philosophy. Get 10% off any purchase plus free shipping with code Bubba at cleanpods.com/Bubba. That's cleanpods.com/Bubba. Use the code Bubba or find a link at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another day without him, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber.
It is 8 minutes in front of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in. Adler here. Now the whole gang is here. This portion of the Rick and Bubba Show is sponsored by another new show partner. That's ekpure.com. If all home air purifiers were the same, why did the U.S. Department of Defense select EnviroCleanse to protect and purify the air on board all of the Navy ships? Well, it's because their advanced mineral technology goes beyond ordinary HEPA filters to their advanced mineral technology, goes way beyond that. It destroys airborne illnesses causing cold and flu viruses, including coronavirus. There's a new science in the air purification that works, and now you can order one for your home or small business to protect your family or coworkers. Simply it helps stop the cold and flu and other viruses that are floating through your home. Just simply go to ekpure.com and use promo code Bubba to save 10% off of your EnviroCleanse home air purification unit. You'll also receive a free air quality monitor plus fast free shipping. That's $150 savings. There's a school system in Georgia that just installed these units, and within 30 minutes of starting them up, 90% of the germs and airborne toxins were gone. Within 1 hour, it was 100% gone. Think about just being a healthier place for your kids at either school or your home or business like we talked about. So check it out. With cold and flu season almost here too and coronavirus still around, join us and get protected for your home or office with ekpure.com. Just use promo code Bubba and save 10%. Get free air quality monitor plus free shipping. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, Bubba actually plugged ours in here yesterday, and you could tell a difference immediately. All right, so as we roll on back, wow, what an hour. It has been a crazy one, to say the least. Good night alive. Did you see where, and we'll jump into it, where Biden, so he goes down to Puerto Rico, and, Hurricane Fiona, it really did some damage down there, and he wanted to let them know, America's with you and all this kind of stuff, and had some, good things to say. But he also said that he was sort of raised in the Puerto Rican community at home,
right?
Because of Delaware's large minority population.
So there's a lot of Puerto Ricans in Delaware where he was at?
I guess so.
And I'm supposed to believe
I don't understand that.
He was so close, he felt like he was raised in the Puerto Rican community. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
How about that? We'll have that today.
That would be like me saying, I feel like I was raised by Amish because I lived in Ohio.
Exactly.
That's stupid.
It'd be like if you're in South Alabama and you feel like you were raised by the Porch Creek Indians.
Thank you, Greg.
Yeah.
Good. That's good.
Come on.
I don't get it.
He's out there telling you that.
Yeah, he really is. It's really not fair to not be able to talk and then have to talk this time of day. That'd be like I playing quarterback and you can't throw.
Yeah.
It's tough in here.
Can you imagine, speaking of quarterbacks, can you imagine you being behind center, having to call an audible and just changing plays and then misspeaking during a play?
Well,
that'd be tough. That'd be tough.
Do you think Terry?
But
do you think Terry was
weird.
listening?
Here's what's so weird is no, she's not. Well, no, she is.
Well, I'll tell you this: she'll get text about this one.
Yeah. I just don't. I just don't talk as much in the afternoon. I just don't think I misspeak then. I don't know
maybe
what the
that's
deal
it.
is. I think
Here's the thing, because I think she'll laugh this off. Though I think she'll think this is funny.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah,
for sure.
It was obviously by on mistake. That's not what I was really trying to say.
Well, let's hope not.
I think most folks know that, but
most
I know.
Yeah. Did y'all know? And I don't really know what to do with this. That it's Squirrel Awareness Month.
What? I thought it was 10-4 day.
Well, I got the
it's month.
Month. I'm aware of squirrels. I don't need a month for it.
Right.
I'm very aware of them. I see them in my backyard.
I see a lot of squirrels
swinging on my bird feeder.
Yeah. And we've talked about the squirrel.
Boy, they'll swing on.
It's all about the tail. I mean, because really a squirrel's a rat.
Yeah, but they look so cute.
They do, with the little fluffy tail. And it's all about the tail.
But we got
I have a lot of
appreciation.
We do.
Awareness, not appreciation. Well, awareness. What's that mean?
Squirrel Awareness Month is an annual event held in October to raise awareness of squirrels.
Why? We all know what
While
squirrels
many people
do.
consider the eastern gray squirrels as pests who consume all of their bird seed and congregate around urban garbage cans and run out in front of you on the road.
Yeah, that's on them. I mean, that usually doesn't end well.
They're an essential component to the to the environment.
I
and
don't
so they
mind
just
a squirrel.
Yeah,
we
okay.
got three different.
How about hunting hardwoods? A squirrel will drive you crazy.
Yeah, they will.
We got three different species. Correct me if I'm wrong here. We got three different species of squirrels in our state.
Mm-hmm.
You got the gray squirrel, which are most common. We see that. We'll see one out here today at some point if you look out the studio window or at our homes. Then you got the fox squirrel.
Yep, they're pretty.
They are. Then you got the flying squirrel.
Oh,
and I don't see as many
they're
of those.
very small.
Yeah,
I've encountered reason
Are there any other? Am I missing one? Is that it in Alabama?
I don't know.
I think that's it.
You're pretty good.
That old fox squirrel, the one that's got like the black and white head and all that.
It's a good-looking animal.
It is.
Don't we have a red-looking one too?
I don't know. I thought that was part of the fox squirrel. I think there's two different.
The ones with the black and white head or something.
Yeah.
And then there's the real red ones. But them flying squirrels are little, but they're bad to get in like light fixtures on power poles and stuff. Have a nest in them. And then if there's a hole in the pole, they're always in there.
Yeah.
And you'd be working, all of a sudden they go and they just glide.
How they do it? Okay. How about
I had one jump on my chest one time, scared me half.
Really?
Yeah.
It was like this?
Yeah. I was like.
I'm sure you said some things too.
We had a neighbor, and I was just single digits, like 8, 9, 10 years old, something like that. Had a pet squirrel. Neighbor Joe.
I've known
next
people
door.
that had pet
He lives
squirrels.
where he used to live where Bradley lives now.
Oh,
okay, with his parents still.
And I always wanted a pet squirrel, but I never could get one that right.
Yeah, I was always scared of it.
Yeah, bite you.
Yeah, I think he got bit a few times.
Yeah, even the pet ones will bite.
But I remember Joe would feed a squirrel and then go fishing, and I'd see him catch like he'd be down there messing with a squirrel, and then all of a sudden he'd walk out. Hey, Joe, neighbor Joe would catch a big bass.
Did he keep the squirrel in a cage?
There would be, big nice cage too. It's a big one, like a chicken coop kind of thing.
Yeah.
But everybody would talk about how there ain't no bass back there. I'd see Joe come back with 3 or 4. And I'm like, he just fish. He can fish better than anybody else.
He catch squirrels and he can fish.
Yeah. I don't know how he got the squirrel. I don't know if he caught it or he bought it.
I bet he got it when he was little. Most people, they get them like abandoned when they're little and they raise them.
Probably
so.
so.
You know now?
Are you an
I know
expert?
that stuff like that.
Rick and Bubba.
I had to find somebody that would appreciate it. My wife saw it, so at least somebody could verify it for me.
Well, it's one of those things you can't wait. Yeah, you can't wait to tell your friends. You're right.
No, absolutely. And so, I figured, Rick and Bubba might appreciate it pretty well as well also.
Well, it's got us thinking. I'm picturing it in my mind, and I imagine that was kind of surprising. So
it was very surprising.
It's hard to picture, but we're trying to.
Well, it is. So thank you.
Absolutely, guys. You have a great day.
Thanks for sharing it. Yeah, I mean, have you ever seen that?
Well, he's had quite an active life, hasn't he?
He has.
I'm like you. That sounds like a reality show there.
Mm-hmm.
Little people, big religion.
Oh, they're great. That's good. Yeah. That's really good.
Okay.
Thanks, Coach.
That's fine.
Little women who are committed to the.
Thank you.
You think when she cut his legs out from under, she said, "Take that, infidel."
Well, I knew, Greg. This is the kind of stuff I'm talking
Buddy,
about.
you need to stop.
She took him down. He never said why she tackled him.
Could have been an attempt at an attack, and it just not enough. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm
like a firecracker doesn't blow up as big as other things.
That's true.
But I'm just saying,
especially a lady finger.
Greg,
you remember those little ones?
Oh, okay.
Tough day doing the show here from the East Coast. Leap of Faith, one of my favorite movies of all time.
How are you, sir?
I'm good. We have a number of things to talk about going forward on the program. I was looking over some of the things today, and I know the kickoff hour may have covered some of this, but some of this stuff I'm seeing for the first time when I sit down. And I saw yesterday we did the Jamel Hill story about her putting out things that suggested that somehow our president and those who support him and are on his cabinet are all white supremacists. And when I saw the headline today, and maybe there's one where I saw, look down at stuff Speedy's got laid out, Jamel Hill, and I thought, Jamel is going to come back and is going to apologize, realizing that what she said was incredibly inappropriate and has no foundation. But all she is saying is that the white supremacist comments painted ESPN in an unfair light. Well, it also painted the president in an unfair light. That needs to be in there somewhere, too. As we said, there's a lot of things you can disagree with the president on. There's certainly nothing wrong with that. Don't think we have any proof that he or those that support him or that are on his cabinet are all a bunch of white supremacists and their rise to powers because the nation is now just inundated and eat up with so many white supremacists that he won the presidential election. I think that is a bit of a reach on Jamel's part, but I'm glad she's finally apologized to ESPN, saying she didn't want to cast them in an unfair light.
Right. Once again, maybe not grasping the whole situation here.
Well, but that's also, wow, I may get fired over this.
Yeah.
I don't know. ESPN, I don't think. Now, you say something like Kurt Schilling, now you'll be fired. But I don't know they'll get you for this.
Well,
it's not very even-handed, is it?
There are, I think it's a fair question to ask. The comparison here, is she getting special treatment he didn't get?
Well, I mean, let's go apples and apples, and like Greg said yesterday, we've done this before, but let's just do it again, because I think a lot of times, it's repetition that makes you finally get something. Let's say that they had a white host, and they do have white hosts, and they said when Obama got elected, well, I'll tell you one thing, Obama didn't have a shot. This is a bunch of black people just rising up, trying to have black power, and they voted for Obama because he's black, and this is just some kind of message from all the black people here in America and all his cabinet, and all of them are anti the other races, and this is a black power move. Yeah. Now, what if somebody had said that?
Well, you would immediately think they're ridiculous.
They would have stopped the broadcast and yanked them off the air then.
And rightfully so.
Probably wouldn't have made it back the next day.
And rightfully so. So, I mean, we got to figure out what we think is appropriate, not appropriate. We can't pick and choose based on, a certain bias.
You do realize that we throw Schilling around because we covered that story. Y'all realize that Linda Cohn got suspended, okay, because she recently said the ratings are falling at ESPN is a direct result of too much political-based commentary.
Yeah.
Did she really get suspended
They
for that?
suspended her for that.
Yeah. No. Wow.
But nothing with Jamel.
And that's somebody who works there and said it about their own company.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the Kurt Schilling thing, if you remember, the thing that really got him in trouble is all he had the audacity to say was, this coddling Muslims is only making us an unsafe place. And if you look back on this whole mind control and everybody's got to be the way we want you to be or face death, I mean, some of the most evil regimes we've ever seen had that same mentality.
Well,
like he said not all Germans were Nazis, but that's where the Nazis came from.
Yes.
Yeah.
The Nazis were Germans.
And you know what it is? They sit there and they balance the blowback they'll get from whatever they do. And with Kurt Schilling, they thought, man, we're going to get blowback on this. We don't want to deal with it. If we keep him or if we get rid of him, how bad will the blowback be? Well, we'll have some people on the radio mad about it. No big deal, Rush. He'll get over it. And the same thing here. I think, they're probably weighing this and going, that really wasn't a good thing to say, but if we get rid of her, we're going to have marches on our studio.
Oh, absolutely.
So we'd rather not do that. We'd rather put up with the ridiculous comments she made.
So to the point that we're making is that means that ESPN they're not principled. They just have their finger in there, and whichever way the wind's blowing, that's how they respond.
I think
there are no principles to say these.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without him, brother.
6 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. We're glad you're here. A brand new hour has begun, and we've been starting this one the same way since 2001, and we started with our national anthem. It is 8.5 minutes past the hour. Let's move. You got Team Rick and Bubba from the No Name Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here on Team Rick and Bubba. The kickoff hour is behind us. Bubba and I now join the team as we all move forward. And we look forward to chatting with you today. Wheel of Meats in play could happen, so pay attention for that. We'll break down the stories of the day, both within the show all the way out to the ends of the earth. So all that'll be happening today and everything in between. But in order to do that, we got to get the whole team on the field. And we'd be missing one. That is the silver-tongued one. The man with a golden voice, professional lunch eater's man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome into the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Let's go! Crowder, I like that little snappy.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a toe tapper.
Snappy right there. That is snappy.
You can't keep your foot on the floor when that one's played.
No, and it just reminds you. Let's just get fired up. My goodness, do y'all realize what God did for us? The biggest problem's been solved. It's been solved. That's a biggie. What's going?
And you're right, but I don't think we'll ever fully appreciate it to the other side.
Boy, I tell you what, there's days though. That's all I got.
No.
So
I ain't got enough most days.
Right. But you know what? That's when you realize, well, today's all I got. Then you realize, well, that's really all I need.
That's right.
So anyway, and
I can't spend more than one at a time.
Right. So we will unpack another day today, and I will. Got some adventures from yesterday. I spent it was a very unique way to spend your birthday yesterday. And Bubba, today I bring yet another story from the world of retirement community. I immerse myself in this world of the retirement community and aging parents is it's quite a world. It really is.
Yeah, and that's something we went through it a little different way, but Hey, has your dad got a World's Greatest Dad T-shirt?
He doesn't, but that's the world. Yeah. I mean, he's in that world. It is the things that go on there, and there's certain things about human beings when we live in community. I mean, our ages may vary. You may go to a community of children, a community of adolescents, a community of teenagers, a community of young adults, a community of family people, and a community of old people. But there's certain things about human nature that doesn't change in any of those communities. It's just people of different ages all still acting like they always have. As far as, with little groups and and this and some of the stuff going on. And I tell you what, we're not going to tolerate that. No here at that table. And so my mom described it as being an ancient high school. I mean, you still got the popular table. You got
really?
Oh yeah, oh sure. Well, y'all know who's the queen of this community, and a little bit of clash of power over there.
Right.
That's funny.
I can't share that. I don't think I'm supposed to. But,
no.
I think we have.
Yeah, I think human nature just it continues no matter what the deal
sure,
is.
Yeah. Because you know what's involved in it at the end of it all, the human beings.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so there's certain things that human beings just do throughout their entire lives. You know why? Because it's a state of being human.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's it's all through history. You see people. I mean, technology changes in the way that we live, but I've always thought from Adam and Eve on, human nature is the same.
And
the same jealousy, the same if and the good parts of it too.
Yeah. The Greg already knows it, but if I were to give Bill Bubba Bussey 1,000 guesses,
you wouldn't get it
on last night's promotion at Danbury.
You wouldn't get
it. Ain't no way you'd get it. And when I tell you, I can't wait to see your face. Okay, it is.
Just make sure I don't have a mouthful of something.
I will. I'm like, what is this? I see. I saw the activity going on.
I'm kind of mad the Good Time Gang knows. Greg gave us a sneak peek,
and here comes Mom. Out of their room because. I have to tell Mom when we're leaving because she, if I arrive 1 minute later than the 7 minutes from my house to their community,
right,
and they're sitting on the benches, well, where you been?
Yeah,
I'm like, Mom, it was 8 minutes versus 7. When I said I was leaving, I still was in the house. I was walking to the car.
Right.
Well, you said you was leaving. We came out here, but now we've had to sit here for 2 extra minutes. And so but anyway, the. Is when I see Mom clutching a flyer, because they want everybody to know what's going on. In the community.
You got to update everybody.
And she's holding that flyer, walking toward the car, and I thought, oh boy, what is the community involved in tonight? So I'll share that story with you today. That's one I've got today, and it's a lot of fun. My favorite too is the constant. No, we'll pay for that. What is that with our? Do they ever stop doing that till they go on to glory or Jesus return?
I guess not.
You're not gonna get that. It's your birthday.
That's all right.
That's
good.
Get mad if
They're
you
being
try.
polite. They're being polite.
Right, but then of course on the other end, you know what you always hear, don't you? Well, we ain't got enough money.
Rick and Bubba.
Things are inappropriate. These things are not.
Right.
No,
no matter who says
even...
them, no matter what the bias is, if people say these types of things, they face punishment, and so they do. It's not even-handed.
They're not even disciplined enough to say we're not going to discuss politics. If you're going to be here, we're gonna focus on sports, on your Twitter and stuff, whatever. You can say what you want to at the backyard barbecue, but here you're going to have to stick to sports, and they're not. They're not there.
Well, if you want to get to Your America, we're in a place where someone does not have the freedom in a Little League World Series commentary, by the way, to say that we should not coddle terrorists who are trying to wage war on America. It's only going to make us less safe. That is considered too controversial because it's offensive to Muslims, but you can call the sitting president a white supremacist, and you'll just be told that you shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, that's pretty much where we are.
All right. Just want to be sure I got it right.
Rick, also some breaking news this morning. Selena Gomez has announced that she's had a kidney transplant in her battle against lupus.
Oh, no. All right, we'll be back 16 minutes past the hour. The number's 866-WE-BE-BIG. Hopefully that'll help her, though. Our website's rickandbubba.com, up and running again, and more of the Rick and Bubba Show coming up. All right, now April Lewis is here. We were talking about this because when I went to the break talking about John Travolta in a NASCAR movie, Greg reminding us of the very uncomfortable movie about him being a power company.
Life on the line, Rick.
Life on the line, a power company employee. And you said that movie is
yeah, I mean, it's typical Hollywood. It's not. I mean,
is it difficult?
Of course, at the end, it's ridiculous, but it wasn't horrible, I guess.
So I want to clarify: is John Travolta playing Bobby Allison?
No, he's playing a character called Sam.
Okay, is it loosely based on the Allisons? April Lewis is here, and your brother-in-law is working on this film, helping wrap the cars with the different logos and colors and all that.
Yes, Scott Daniels, my brother-in-law.
All right, so tell us what is the movie about and what's going on with Shania Twain and John Travolta? Trading paint.
They haven't told me too much about it. From what I understand, though, it's more father-son, and I guess it's kind of like a raising him up to try to teach him how to do it, life lessons and such.
But you said it's more dirt.
It is a dirt track. Yes.
It's a dirt track. They're out at the Talladega dirt tracks, what they've been doing. And they've been, like I said, my brother-in-law and my sister have been the ones doing the wraps for the cars. But he's John Travolta's Sam Monroe in the movie.
And it's a veteran dirt track driver who's raising up his son to be a dirt track driver?
Yes.
Fellow
like I said,
driver.
from what I understand, that's what that is.
Okay.
As far as the Shania Twain part is, yes, she is in the movie. I'm not exactly sure all
She's
of her
Becca.
stuff in there. Yeah, she did. They didn't want to give out too much information about
Understood.
it, but it's really awesome. It's a blessing they get to do something like that here.
Oh yeah,
they're very blessed for that. But
well, I need to ask an uncomfortable question to Bubba now. People are texting me all over that know about the movie because it's in where we live, so a lot of people know.
Right.
They're telling us various things about what they're doing, and they're shooting some scenes at places that we would know very well, and all this. And then it says that they're living here in our area for the next 3 to 6 months to shoot the movie, and that they may be staying at some people's houses. And Bubba, and it's over towards your way.
I have no comment.
Bubba, you've been known to put tennis players up.
Yes, you have. If you'll put up tennis players from foreign lands, is you putting up Shania Twain or John Travolta out of the question?
Well, we all saw the Happy Days episode when Richie, had somebody famous staying at his house. He really couldn't comment on it.
Right.
Until after the fact.
And by the way, it was a wrecker that John Travolta's driving.
Yeah, it's a tow truck,
not a fire truck.
Right. Well, I was close.
Yeah.
It was real.
I said
Close.
I said it was between a pickup and a fire truck. So tow truck would be right in the middle of that.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah, that's funny. How about we did get a text asking, did you see John Travolta in the fire truck with the Black Panther?
No, I saw that.
Hey, how about this?
Smart aleck.
That's so good. How about
so it's dirt track though. It's not NASCAR.
correct? It's dirt track
It's
racing.
dirt
Correct.
We're not going to be on the big tracks. It's not like Days of Thunder Part 2.
no.
With John Travolta I'm sorry, I'm trying to get John even in a car of any kind racing on a dirt track, and he's the veteran. And you know who the son is by any chance? Who's playing that? No idea.
I've seen photos of him. I can't remember his name right off the top of my head.
When you saw him, did you say that person looks familiar? I've seen them in movies. Or is this an up and coming star?
I heard Adler's playing the
he
part.
is
I
up
did
and
too.
coming.
Yeah. Young Eddie Van Halen.
You have to
right, so
give
it's got-
John Travolta this. I mean, he has changed our culture, not once but twice.
Is it true, Rick and Bubba show? Thank you for being with us from the No Name Studio. Out here on the bleeding edge of technology and much to do on the program. I do want to say this, and all the men here have experienced it. A thank you yesterday. All the kind birthday wishes from all over the world, and very, very kind. And you guys are so good to us, and you're so encouraging, and I just want to say thanks. That was a lot of fun, and I know just like the other guys, you try to respond to everyone that you get, just at least to say thank you. So if I missed it, I apologize. I was trying to say thank you to everyone who said happy birthday, and that was just. It always feels good. It really does. And those things are small, and we certainly are okay with it without them, but boy, they always matter.
Rick, welcome to 5'8".
I know, and people taking the time to do that.
Oh, I know. I know it does mean a lot.
Of course, I'll tell you in a minute, I was sitting there waiting on one final kid, and buddy, he came in at the wire. I'm talking about like I'm walking around underwear going to bed. I said, well, you almost missed it. Dad, you just don't know what's been going on. No, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I'm sure.
You start singing Cats in the Crowd?
I said, it's just my birthday. I'll be fine. I said, I've had total strangers wish me a happy birthday, just not my son.
Yeah.
But anyway, all right.
And Rick, I have to tell you, I ran into several people yesterday with comments about the show, and I had one that said, I was away and in and out, and I just heard bits and pieces, but said, let me be sure I got this right. It was Rick's birthday. I said, yes. Y'all got him a birthday cake? Yes. And they said, but they decorated you on the operating table like the old game Operation with your chest cut open? I said, yeah, pretty much.
That's our show. That's our gang.
Good cake, though.
Yeah, a heck of a cake.
Yeah.
It was really good.
Yeah, so thank you, Edgar's. Really good.
Yeah,
I had a few people doing that too. They're like, "Now, whose birthday is it? Yours or Bubba?" I said, "No, but we got something going on with Bubba. That only we would. That's our coping skill again."
I'm going to say
that y'all don't understand our coping skills. I know they don't make sense,
I know.
but they're brutal, and we have to have them.
I'm going to say of all the broadcast programs in this country, radio, TV, I'll even go internet podcast. I think we probably approach cancer with one of the hosts a little different than everybody.
We do. Yeah. We do. And we do the best we can with it.
Yeah, and, most of them try to keep it quiet. Terry Bradshaw was going through something.
Yeah. Right.
We had that story yesterday we didn't get to.
Yeah.
But we do it a little different here.
Let's get it out there, okay? And right, and thanks for all of your emails. I know. Again, I told Bubba, don't if you think people give you bad emails from on here trying to talk about topaz, just try to have cancer and take some emails.
Oh yeah,
sure.
You got a lot of opinions there, Rick. Still, the incredible hurricane and the devastation that it caused that came through last week. Getting more and more video and footage now as people have got back in and they're getting access to, to the footage that they had. And there's footage. This is in Fort Myers. Now, focus on this here. The power poles, remember the power poles, and remember the little building to the left there. So the street has gone from just a trickle to it's covered to now it looks like you're out in the middle of the ocean somewhere. Oh, yeah. That is a 15-foot storm surge, and even though that house was on stilts, it didn't. I think it's a business actually, but
that little pink house.
Yeah, you can still see the high rise in the background.
Oh my goodness!
Look at the waves, and here in just a minute, you're going to see the house on the stilts go floating away, and there she goes. Yeah, she's now an ark.
Little pink houses for you and me.
And keep in mind the power pole, what we're seeing here, that's the line to kind of be your marker on everything. And look at those waves coming through.
Oh, man.
Adler, go back to the beginning again, what it looked like before it started. Can we go back just, Rick, that's the same scene. Isn't that amazing?
Look at the palm trees, bottom left, and they're basically nearly covered up when this is over.
Yeah. Oh, they sure are, yeah.
Wow. You see them peeking out a little bit, but just take a gander at them.
Yeah, well, it's hurricane. Oh my goodness!
Just anything you focus on, and it's incredible.
Yeah. Oh man!
Wow!
Look! That's Greg, don't miss the house.
Yep, disappear.
Yeah, go forward just a little bit, Adler. Look, and see now the water's up to the top of the palm trees.
Just the palm trees.
Yeah.
Just
man!
Top. There she goes.
Yeah, palm trees are not used to living underwater.
They're really not.
It is interesting. We have these multiple TVs. We have 2 hurricanes.
Yeah.
Kim Kardashian here on 4, and then Ian up there on 2.
Y'all, the waves are like what you're saying. It's like you're in the middle of the Gulf here.
Yeah, sure.
You could go boogie boarding on that one. They just went by.
For sure.
That is unbelievable. Sadly, they're predicting, and this is still rough estimates, about $50 billion in damages to rebuild Florida.
Yeah.
And I think our death toll is at 78. Yeah. Is that right?
That's the last number I heard.
Each and every one of those lives very important.
Oh, yeah.
But considering the size and scope of this, it easily could have been hundreds of lives.
Oh, yeah. And so hopefully that count won't go up much further. But
that is unbelievable, isn't it?
It is. And then, Adler, you said you have DeSantis talking to a CNN reporter as well?
Yeah, to y'all's point, CNN tried to criticize DeSantis' response to this, and he was just calm and level-headed and answered pretty great.
Do you stand behind Lee County's decision to not have that mandatory evacuation until the day before the storm?
Well, where was your industry station when the storm hit? Were you guys in Lee County? No, you were in Tampa. So that's, they were following the weather track, and they had to make decisions based on that. But, 72 hours, they weren't even in the cone. 48 hours, they were on the periphery. So you got to make the decisions the best you can. I will say, they delivered the message to people. They had shelters open. Everybody had adequate opportunity to at least get to a shelter within the county. But, a lot of the residents did not want to do that. I think probably for various reasons. Some people just don't want to leave their home, period. They're island people, whatever. But I think part of it was so much attention was paid to Tampa that I think a lot of them probably thought that they wouldn't get the worst of it. So, but they did. And I think it's easy to second guess them, but they were ready for the whole time and made that call when there was justifiable to do so.
Yeah.
Where were you? You were in the wrong place, too. We all were looking at the model.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. He's a sharp guy.
He is.
Yeah, he is.
Sharp guy.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. She was our next POTUS.
They were kind of seeing the hurricane the way y'all did, weren't y'all in Tampa?
Yeah, and folks, I mean, we know ahead of time when these things are coming. But when you are going to have a 15-foot wave go through a town, what are you supposed to do other than tell people to get out? You know, I'm just being a freedom-loving patriot. I don't want the government telling me I have to leave if I want to stay. Now, do I think it's smart? Absolutely not. I think you're a moron if you stay.
Right.
But you
That ought
got
to
the
be
right
right.
to do that.
Yeah, that's right.
And you know, it's like a lot of other things. I don't want the government telling me I have to do it, even though it's probably a real good idea in a lot of cases. Like a seatbelt. I don't like being told I got to wear one, but I would. You're crazy to get in a moving car without one.
Yeah, you are. And
But let me make that decision.
Right. It's just. But I like how he handles himself on his feet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And that's that'll serve him well going forward. And the fact that he's so hated right now by the left is.
And you can't really dial in why they hate him, other than they know he's a threat to them from an electoral standpoint.
Well,
what was that word he used? Peripheral.
Yeah.
Well, I would say peripheral, but he said something else. What was that word? We need to learn that word. That was a good one.
We just mess it up. Bottom of the hour, more Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That there's one gigantic dance scene in the infield.
I mean, he brought on the disco age with Saturday Night Fever, and then brought on the new hip modern cowboy craze too.
I wish John, while he was in town, come by and hang with us.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bring him in.
All right, so we
Hang
got
out.
John playing Sam. Michael Madsen, I guess is his name, an actor. It doesn't say who he's playing. Barry Corbin is playing Sheriff Buck Taylor. Shania Twain's playing Becca. Toby Sebastian's playing Cam. Kevin Dunn's in it. He's playing Stumpy. And the list goes on and on. But, I mean,
why is Greg Burgess not in this movie?
Greg, this has got you written all over.
After Tangled Web, you should be in this.
You know, they must not have seen Tangled Web.
You know who he needs to be? You know who he needs to be? A young red farmer. He'd be perfect. Or Jimbo, or you can play Jimbo Fisher.
Yeah, either one.
There you go.
Either
Look,
one.
there's Coach Fisher.
What's the Seminoles doing here?
Well, I'm a dirt track fan. I love it.
So we have a birthday celebration on the program today. We say happy 50th birthday to friend Scott Dawson. Scott Dawson.
Gov.
Hey, I'm 50. I'm 50. I can pick. Hey, I'm 50.
Well, I'm dreading when I get 50.
Hi, Greg.
How did that happen? I mean, you blink, you go to bed 30 and wake up 50.
Hey, look, 50 comes on quick.
Yeah.
30 seemed like it took a while. After 30, the 40 and the 50 came fast.
Boom, boom.
Yeah.
The 40s were so good.
Got my back.
18,250 days. That's how long I've been alive.
That's a lot.
Wow. That's a lot.
Yeah,
you
that's
think
a
you'd
lot.
accomplish more, wouldn't you?
Absolutely.
So
when you look at it that way.
Yeah. How many of those days did we
I was feeling
waste?
good about myself. Thanks, Bubba.
Well, I mean, I say that for all of it.
Yeah, how many of those do we look and go, not many of those
But
really
first
produce
6
much.
years, you just play in the dirt. I mean, you don't know what's going on.
So
Grabbing your
you're
pants.
50 today, big celebration. You've decided to run for governor, which, again, we don't know why.
Yeah.
But you're doing it, and we stand with you. You know, we stand with Scott.
Yeah, stand with Scott.
As a matter of fact, we have PJ Flake is coming up with some ideas for you. But
campaign man.
But we want to talk about some of the funny things that you have for some reason. Any time you've tried to be with this show, it always ends up with something happening. You're just one of those people. Things just happen to.
Absolutely.
So we were very honored and to have. Someone to give the show, which includes the audience, because the audience really is what all these awards are for, about putting us on the list about as far as our business and everything being influential in our state. And we've talked about them before, Yellowhammer News. And so Bubba and I were talking to somebody from Yellowhammer who said, hey, we're going to do an awards thing with that. We'd love for y'all to be there because we're going to do the 50 influential thing and all that. It'd be great if y'all were there since y'all were the one of them. We knew it. And we both had to say we couldn't be there because we were going to someone's 50th birthday party.
Yes.
Well, you said it first.
Yeah.
And I knew Betty had said something that we had to do. I didn't know what it was, so I went and checked with her, and she told me, because you didn't even say whose it was.
Well,
you said, I got to go to somebody's birthday
That's
party.
key.
That's key. Don't miss that because that's key to this story.
That's key.
Yeah.
And Betty told me that it was you.
Right.
And I immediately, when it's a 50, I always go, is it a surprise? She says, no. I said, are you sure?
Yeah.
She texts back to your wife, showed me, said, no, Scott knows about it.
Well, and there's a reason for that.
Yeah, and there's a reason Scott knew about it, and which we're going to tell today. The reason why Tara was able to say Scott knows about it is because the person with Yellowhammer wanted Scott to be there tonight as well.
Yeah.
He's running for governor. We'd love to have you there. And tell us what happened.
I get this phone call, BJ. I mean, he's a good friend, and
he's the
like,
guy with Yellowhammer.
Yeah, and he's the one that's kind of heading up the event tonight. And he was like, this was, oh my gosh, I can't remember what it was now. And he was like, oh man, Rick and Bubba, they've hurt me. They just hurt me. And I was like, what is going on now? And he's like, no, I'm just sad. He said, I was asking them about coming to the event. We were going to do it all big for them, and they can't come, and because it's somebody's birthday, and they're going to throw him a party. And I was like, well, what day is that? And he said it was September 14th. And I went, oh, BJ, I'm turning 50 on September 14th. I was going to come to your event, but I don't think I can come now because I think my wife is throwing me a birthday party. So thank you for telling me that the surprise birthday party is going on. So after that, it became come to Scott's party because he already knows about it. Thanks. They're such a scoop. I mean, they're on the front edge.
Well, this doggone banquet.
Always looking for the story.
This banquet kind of blew the whole thing up, didn't it? Because I was trying to be, hey, just somebody.
Mm-hmm.
And then I didn't even know that Bubba had been contacted because you never know who's been contacted, who had. And then Bubba's like, hey, that's you talking about saying, yeah, we're both in a bind that night.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba.
35 minutes past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. Mike Lindell, but he's getting after it, didn't he? Mike Lindell. So, if you go right now to mystore.com, this is something that Lindell came up with. He's like, Amazon needs some competition. And, competition's good. And we love competition. Makes everybody better, drives prices down, number one. So mystore.com is now rolling where entrepreneurs that maybe can't get access to you through Amazon, they get access to you through mystore.com. Take the promo code Bubba with you. You're going to save 25% off your first order of a brand new product that Lindell has waded into, My Coffee. Pick the roasting preference you like, whether you prefer whole bean or ground. They even offer a decaf option. mystore.com, the code Bubba. Save 25% off your My Coffee today, or you can also find a link by going to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. It's top 2% Arabica beans in the world, and we've taught you about that, and that's a high-quality, delicious coffee. So grab yours now at mystore.com using the promo code Bubba or rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, we have other stories today, but we're kind of walking through some of the things that happened in the last 24 hours. I did have yesterday the playoff of, how long will it take your kids that are all out on their own now to wish you a happy birthday?
Right.
And
somebody got in right on under the wire.
Yeah,
huh?
Social media helps, the things like that, but there really was nothing on social media yesterday involving the birthday. Sherry, put out just a little something on her story or whatever, but there was no real. And if you're the
put out something. Speedy did too. You had the cake.
Yeah. I don't. They must not follow y'all on social media.
I put a bunch of pictures of you together.
Yeah. What happened was, is I had the wise ones that just as soon as their day started, they threw it out there and got it off of their plate, which was wise on their part. And then you had one come in, somewhere middle of the day. That must have been somebody mentioned something or he saw something. And then we were down, and then there was one, Boomer, and we were getting down to it. Now, he has been involved in the hurricane a little bit because the show he's working with can't get out of Florida because of the hurricane. So they've moved them to Disney World, and then they've moved them to somewhere else, and then when you have these, I don't know how all this works, but when they, I'm learning a lot about that part of the entertainment business and their contracts and all that. Well, what happened was you had a crew that was out there on the cruise ships that their contract said they should be home by now. Well, they can't get them home. And then the ones that are supposed to say, tag, you're out, we're in, they haven't left yet. So now contracts are running out, and contracts are supposed to be starting.
Mm-hmm.
And so that he said, I'll just sum it up by saying that's just a mess. So we're all negotiating all that, and so so just look at it this way: your shift's over. And you can't go home, and your shift's supposed to start, and you can't get to work. That's really the way you are to look at it. And so now the unions and everybody's all it's and agents, and here we go. And so anyway, I literally was doing the cut all the lights off at the house, and all of a sudden here it comes, and I said, well, just hey, what's going on, man? Dad, I'm so sorry. I am so sorry. You just don't know what's going on. I said, no, look, hey, don't even worry about me. It's one of those things I got to be what my mom does to me, and I love being in that position. Hey, I said, I'm fine. I said, your siblings have all wished me a happy birthday, and there's so many of you. That's good enough. I almost got them all, and I was going to bed thinking, I almost got all my kids, and today for a birthday,
right?
And and I said it was kind of extra hard on me tonight concerning you, but I don't want you to be concerned about it. I said because I know that you're very busy and I've got a lot going on, and I said, but I went to see your cousin, my niece tonight, and they happened to be playing, the high school that you played for. And I said, Sherry and I just sat there in that stadium about all the memories we had with you. And she looked at me and said, whoa, did you hear from Blake today? And, because we're watching the team he used to play for.
Right.
And so we have a lot of memories in this stadium. I said, Bubba, and this is what you love, Bubba. I said, Boomer, I was trying to think to myself how many ball games I came to at that stadium, from you 7th grade on. Wow, that's a lot. A lot of ball games. I said, I was tired, been working all day, still got there, though. Did I miss one? I don't even remember missing one. No, Dad, you didn't miss any. Wow, I made every game. and I said, but that's fine. I said, at least I got to think about you while I was there,
Yeah.
And I said, I even saw a kid wearing your number, and I even said, look at there, remember Blake's number? I said, I was almost hoping he'd wish me a happy birthday.
Yeah.
With
or just wave.
Right, with your number. He wasn't as tall as you were, but it still reminded me of you. You're white, he's black, but still.
Yeah.
But it was the same number.
Right, same number. And I said it still would have been nice, And I almost went over and bought him something from the concession stand, like I did for you when you had no money. And
and
so
you were hungry.
Yeah, and I said you were real hungry after the game. I almost bought another kid, something just so I could spend more money at that concession stand like I spent on you for years. And but I'm good. So know
Don't
that
you worry about me.
Know that he's like, Dad, you're loving this, aren't you? I said, no, I'm just reminiscing with you. So I said, look, I'm 58. It's not an important number. It's not like I'm 60. This is not a biggie. It's easy to forget. I said, and I'm sure I'll be around longer, much longer. You'll have other opportunities. There'll be other birthdays.
Oh, you hope.
And then he's like, Dad, but I made it. I said, no.
It's close.
9:30. That's a rough number Central Time. I said, where you are, it's 10:30. Don't want to bring that up. You know what I mean? Yeah. And so he said, but Dad, I did not hit midnight. I made it. And I said, you did. I said, you are on the board. Yeah. You really are.
Barely.
I said it's borderline moral victory.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, I need to know how you remembered it.
That's what I was about to ask.
Yeah,
I'm glad you asked this question.
Did you see it? What'd you do?
Did somebody tell you? Did you see Instagram?
I said, I'm just going to ask you this. You don't have to give me the details. Did any member of this family give you a heads up that you were running out of time? He said, I did. And I said, it's just a yes or no. Did you think of it on your own? Dad, I did not. I did not think of it on. I did not think it on. I said, then that's fine. That's not important. I said, I'm thankful that.
But I had to ask.
I'm thankful for your siblings, since they've now, I guess one of them thought of me twice today. You know what I mean? But, and I said, but that, I said, and that's fine. I said, it's good. And I
feel like you need to be playing cats in the cradle.
Yeah, but aren't you so glad to be in? It's fun to be in this position now, and you become, they don't worry about me parent.
Oh yeah,
God, that's fun. Hey, I'm good. Don't you worry about me. I had a nice day at work, and there's strangers all over the world that have wished me a happy birthday. I said, I want you to know that I even got a happy birthday from South Africa, but I know Tampa's hard. I know there's a lot going on, and you got work to do. My goodness, y'all are rehearsing, and
probably no phone lines.
Right? Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, and I know this is an important thing for you, to get in with this this group that books. There'll be jobs that'll just come off this, and I said we're excited, about your engagement, excited about the wedding coming up. I said, now have you talked now have you decided where we're going to do the rehearsal dinner? That I'll be paying for. Silence. Dad, yeah, I'm going to get back to you. Okay, I just wanted to know. Of course, we'll be there for you. I said, whatever needs to be done, we'll certainly take our responsibilities on this special day and make it special. And I said, and I'll be sure and get, the family to New York for the wedding. I'll take care of all that. But you don't worry about me. I'm fine. I'm good. Thank you for calling me, son. I appreciate that. And this was my final word to him. And he said, Dad, you are loving this. I said, I got to let you go. I'm going here and look at some pictures of you before I go to bed.
Back before you're too busy.
Rick, I wish you'd have said, I'm going to go get your jersey and just hold it.
I'll sleep tonight cradling your jersey.
Yeah.
I'm fine. Hey, don't worry about me. I'm good.
But thanks for calling.
That was fun. That was a fun deal. Dad, it's just been so crazy. I know it has.
Hey, don't worry about me.
No.
You're good, buddy.
Yeah.
You got a lot going on.
Yeah, it's fine. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
And so we were like, wanting to know if it, at that time, Tara was saying, well, no, he knows. We didn't know he knew because BJ told you.
Yeah.
Because you thought you were going to the banquet tonight.
Yeah. We had plans. We'd already had our tickets. And then Tara was walking along with me. I don't know how she was going to swing it, but thanks to BJ, we don't have to worry about that anymore.
Yeah. So that's it. So we will not be at the banquet, but we will be at the party.
Yeah. Well,
so the gathering. And we do want to, because obviously when we talk about...
Can I tell you something else funny about that? BJ told me that story you just told, but the way he was telling it, I thought it was after the fact, not the fact.
No, he was the scoop reporter.
he had to scoop.
Hey, surprise birthday parties are hard to pull
They
off.
are very hard.
You remember when my wife tried to pull off one for me? I think it was my 40th when I was still 39. Remember that?
Correct. Yeah, that was really good.
Yeah,
that was good.
You never saw that one coming.
You don't. You really don't. Very few people look for a surprise 40th birthday party right before their 39th birthday.
Hey, I'm 50. You also, the thing that we talked about a lot, the one that's 50, that's a tough one, is you can no longer say you're middle-aged.
Oh.
Don't think you're going to see 100.
That's tough. Technically, you're senior citizen at that point, right?
This was supposed to be a yuck moment, not one of these. I hadn't accomplished much. I'm about to die.
Have you started getting mail from ERP or whatever they are?
AARP. The first time I got that, let me tell you when you know you're getting old.
I deal ERP with antennas. I'm sorry.
When you start getting your AARP card, which both of us were sent after we turned 50, and when all of a sudden you get sent the colonoscopy kit.
Oh, yeah.
In the mail. You know you're getting old now. When people just send you a kit to get your colon checked. Those things will come. I mean, it's not good. Nobody treats you. 50's different. Do you agree? 50's different. It's a different game.
40 was not that big a deal. I didn't feel that. I mean, you start having a few more aches and pains. 50 is like somebody took out a piece of the highway, and you hit it wide open.
And be careful on this kind of stuff because we don't realize how much older we've gotten. You really look goofy now if you say to a person that says younger than your own children, oh, you don't have to call me sir. When you were 30, people looked at you and said, well, okay, good point. Maybe even late 30s, early 40s. When you're 50 or older and you tell somebody you don't have to call me sir, they look at you like you're an idiot.
It's hard for me to use.
How about this? No, I probably should.
It's hard for me to say Mr. Bussey was my dad.
Right.
It just doesn't. It doesn't.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so it's a different game. You have.
Y'all have come out of the gate on me today.
I know.
One more.
Welcome to the party,
Bubba
Scott.
said you wasted half your life, and Rick says you're close to death.
Well, I will say this with zero hesitation. You have lived longer prior to this day than you're going to live after.
Thank you, Rick.
Wow, Rick. Good gracious.
Appreciate you. And if you do, you won't know it.
So get your act together.
Yeah.
You know his son's
Make 'em
standing
count.
right there, right?
So get your act together.
Hunter's over there going already planning the funeral.
He's already thought about that. You think he don't think about that?
I know.
Especially if you're trying to run for governor. This may kill you.
Yeah, it's close.
Hey, this is a blast, dude.
Okay, you got 30 seconds. We were in Troy for the state GOP thing, and they gave me the wrong address, of course. And so we're in this dirt road. Hunter's driving, Tara's in the front, I'm in the back making calls, and we're in this trailer park. And I'm like, I'm sure the GOP would be meeting in a place beside a trailer park.
Right.
I thought.
What do you mean by that?
There was another car that was lost, and so the address finally popped up on my screen. While the guy was turning around, I told Hunter, I said, I'm going to jump out and tell him where we're going. And when I jumped out, Hunter said, well, there's a cow. And I was like, well, there's a cow out in the middle of the street.
Not just a big woman. No, you're talking about the animal.
Oh, actually a cow.
No, a cow. We're in a dirt road.
I got you.
Well, I jump out, and the cow runs past me, turns around, and I realize I'm between the cow, the mama cow, and the baby cow.
Uh-oh.
And she I first thought it was a bull because it had horns. Then I realized later,
that doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't matter.
Right.
And I'm between.
You need to look somewhere else for that.
I'm between mama and the baby.
And it's dark out there, Rick.
And she starts jumping up and down.
Jumping
up and down. She's upset, and Hunter's like, jump in the car. And I'm like, Hunter, if I move, I'm going to get impaled by a cow at my first GOP event. Would that not be?
That would have been Dawson Classic.
Yeah. Just be glad it wasn't a donkey.
How did you end up out in the middle of cows?
That's a political joke. Y'all should have laughed harder at that.
Well, if it had been bull, it'd prepare me for a lot of stuff I was going to have to walk into. But anyway, bye-bye.
Minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show, fired up and ready. Thank you for being with us today. Will of Meat still in play, could happen before the show is done. College football, and we didn't hit this story yesterday on the big show. I think the kickoff hour did, but Bryce Young, quarterback for the University of Alabama, now ranked number 1 again, injured in the game in Fayetteville, and at first they thought it could have been rotator cuff, which that would have been ugly. Yeah. But now they're saying a sprain in the joint or day by day. And, this is the kind of stuff that Nicholas Saban just loves to be asked about. I mean, this is, he loves this kind of stuff.
His favorite.
So this week for him is doubly good because he's got everybody asking about an injury, which he hates, on a Heisman Trophy winning quarterback, okay? And he's got to face this Jimbo Fisher deal where Jimbo dogged him in the offseason, and now they're going to play each other. So he's got to deal with Jimbo Fisher, and he's got to deal with Bryce Young, and that leads to great moments in Nick Saban.
Rick, throw in a coating, an icing on top of this. They're a 20-point favorite,
and he really loves that.
Oh,
that's the rat poison.
He just so we got there's so much rat poison right now.
Oh.
So that's got him ready. He's looking. He wants to go after somebody.
Yeah, and also I love when reporters ask questions like he hadn't thought about it yet.
Oh,
like they're gonna break news with this. Hey, let me ask you about this. Oh, really? I hadn't thought about that.
Have you thought about your quarterback being hurt and what Jimbo Fisher said about you? No, what happened?
Really? Oh.
So here, and now, keep in mind, with all the things y'all just said, he walks into this press conference and he's ready for a battle.
Yeah.
He's looking for anybody to say anything that can give him an excuse to do a monologue.
Right.
Okay. Yes. And then the monologue, he's going to say everything he wants to say, which may not even have anything to do with
right. But he wanted to get it out anyway.
Yeah. So here we go.
You've talked about Jalen Merrill's unique skill set. Just given that, is there a thought of maybe putting a package together for him regardless of Bryce's injury status?
We already have one. So. Do you want us to put a new one together now just because he might play or use the old one? I mean, we can do either one. I mean, I'll go talk to the offensive coaches and see.
About to use that more often then?
Again, I don't talk to Jimbo on a regular basis, but I'll call him and tell him right after the conference if you want me to. I mean, you guys think I'm going to tell you what we're going to do with our offense and our team? You might as well make it up. I saw today where there's headlines in the paper that, I'm going to keep it a secret what we're going to do with Bryce. It sounded like me making that statement, but I've never said that. But it was there in black and white. So you can make up whatever you want to make up. Look at somebody else's running quarterback and say they should put these plays in. I think that'd be a better way to do it.
So good.
Frustrated. This week he's just got everything he hates in it. It's just
got to ask him how he likes being a 20-point favorite.
So, that's the only thing was missing. How do you motivate your team, Coach, when you're a 20-point favorite?
Gosh, I wish one of us could get to one of these conferences. Down front. Hey, Coach Rick from Rick and Bubba, how you doing, buddy? Fine. Hey, I was going to ask you this. So it's obvious A&M can't beat y'all. Have y'all looked ahead for when maybe not playing Bryce Young in this game, even if he can play, just for risk of further injury for the bigger games coming up?
Oh, God, that'd be good. His head would, the top of his head would blow out.
Oh gosh, that's so good.
Wouldn't that be great? Awesome.
Now the reporter that asked that probably, most of us would think he got in his car and went, "Wow, Saban eat me up."
Right.
But they leave thinking they've done something good. You know them, I do too.
Which is sad.
Yeah,
it really is.
You're talking about totally has no concept of place and time where they are in the world.
Hey, Rick, in the back, you got a question for Coach Saban? Coach, did you know Bryce Young is hurt?
I heard he's hurt. He's not doing it.
I saw he didn't come back in the game. Is he hurt? What are y'all going to do about that? You got an idea what to do this week? Man, have you got another quarterback? That one guy, I don't know. You just going to run him all the time? So if you could just get him to start saying, well, the AM has no chance.
Yeah.
If you could get something down that road.
Right.
You could get him to say, all right, then.
Let me tell you, now I don't know what's going to happen with Bryce Young, and they're saying he's day-to-day, but when this game was on the calendar back after all the Jimbo Fisher.
Yeah. Oh, this was already by itself a huge game.
Right.
If you don't think, and of course the injury could affect that, he wants Alabama to beat A&M as bad as they possibly can, because he's got they got beat by him last year.
Yeah.
Okay, which Jimbo Fisher has really made a lot of money off that one win. Yeah. It even made everybody forget his 4 losses.
Oh yeah, they completely ignored it.
Right, and so he's and of course more the same this year. Team not really looking all that great,
Kinda
but
looks like it.
yeah,
Could have lost to Arkansas.
Hey, got it handed to him last week by Mississippi State. I mean, they were not even in it.
No.
So now they're going to go against Alabama with Saban angry.
Mm-hmm.
And you can say he's going to tell you that he's not worried about the things Jimbo Fisher said, but he is.
Oh yeah.
And he didn't worry about what happened last year, but he does. And Alabama is going to come out now. That like I said, they might not be at full strength because of
they'd
Bryce
like
Young.
to have their starting quarterback.
But everybody who can play 30.
He's at home sharpening knives right now.
He's going to work 31 into a frenzy. Yeah. Of course, he's already in a frenzy anyway.
Right.
Let me tell you,
plays in a frenzy.
Well, how good
in the fans? I think the fans
are
in a more of a frenzy for A&M right now than anybody else up and down the just because of Jimbo and because they don't like what he says. It makes them mad.
Even the Nadmeyers couldn't find a spot to park on Tuesday.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the people already beat them there. They're ready to go.
Yeah.
I mean, that place is going to be a nightmare if you're an Aggie.
Yeah, it's a night game too.
It's pretty much a nightmare anyway.
Yeah.
Your only hope to beat Alabama, and you saw it last week with Georgia, same thing. The only hope to beat these teams when they get rolling like this for decades, is for them to be bored. That's your only
Yeah,
hope.
yeah, that's it. Lose focus.
Yeah, if you can get them bored and there not being much atmosphere and the fans are bored, and if you but that's not going to happen because what Jimbo has done,
he refocused
which could have given them a shot because they're not playing well and for Alabama to be overconfident. All that's been ruined by Jimbo saying what he said and then beating Alabama last year. So all that's been ruined. So now you're going to go into Bryant-Denny Stadium that is, and it's going to be ugly.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a rough.
So if
there's going to be a lot of elephant trumping.
So let's just say Jimbo gets really. Let's just say Jimbo gets really embarrassed. He's 3-3.
Yeah,
3-3,
and he's signed till 2031.
That's an expensive 3-3.
Yeah, Rick, but the next
almost $1 million.
Let's go say.
I mean, round figures, Rick. You know what I'm saying?
But see, he's got this great class. But see, they're young. So
No. Well, that's what I'd
all
be
the
saying.
freshmen.
I'd be saying that a lot.
Yeah.
And they've got.
You got to give them guys time to get mature.
You're going to hear Sweet Home Alabama so much. I mean, it's going to be playing so loud and so often.
Yeah.
And the lights are going to be flipped on and off so much.
Yeah. Oh, the old blinking lights.
Oh. They're going to sing Dixieland Delight so loud. Yeah. It's going to be a mess in there.
It is.
All right, top of the hour. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Everybody's seen those latest inflation numbers. Now, I know the Biden administration is acting like they don't exist, but they actually do. Stock market has had some horrible days, and there's like a party going on with the Biden administration as if they're doing a good job. Have you ever seen people do that? They'll pretend they're doing well, and you start thinking, am I missing something? I mean, are they delusional? Well, Allegiance Gold is ready to help you diversify with gold and silver now, to protect your IRA or your 401k with physical gold and silver. Now, if you prefer to have it delivered to your home, right to the front door, you'd rather do it that way, you can do that too. Their approach is going to be different, and that's why I want you to really listen, because they're going to focus on educating and developing a long-term strategy that is right for you, not a boilerplate plan that they pretty much put everybody on. They're going to look at your situation and say, well, now this is what you should do. And boy, the ratings they have in the industry, 5 stars with TrustLink, AAA rated with the Business Consumer Alliance, A+ from the Better Business Bureau. So if you want to go to this URL, you can get their best offer. That's up to $2,500 of free silver on a qualifying purchase. Here's all you do. Here's the URL. You ready? protectwithrickbubba.com. That's Rick Bubba together. Don't put an and in there. protectwithrickbubba.com. You can also call them 844-790-9191. We can't control the Biden administration. Nothing you can do about that. But you can prepare. Protectwithrickbubba.com or call 844-790-9191. So your first time to go to some GOP event, you ended up in the middle of cows?
In the middle of a cow.
Between a calf and a mama.
We got cows. Mad mama. Can you see Dawson, almost 50, running as fast as he can to jump in the back seat to make it sure to the GOP?
Right.
That'd be good.
It's coming in. Scott Dawson, 50 years old today. We're having a birthday celebration here. There's from Emily, who listens to the show. So anyway, well, I will tell you this, one thing that we can do, because the fact is you are running for governor.
I am.
So we are having fun. We're glad you are, and we fully support it. Do think our state needs this, needs major change. It's kind of tired of the way things have been, and one way to do that is to kind of get this. Let's just try something new, and I think that you obviously represent that of someone who begrudgingly did this and didn't really want to. And I don't know who would want to. If you want to do this, you probably have some ulterior motive.
Absolutely. If you wake up wanting to be governor, wanting that position, I think there's something wrong because it is such a heavy burden of service. And so, for 30 years now, 30 years next month, SDA's been around, and I've been preaching about life change. And before any life can be changed, there has to be a turning point. And so as I'm walking into this new arena, I'm not changing who I am. I'm not. Christ is not what I do. He's who I am. He's changed my life. My identity is not found in a title. It's found in my relationship with Christ. But as I look at this, Alabama's at a turning point. We want Alabama to change. We want things to be different. But if we're going to do it, there's going to have to be a turning point. Someone that thinks about Alabama first, someone that can develop decisions based on a biblical worldview. And when I say biblical worldview, people go, what about people who don't agree with you? Well, I mean, my goodness, Scripture teaches me to treat every person with respect. And that term respect means to hold in high regard. We can agree to disagree, but there's a word called civility that is dead in our country. We've got to resuscitate this, that we can agree to disagree, but you got to know I'm coming from a biblical worldview. If you're going to get scared about that, you better realize anyone who's a governor or anyone in a place of authority is going to make a decision based on some type of authority in his or her life. I'm just willing to get out in front and say, this is how I'm going to make my decisions.
Hello, Becky. Welcome to the program. How are you?
Hello. I want to make a comment on that when y'all was talking about when you turn 50, you got to get, they send you those colostomy, whatever that thing is called, where they stick that.
Colonoscopy kits, yes.
Well, I turned 57, and I've done had 4 of them since I turned 57. So
4 of them?
I know what y'all talking about.
4? You've had 4 colonoscopies?
Oh, yeah.
What are they looking for?
You're supposed to have them every other year.
How's your colon?
4 of them? In 7
night.
years? That seems a little much. Doesn't he? Don't have to have them that quick.
She might
have had an issue.
Somebody's collecting some copay.
She might have had an issue. Maybe she has something.
I think they want you to get one like every other year, don't they?
What?
Yeah.
I think once you turn 50, it's pretty regular.
Serious business?
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
Just like every...
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Have you had another one yet?
No.
You had one while you were put to sleep, didn't you?
Yeah. I thought I'm out. Y'all might as well check.
You're supposed to have another one, aren't
you? Yeah, I'm over D right now. I'm feeling the grief about it.
Tuscaloosa, well, you're going to feel more grief than somewhere else after you've had it.
I know.
Mm-hmm. Carolyn in Tuscaloosa.
Problem is, it's hard for me to not eat any food till I could get off the air to go have it done.
Six minutes now past the hour from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. It is the Rick and Bubba Show. From Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Honored and privileged. Thank all of you for joining us. We only ask for a mere 5 hours each and every day.
Bubba, do you know what today is?
Rick, it is 10-4 Day, also known as National CB Radio Day. Did you know that?
The only way I knew it was I listened to the kickoff hour of the Rick and Bubba Show, and that's when I heard it.
That's a big 10-4.
I had no idea.
I did 4.
But I'm so thankful it is.
I am too.
10-4. 10-4.
Happy CB Day. With a reefer on and a Jimmy hauling hog. There you go. About a mile out of Shaky Town. Happy
a little old combo.
Happy 10-4 Day.
Across the USA,
Don't miss the drop in of the phrase trucking.
Yeah, I know.
All right,
So here's you some history on that. Former President Jimmy Carter designated 10-4 Day in 1978
really?
to honor the Citizens Band Radio Network, which was traditionally been used as a means of communication by many of America's over-the-road truck drivers.
Oh, yeah.
A new survey from Truck Stop, which I assume is a magazine or publication, of 500 U.S. truck drivers reveals that 84% of them plan to take on additional loads ahead of this holiday season. You got to move that merchandise.
Oh, yeah.
68% of the truck drivers say they plan to take between 16 and 25% more shifts ahead of the holiday. 27% said they plan on taking 26 to 50% more shifts over the holiday. So a lot of merchandise got to move.
I mean,
the old CB band.
Yeah, I'm looking for some of the classics, Bubba, and I'm wondering. I cannot find the one that you're wanting.
Whatnot.
Yeah,
which is that is one of the funniest ones that I remember. Now,
Oh yeah,
Convoy
I had
was
it on 45.
Convoy was the most popular.
Oh,
I think.
not even
it
close.
was, yeah,
I think it may have been number one on the chart.
I think it did.
It was called White Night, wasn't it, Greg?
I think so.
Well, the thing,
and we're not going to play Teddy Bear because it's too sad. That one's out.
Right. Yeah, we got.
But the Commodores had one, and then White Night was one I always thought was funny, but it didn't get the airplay that Convoy
Was
did.
it Cletus Maggard?
Yeah, that's it.
That's exactly what it was.
Have you searched him?
All right, let me try that. All right, and that's right.
Cletus
Cletus. Somehow I don't know that he put his,
Maggard.
I don't know if he put his stuff on iTunes. What's his last name?
Cletus Maggard, Maggard. Cletus, Cledus.
So, Speedy, I know Rick and I.
No results.
All right, I'm rolling.
I bet it's
we
on
played
YouTube.
it one time before.
Off
didn't we?
YouTube, probably.
1976.
Have
I'm
you
rolling
got
from
it?
my laptop
Now,
channel.
let's hear it.
Turn your spells to the right and in the night. You hear something good, buddy, say.
Break, we got a pick to take. Our old Smokey's at 43.
A flip flopper.
Now, head of your child and ahead of your wife on the list of the 10 best things in life.
Do you remember seat covers?
People spoke more direct back in those days.
They were.
Madeline, let it roar.
So I'm wondering.
So me and you were in that era.
I had that record and I learned every
Was Greg? Did
single
you ever
word.
get on your dad's CB?
I did.
Yeah. You talking about Yankee
Speedy?
Doodle?
Did you? Were you? That was you came
Don't
along.
you know
after
we were
that,
a huge bip to people?
Hams did too.
Yeah, Hams. Does this culture? Did you know this culture at all?
My dad was actually a truck driver part-time.
So you knew the culture.
So I knew the culture, and we had CB radios in the cars everywhere we went.
Okay.
So when we went on vacations, we couldn't go without the CB.
Well, you had to get
And
a
for
radio
the,
check
and
on
for the
traffic.
kids listening now, it was our version of Waze.
It was.
Yeah. When I
How
get
you
around
looking?
Uncle Mike, he'd crank it up.
How you
But,
looking to Birmingham? Oh, it's clear.
Adler, did you know this culture at all? Huh?
Yes, in Texas, most truckers had them when I was a kid growing up, and I'd get on there.
No, you
and
did
I'd
not.
try to sound cool, but I'm sure people would be like, "Who's this little tiny baby kid talking right now?"
What was your handle? What
my
did
little
you go
tiny
by?
baby
Michael
voice.
Adler had a CB.
My dad didn't have a truck. My dad had actually a gold Volvo station wagon.
But look, my mama's station wagon had a CB in it.
Yeah. We just had them little bitty 2 antennas.
I'm more about my friends' dad's trucks, and I would mess with
Okay.
it for a very short amount of time, and then I'd get told to stop.
Now, Rick, keep in mind he was just talking about being in Texas and how all the trucks, which is a lot of trucks in Texas.
Oh yeah.
But his dad had a Volvo.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, my dad had a gold Volvo station wagon with seats that went backwards. So you could look out the back. It was awesome.
Yeah, well, Bubba, you have to understand. He played in truth.
I know.
I mean,
but he's in
it-
Texas.
yeah.
I mean, how many people in Texas openly admit, "Yeah, I drive a Volvo"?
Not many.
My dad drove,
Back in the 70s.
My dad drove that so long as a point of pride. He was like, "My car is so bad. Check it out. Look what I got going on." It was one of those
That's funny.
situations.
That is fun.
And anytime we have National CB Day, and we've done this before, I guess on another 10-4, and
10-4.
is People honestly,
still on to me,
they
by the
can't
way.
believe that the CB culture was so popular that the Commodores even did a CB song.
It was on B-side.
And I'm gonna say that again. The Commodores did,
and it was a good one.
A CB song called Captain Quick Draw.
N4.
Screaming Eagles.
Yeah, Screaming Eagle. Orange, I think.
Probably so. Could be one of the others.
That's something we need to ask him next time we see him.
Yeah. By government regulation. You gotta get on that skip, baby. Can you imagine the Commodores doing a CB?
That was a little bit better than the White Knight. How about, Rick? It was Cletus Maggard and the Citizens Band. That was the name of the group.
Gosh, that's funny.
Of course, we will, as you said, Bubba, we kind of have a no Christmas shoes policy here and no teddy bear.
Yeah, no teddy bear.
We can talk CB songs all we want. We'll never mention teddy bear.
Rick, he's talking about.
You can't do teddy bear.
The radio he's talking about, Screaming Eagles, was a radio that Browning made, and it had a separate transmitter and receiver. Well, normally when you key the microphone, the receiver shuts off so you transmit so you don't get feedback. Well, they would modify the receiver to drag its feet just a little bit so you get this squeal in it.
Oh, Screaming Eagle, baby.
And the first time I saw a set of Browning Eagles, I thought, if I could just have those, I'd never need anything else in life. You know what I mean? If I just had that.
That first time I grabbed that mic and called out a little break on whatever channel I was on. I remember we used to in our community, if you wanted to go, you had to watch out 19 because truckers would get on.
Yeah, and it was a little rough.
So you had
it was the cutting edge out
I
there.
remember going to 23, and you'd go talk on 23.
Yeah.
And that's when we'd get on there, and I remember hearing the jaywalker out of Jackson.
Yeah, well, I think we got one.
Of course, I was going by my handle, Sneaky Pete.
We had a ball though. We had an absolute.
Everybody had.
We couldn't imagine anything better.
We had fun on a level that very few things meet down there. You know.
Oh, if you asked somebody or 10-20, you couldn't wait to hear.
Some of the storytellers too were unbelievable.
Oh, yeah.
You sit there and just be drawn in.
We'll take your phone calls next on any topic. All 10 lines are available. 866-WE-BE-BIG. You got the Rick and Bubba Show.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I know. Well, preparing for it's worse than the actual event. It's a big dilemma, huh? Carolyn in Tuscaloosa. Go ahead, Carolyn.
Yes, I heard y'all talking about the John Travolta movie a few minutes ago. My niece's husband is going to be one of the main characters in the movie itself.
Is what? John Travolta's your cousin?
No, I said my niece's husband is one of the main characters in the movie.
So your niece's husband is John Travolta?
No.
Okay, well, he's one of the main characters in the movie.
I'm talking about one of the characters in the movie, not John Travolta. I'm talking about his movie.
Now, who is it? What is he playing?
Well, she said main character.
Well, you're right. He is a main character.
Now, you saying this person's in the movie, but when she said main character, there's only a few main characters.
She's screaming at the phone.
I thought John Travolta might be in her family.
You're correct.
I don't know what it is. Do you ever get the idea that Speedy, on purpose, always puts in our show prep almost every day multiple stories about eating and obesity?
No.
Oh, every day.
I mean, it's like they're always in there.
And snakes.
Rick, it's
we just talked about the airplane thing. Is that enough?
As Bubba says sometimes, a big story in the news today, and then that's out there.
Well, some of these things.
Just printing it for you.
Some of these things.
There's about 4 or 5 of them today.
Yeah, some of these things you look at, okay. I understand them, like this one. This is not the first day that I've ever heard you should eat 6 small meals a day rather than less of that big meals. Mm-hmm. I've heard that 1,000 times.
Yeah, I believe in that.
But Bubba.
I've got a slightly. I follow half of that.
Bubba,
6 large meals.
Yeah, the small, or you eat enough in 3 meals for 6 meals.
But I prefer 6.
But what I'm saying is this: just like the other day when Bubba laid out the thing about here's how the hours should work. Well, if you get up at the time that we get up, you're done with all your eating by 11 o'clock every day.
Right.
So that it doesn't work in the real world. Look, would everybody like to eat 6 small meals a day? Who can do that? I mean, who can make that work in your life?
It's a lot of work.
It is.
You got to take your lunch around. You got to have a cooler. You got to have. I mean,
it's a big nightmare.
It's a lot of work.
And most of the times, you look at that's where I think a lot of people make a mistake, and it's kind of what I'm trying to work on now. You better come up with a plan that you can actually implement.
Yeah. PJ Fleck could pull it off, but not many others.
Yeah, I could.
His diet included eating oars.
That's right. So there's the one about we should eat 6 small meals a day.
I just thought y'all would
I've
want
heard
that.
that one 1,000 times.
I mean,
and then here's another one: drinking 700 milliliters of water before lunch, never drink coffee after 2, and snack on pecans. Doctor reveals the perfect day on a plate and what you need to cut out of your diet right now. All right,
how many?
I knew y'all were
What
going
is
to say
what is
pecans.
the milliliters to ounces? I need to know.
I
that,
don't know.
'cause
See, I hate when they
all
use
you right
metric
here.
stuff. I hate metric
Well,
stuff.
you know what a 2 liter looks like, and that's slightly
I got
less
it.
than
I'm
half,
looking it up.
right?
You know what
Of a
I say,
2 liter
Bubba?
drink.
And
it's just 23 ounces.
Everybody knows
I
that.
know
That's easy money.
I know you're
just a big glass of water.
I know you're with me. I think America was too good for the metric system. I'm glad we rejected it.
This is 20 ounces, Bubba.
That's it?
Yep.
You know, Rick, I have mixed emotion about it.
About metric?
I don't like doing whatever the rest of the world's doing just because they're doing it. I'm anti that. Big on that. Now, right. I will say this. The English system that we have all grown accustomed to is a little odd in the way that they have 12 of this, 6 of that, 9 of that. You know what I mean? It's all over the road. So, I appreciated the uniformity of the metric system. But what we've ended up with, Rick, it's a word that I won't use here on the radio that I occasionally would hear my uncle use. We've got a messed up in between because we're perfectly fine buying a 2-liter soft drink, but we want our gas to be in gallons.
Oh my gosh!
It's just so odd how we move back and forth on all this.
Bubba, this guy, the doctor's kitchen.
Our medicine is all in metric stuff, right?
Yeah.
But if we're making a recipe, we want it to be in English.
I know.
I mean, it's crazy. We're some kind of, well, you know what I mean, hybrid.
Guys, this is some Indian doctor being interviewed by an Australian. Do we want to listen to this? I mean, he says that in the doctor's kitchen, and I can't even pronounce this guy's name. He's from London, but he lives in Sydney now.
He got a big old pumpkin there.
Yeah,
he's holding.
And like when I think about this, Bubba, do I see you eating butternut curry? do I see you going dark chocolate with a no milk chocolate?
A lot of work, guys.
Do I see you eating a chocolate cheesecake that is plant based?
No, I've heard a lot there. I like, Rick.
21 minutes past the hour. Phone calls at 866-WE-BE-BIG. As we chat with you today, and always enjoy that. Let's start with Peyton. Peyton's out of Florida, the free state of Florida, checking in. Peyton, how are you today, buddy?
Hey, how you guys doing?
We're good. We're good. Welcome to the show.
Hey, it's my first time.
Oh, I'm glad you called.
I have a question. What do you guys think about it?
Your phone is just not quite getting there. Try it one more time. Hold it up.
Man, the kid was his first time to be on. He seemed enthusiastic, and I was really looking forward to what he had to say.
Yeah.
Try it again, Peyton. We've got so many lines here, and we're moving through them. You might be able to get back through, but we're so sorry. It was just all cell coverage. That's all it was. Greg in Mississippi. Greg, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning. Hey, shotgun on this end. Hey, Frosty Forrest, can you give me a 1036?
722.
Hey, have y'all heard the rumors about Brett Favre maybe coming back to coach like Neon Dion did?
I haven't.
Brett's been in the news a lot. Coaching has not been one of the things I've heard.
There's been a lot of Brett Favre stories. That's not one of them.
I think we got to wait and see how well he coaches the Mean Machine team over at Parchman first.
Oh, Greg.
That's awful.
That's a long way home for that joke, but it was a good one. We continue. Janine out of Lexington. Janine, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
That's Denise from Lexington, Alabama.
I bet it is. Go right ahead.
It is, in Green Acres.
Thank you for the call. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Bub, I just want to tell you, I've been praying for you. So thankful that you're back.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I don't want y'all thinking that I'm not a fan, because I am. I try to listen to you every day. But please explain what topaz is, and when people talk about topaz, what you're talking about.
Wow, Gene, that's disappointing. It really
It
is.
is,
I mean, you call yourself a fan.
Forgive me.
Bubba, you want to tell her what topaz means?
Topaz is a medical procedure where they stick basically instrument into your skin to relieve and let a muscle tear to fix problems. And it totally took on
topaz?
Yes.
Yeah.
And it totally well, you can use it. I did on the bottom of my feet, but you can use it in other things now. But it totally took on a life of its own. Just people just started using the word topaz.
Well,
for other things.
Right, so we called the Chicago Bulls.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah,
Bubba
Bubba
came in one day and he said, I think we ought to call the Chicago Bulls. And all of us thought that was a ridiculous request.
Because one of his players suffered from this.
Yeah. And so we thought, well, that's crazy. We can't call the Chicago Bulls. And so we got a number. We called them live on the air. They actually answered the phone.
They did.
And we left a message for them.
Yep.
And by the way, we nearly called the Angels later on because Pujols, who just hit 703, move over Babe Ruth.
Yeah.
He was having the same issue, and so it kind of took a life of its own because that made I don't know if it made a best of CD, but it was awful funny, and so then everybody started going, well, what do you think about topaz? Because you were giving a recommendation to the Chicago Bulls, which we thought was ridiculous because they
may not have known about topaz.
Well, they
We
may
don't
not
know.
And so Bubba said, well, what do you think about topaz?
Topaz.
Yeah, and so that's where
the phrase came from.
Yes.
Is Bubba suggesting the Chicago Bulls should look into topaz?
Right, for their star player,
right.
Yakim Noah.
In all fairness to the audience who have never heard that bit, they wouldn't, because unless they hear it on a best of that we play when we do like holidays and whatnot, because it's not on a CD. I get this question a lot, by the way, that people don't know what.
Have you ever
where
thought
it
about a
came
little topaz?
Yeah.
Mike in Oxford. Mike, go ahead.
Hey, fellas, how are y'all?
Doing fantastic. How about you?
Hey, I'm doing well. Just left Car Rider line, so I'm much better.
Absolutely.
It's not a CB story, but my dad was a big ham radio guy. Nobody loves that.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
He had our dining room was set up with all kinds of gadgets, and we had some walkie-talkies that we must have got Christmas or birthday. I'm not real sure, or hunting or something.
Sure.
We had the bright idea of hiding one behind his radio, and we remembered his call sign and his buddy's call sign, and so we decided we would do his call sign from his friend, and he would do it back on the ham radio, and we did it about 3 or 4 times, and he started getting frustrated.
So he thought he was getting called, and he was answering, but nobody had actually called. That's funny.
It was us, and it was fun while it lasted because it didn't last long, and he found out, and but it didn't go well after that.
I was about to say, I bet that was the last time that joke was pulled on Dan.
Yeah. But what a good one.
Let's go to Peyton in Florida. He got back in. Peyton, go ahead. Let's try it again.
Okay. Hey guys, how you guys doing?
Good, Peyton. Thanks.
I just want to talk about the Tua Tagovailoa and his concussion and all the crazy protocols they're making now.
Yes. You
What's
think?
your guys' opinions on that?
Well, it's obvious that that the protocols probably are called for. I don't know if you saw his body lose control of itself. That probably isn't good. When your body loses control of itself and your hands get in a fixed position, and you can't and uncontrollably. So, are you saying that you don't think they should do the protocols?
Oh no, I'm saying, but like all the targeting and all that crazy stuff.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
I don't know why they didn't throw the other guy out for slamming him on his head so hard.
Well, that wasn't an illegal play.
Yeah.
See, there's nothing in football that you can really do about a giant man throws you onto the ground and your body hits first and your head hits, that's just part of the game. So you wouldn't be thrown out for something that wasn't illegal.
Yeah, probably what should have happened
Right.
if we're going to play armchair quarterback
Right.
is he would have been taken out of the previous game and not allowed to play for a few weeks, and then the second one never would have happened. But he was told, or he told, or somebody was under the impression it was a back injury, not a head injury, although we saw him staggering around holding his head.
Right.
And the person who made that decision has now been fired by the Dolphins.
Yes, he has. Brandon in Alabama. Brandon, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How you doing?
I'm good. How about y'all? Good morning.
Fired up and ready. We're good.
All right, I have a question. The Georgia and Missouri game, how do you think Auburn will do versus Georgia in this coming up Saturday?
Oh, my gosh. Really? Are you asking that question?
Wow. Auburn will score twice in the first half and never score again. What is the line? Do y'all know seriously? What's the line? No,
is it 50?
I'm kidding you about that.
It can be. I think Georgia will be able to name the score.
Yeah, I think Georgia will completely dismantle Auburn.
Yeah, it will be possibly only Kirby Smart deciding to call the dogs off will save the day.
Yeah, and if Auburn can look at the film on Missouri and Georgia not adjust. And
how many?
Because they'll
29 and a half.
Missouri was able to get to Bennett, and that did bother Bennett.
I'd actually take Auburn if that's 29.
Yeah, but I don't know.
That's not enough.
I don't know that Auburn can do the same thing. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba.
Maybe I misread. I thought the first one
cheesecake.
I thought the first one said Reese cups. I'm sorry.
It did not.
I'm sorry.
You're going to have a cheesecake that's made with a plant-based chocolate. And it's going to have almond and date base, whatever that is. No, dates, I guess, the fruit date. And it also will have avocado in it. Now, I don't see you.
I think I'm always going to eat what I like to eat. It's just going to have to be portion control. Well, and that's that's
we got some work to do there.
That's a problem.
We got some
work.
work.
I did it one time, but I didn't like it.
Did it
There
work?
was a glorious
I lost about 40 plus pounds.
The summer of Bubba.
Well, I'll tell you, that 4 hours was awesome.
It was a SOB, that's for sure.
was.
Summer of Bubba.
He says,
well, you know what? You can do it, though. That proves that you can do it.
I know I can.
You can do it. You can do it. You can. You can.
And
You can do it. You can do it. You can. You can.
And it was very close to what I was joking, and Greg loved the dog bowl.
Oh, yeah.
And you've seen people on TV push this, where you have a little bowl and you need anything you can cram in it.
Here it is,
But it's about as big as a thimble.
Yeah. You ain't cramming a lot in it.
Yeah. Hey, look, for lunch, anything you want to eat that you can cram in that, you can have.
All right, Bubba, here he goes. Here he says things we need to stop right now.
Okay.
Number one, forget to drink water first thing in the morning. You should drink water
I
right
agree.
away.
Oh, yeah. I agree. I do that.
And
I do that.
Having the same breakfast for weeks on end, change it up a little bit.
Oh.
We all need to listen to that.
No, I like the same old thing.
Stop having coffee after 2 p.m. He's out of his mind.
What is he?
I don't. That one I can do.
I don't do that.
I can do that.
I don't go after 2 p.m.
He says if you're sensitive to caffeine, that you need to stop this.
Well, I ain't sensitive.
Caffeine doesn't really affect me. I go to sleep without it.
Doesn't keep me awake. Doesn't do it.
Stop eating high sugar processed foods instead of swapping them. You need to be eating dark chocolate and berries.
Oh boy.
I don't like dark chocolate, but I'll eat a berry.
Stop eating after 8 p.m.
Oh yeah, I can do that.
I'm gonna tell you that's a tough one for me.
Well, during the week it's not.
We're on
sleep.
senior
That bowl
citizen
of cereal,
schedule.
man. Goodness gracious.
Ooh, you
Hard
talking
to
about a
turn
little
down.
cereal? Yeah.
He also says one Bubba. Now he's winning us over. Stop forgetting to eat a little snack between meals.
There you go.
He didn't find what that snack was.
Well,
it's probably some granola crunched up.
Yeah,
something,
some date fart or something like
Rick,
that.
he also said he also said remove these from your diet, the refined carbohydrates, sugars, and hidden sugars, all white sugar, all juice, soft drink, white rice, white pasta, bread, both whole,
I think that's
wholemeal
wrong.
and white, sauces and other condiments.
That's too big a
How
list.
can it be a balanced diet when all that's not?
Sweets, chocolate bars, pastries, biscuits.
Well, no kidding.
Sweet granola bars. Eat real food and real fats. It says.
What's left? Give me an example of that.
I think if you just count your portion, you'll be all right. But I know it'll work. I mean, I know it'll work.
No, it is math. That doesn't make you healthier, but you will lose weight.
No.
Yeah.
It will get rid of the weight.
Yeah. Now, are we going to do that?
No, I did it one time.
Right. Are you?
I'm saying I'm not in the. I'm not mentally prepared to do it again.
Right.
It's kind of like Nick Saban. He did the NFL thing. He's never going back to it again.
Well, in all honesty, you can't.
But I was successful.
But in all honesty, you can't make people. It's not just this in everything in life to do something they don't want to do. I mean, you have to get to the point where you say that's what I desire to do.
Well, you just feel miserable too on some of it.
Wait for Rick and Bubba to hear this tomorrow, and I forgot about it. And now Tim's just reminded me. The Coach Nick Saban at the University of Alabama, there's nothing more fun than watching his press conferences, especially if the journalists will ask him, and I use the word journalist loosely, some questions that infuriate him and annoy him.
Oh, yeah.
And there's one thing that he hates more than anything is if you start to suggest, like this time for Colorado State, that they're going to beat somebody so bad – we're going to put in the new this backup
some
quarterback.
backups. Yeah.
We're going to get the backups some reps.
That's what happened on the Tin Horn that day.
It was. All right, so here it is again.
That's one of the best.
Now, when he starts doing that's when our dad gets frustrated. He used to do his hands together and start rubbing his hands together. This is Nick Saban's rubbing hands together when he starts doing that's when he's mad and he's not sure what he's going to say next, and he's pausing by saying And then this time, I think he just walks out of the room.
He does, and he's disgusted by the reporters asking him what his game plan is for Colorado State. And this is the last minute of a 10-minute press conference. Pretty good.
I know you said Saturday after the game that the plan was to play Tua at some point in the first half. Is that still the same plan this week?
Quarterbacks. We hadn't decided how we're going to play the guys, and I wouldn't tell you if I did. So,
There you go.
I don't mind you asking a question, but I don't need to answer it. But I will call Colorado State and tell them exactly what we want to do as soon as I get out of here. I know Mike Bobo, his dad lives up by my house at Lake Raven, so I just call him up and tell him who we're playing, when, how long, when we're putting them in. We tell them the whole thing. All right? Is that all right with you? So you can call him and find out. All right, see y'all later.
35 minutes now past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thanks for being with us today. Fieldofgreens.com. Loving this product, and a lot of you are too, from all over the country. Fieldofgreens.com. I just restocked at the house twice a day. One scoop, put it into some water, blend it up in the blender. Here we go, and love it. And I'm getting the 6 cups a day of veggies and fruits we're supposed to be trying to consume. It's what our body needs. Tough to get that in sometimes just through regular diet. If you can, then that's great. But most of us, want to make sure that we get that done. And I can tell you the energy, the clarity that comes with using this product, I can certainly feel the difference. And I guess what I don't know how to describe it. Do y'all know what I mean when I say the energy that I'm getting from it is a clean energy?
Yes.
When you do these energy drinks, and a lot of these are not very good for you, you can sometimes get jumpy and jittery, and it doesn't feel right, and you're almost overamped. This is kind of smooth. It's a smooth clarity, and so because my body's getting what it's supposed to get. So, and it tastes good. I know that's a problem. It was for me when some of these superfoods, some people tried this in the past. They were inferior products and they didn't taste very good. But this actually tastes great. With water, it even tastes good. But if that's still not enough for you, if you put it with some orange juice or a fruit juice that you like, it really tastes good. So get yours now by going to fieldofgreens.com. Use the code Bubba. That'll save you 15% off the first order. We'll get you 10% off all future orders. Again, fieldofgreens.com with the code Bubba, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So, my birthday was yesterday, and we as we said, we kind of had celebrated this over the weekend, and so because I knew Monday I'd gotten a call from Mom. Mom and Dad live in a retirement community now, and we were talking about the birthday, and so Greg and I, we have nephews and niece, and so our sister has twins, the Kinley and Reese. And of course they're in middle school now, and so Kinley is part of a dance line, and of course Greg and I, Greg's daughter was a marching ballerina. My wife was a marching ballerina at Jacksonville State.
yeah, our
sister was a marching ballerina at Jacksonville State. So when it comes to dance lines, I mean, we're pretty well versed. The women get stirred up.
Let me tell you.
And so and of course, I'm a fine dancer, and so is Greg, and our kicks are but anyway, so their team was going to be playing closer over on our side of town. And so Mom was like, well, it's, especially when it comes to Sherry, she was like, Kenley, I think would really like for us to come to one of her games, and I think it'd be great if we were there. I know it's your birthday. I said, no, let's just do that. That'd be great. Weather's great, and so we'll go do that. Well, of course, then it's then it starts the whole process of, now we're taking a trip.
Yeah.
Okay. And so I'm, and then of course it's always what time we leaving. Well, the game's at 5. It's dance line, so we really don't even need. I mean, halftime is.
Yeah.
They do some things. I found out in the second game because the 7th grade plays, then the 8th grade plays. I found out that they actually do some stuff also with the cheerleaders that I wasn't prepared for. But
really?
Yeah. So there was a little more to it than I was committing to than I was.
How about that?
But that's fine. I mean, when you're dance line family, you got to be ready. It is a different animal for being football player family. It's a different thing.
Yeah.
And so, but we were excited and proud of her and wanted to go. So it was me, it was Sherry, it was Mom and Dad, and we're headed to a game. And I'm picking Mom and Dad up from the retirement community. And what time are we leaving? It's 5, so we're about probably 20 minutes from the field. So I think I'll probably roll around probably 4:30. Okay. And
got it.
Okay. All right. So are we gonna leave a little after 4? No. I'm thinking maybe I said Sherry won't be home till 3. I'll probably be home a little before that, and then. Sherry's probably want to get her makeup and all this and get dressed. So, you got to be super cute, and then we're going, okay?
Super cute.
Right. And so anyway, so I go to and as I'm pulling into the retirement community, I noticed, Bubba, there was a trailer that was being pulled in by a vehicle. And I'm like, what that's interesting. I wonder what that is. And, I thought, well, maybe it's supplies, some kind of supplies.
Oh, yeah.
And as the door comes down, right when I'm pulling in, they're backing some sort of vehicle out of the back of it, like a race car.
Really?
And I'm like, at the retirement community? I mean, it's what do we?
Right.
And then is it how have you ever looked at something and you say that's familiar to me, but I can't quite place it?
Right. Yeah. Right.
And I looked at it and I said, and Sherry goes, that's kind of antique car, and I said. It's got some like big old, exhaust on it, and big pipes on it, and I said that thing almost looks like it means business. I mean,
seriously,
what are we doing? And then Sherry said, which made a lot of sense, car show, probably going to be a car show.
Yeah,
retirement community car show.
Yeah,
sure.
And I thought
everybody loves a car show.
Yeah,
love that.
Show.
Well,
cruising.
Well, then I see Mom and Dad, of course, sitting already out on the bench.
Oh yeah.
They since a little after 4.
Well, it's cool though.
Right. It's 4:30. Well, you said you was on your way. Right. It's only 7 minutes, so it's probably no need to come out here like before that. But anyway, and I noticed Mom is holding a flyer. Okay. Like you hand out for promotion.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like...
she I didn't talk to her earlier.
She goes, well, I'm not sure what time we'll get back. I said, well, the game's at 5, so we could be back relatively early.
Yeah.
Unless we stay to the halftime of the second game and see it again. I said, from a different view, from the other side.
Well, yeah.
And but anyway, so she goes, well, They've got a promotion here tonight. Mm-hmm. And I said, okay, are y'all wanting to get back for it? I don't think so. Look at this. And I look, and I'm like, well, I can't be seeing this right.
I know it. I read when she told me.
Yeah. And suddenly,
like,
how sudden stuff starts clicking.
No, don't forget where you're at. Don't forget where you're at.
Don't forget where if you miss that I'm in a retirement community, this ain't gonna be as funny.
Yeah.
And I look up, And I look on it, and I see a picture of the Munsters. And I say, the Munsters?
The great TV show,
now,
The Munsters.
Now, keep in mind, my parents are 80, 81.
Right.
Okay. Mom will be 81 in 30 days. Dad's already 81. He was in January.
Yeah.
And so she says, well, they're not having all the Munsters, but I think they're having the guy that played the dad.
No,
and I
she-
said,
no.
The big tall
No,
one?
if Fred Berry's coming,
Fred Gwynn.
Fred Gwynn, that's right. Yeah, that Fred Berry was from Wichita. If Fred Gwynn's coming, this is a huge promotion.
Yeah.
because he's dead.
Yeah.
And I
mean,
said-
he was the judge in My Cousin Vinny, and
Right.
after that, we never heard from him.
Hey, if Herman Munster, original actor, is coming tonight,
I'm
this
staying.
is the biggest Halloween promotion there's ever been.
Yes.
Matter of fact, I think Kenley will understand. Let's hold what we got. And so anyway,
We'll make the second game.
I'm like, Mom, I don't think it's him or the Munsters. And I think to myself, people are going to dress up as the Munsters. That's
Right.
what I think.
Right.
Yeah.
Now,
So we got a Halloween thing going over at Danbury.
over
Yeah.
the retirement community. Halloween has started. Okay. And then I start thinking, well, that's the vehicle. Remember the vehicle they drove up in?
Okay.
I'm like, it's here. And then I look up in the right hand
Rick,
corner.
there it is.
I look up in that car was sitting at the retirement community. I look up in the right hand corner, and there's his picture, Eddie Munster.
Butch Patrick.
There's the little werewolf
I
kid
didn't remember their names.
appearing tonight at Danbury Community Center. Eddie Munster.
Rick.
Didn't we have him on the show one
I
time?
think we
I
did.
think we did.
I think we did.
Is it
brother.
Butch Patrick?
Butch Patrick.
I said, Mom, is this?
I think
is
we
this?
did.
She goes.
He might have been on the car tour then.
She said, yeah, I told you the guy from the Munsters. Yeah, but it's not. It's not who you said. It's Eddie Munster. I said, well, I don't know. It's one of the Munster people. And
With
I said,
the car.
So,
One
and
of
I,
the Munster
I said,
people.
I said, this is not people dressing up as the Munsters. Y'all got Eddie Munster. Is Butch Patrick coming here? And like she goes,
Yeah.
she goes, yeah. There's a chance.
Yeah.
There's a chance to go meet him.
Rick, Q&A.
And I start thinking, I don't know that we should go to the
She
game.
was reading. She was reading all this off the list to me.
I've got to see both of you and all of the people here like y'all interact with Butch Patrick.
Yeah.
I mean,
Rick, I
booked. And what's this car doing?
So we
here?
And he
just pulling
can't
the
even
car
he can't even
everywhere.
go to Superior Grill when it's over.
So we'll come back and I'll tell you how the trip went.
We did have him on the show one day.
Yeah, one more Rick and Bubba coming up.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That's good stuff.
He gets so
He
he's
gets
back-
hit.
he's back- he's
Bring his
back-
shoulders.
he's
Working that hair.
He's so frustrated. Yeah, I tell you what. I'm gonna call Mike Bobo. I know him. He does everybody me, and I'm gonna tell him everything we're gonna do.
That is so good.
And then you can call him because I'm gonna tell him everything we're gonna do. Won the Daytona 500. Kurt, you didn't wait long to get in the playoffs. Right out of the gate. Congratulations.
Well, thanks, guys. Yeah, it felt good to lock it in right away, but you don't even really think about the playoffs when you win Daytona right out of the box. It's kind of like that one coach, playoffs? Playoffs for?
We're really talking about playoffs, but it's good to go ahead and get.
Here we go.
Yeah, go ahead and get that put up, and then you go race the rest of the year. 13th in the playoffs. That does start Chicagoland. What kind of car are we looking like for Chicago? You in good shape?
Yeah, I feel like we turned a good corner. Literally, NASCAR turns corners every weekend. But
right.
Listen to me. The last few weeks, we poured in all of our different notes from the wind tunnel that we found this summer. And, in all honesty, we won Daytona, and we kind of were fogged in on that celebration. But Stewart Haas Racing switched over to Ford this past off season. And once we got settled into the regular season and the temperatures started warming up, man, we were loose, like sideways loose for most of the races. And we've been working on that all through the summer. And I feel like as of late, we're getting it dialed in because, man, we're unloading at the track, making changes on the car, and then we're going right back to where we started. So that's a good sign.
Nothing wrong with that. And so now it's money time now. I mean, here we go for the championship. And, there's a lot of the great thing that I think a lot of folks, if you love NASCAR, one of the big intrigues is you guys have to drive in so many different environments, so many different types of tracks, and it kind of weeds out. The cream kind of rises to the top. But when you look at what's left on the playoffs, these are tracks that you usually do pretty well on.
Yeah, the 1.5-mile tracks, that's our standard size and speed, but yet all these 1.5 miles have different character to them as far as older asphalt, warmer temperatures, cooler temperatures. You know, the banking is definitely different at all the tracks. And so, you know, Chicagoland is a great place to start our playoffs because we only race there once a year. Same thing with Homestead, Miami, the final race for the championship. We only race there once a year. So it's good that works out in the schedule. And then you get to you know, the tracks that have been on the schedule forever, like Loudon, New Hampshire, Dover, Delaware, you know, Talladega Super Speedway's in the mix, and you got to be good at all of them. That's what the challenge is these next 10 weeks.
That's right.
Kurt, I know the playoffs have changed around a little bit over time. How do you like this current setup of drivers dropping out after every little group of races?
Yeah, this one's more cutthroat. You know, there's millions and millions of sponsor dollars on the line, and if you have one little Jimmy Johnson had a part go bad a couple years ago, and didn't advance out of the first round. It's like, man, that's a little weird, but what it does is it's very comparable to college basketball and the brackets that everybody fills out.
Yeah.
Or the NFL. You know, you can have a 10-6 football season looking good, and then you get to that first round and you lose, and you're like, oh, well, that wasn't so good. So you just got to bring your A game and stay away from those pitfalls every week. And that's what it is like in all other sports when it goes down to the championship.
Is it different, though, when you're driving out there and there's not as many cars? I mean, you're used to a big field. I mean, when you're down to like 8, is that kind of strange?
Well, we still have all the other cars out there. It's just that only 8 are eligible for the championship.
Okay.
And I like that. I like that time of year because you can keep track of 8 cars better than you can 16.
Well, now that is true. And then you get into these people, like you say, they're just racing to try to win money at that particular race. Do you go, hey, guys, look, there's only 8 of us left. I know what you need. You know what I need.
Do you wish they weren't, that they would take them off the track?
Well, yeah, now you're down to all kinds of. But do you go over and try to find? I know that everybody, especially restrictor plate racing, you're always trying to cut deals. But do you go over and say, look, I know you want to win some money. I got it. You're not in the playoff. I'm still in the playoff. Do you try to? I mean, you want to work within your team, but sometimes you know you got to try to work outside the team too on the playoff.
I want to give you a serious answer, but that's boring. So the funny answer to that is I just check birth certificates, and if the birth certificate was born in the 90s, man, they're going to have a harder time figuring it out.
That is good. And that may be the serious answer, too, if we just didn't take as long to get there.
Then you can pull the Ford card. Hey, man, we're both Fords. You help me out.
So when you 9 minutes now to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. It's coming February 24th and 25th to our hometown, Greg and I, Oxford, Alabama, the first ever Man Church Conference. If you're one of the over 500 churches all over the country and even around the world that are doing the curriculum and the strategy from themanchurch.com, we're all going to come together for a conference. A lot of the men who teach that you hear us talking about, they'll all be there for one weekend. We'll have a breakfast that you'll get an invitation to if you're a church leader to find maybe us answer questions you may have or tell us how it's going. We'll all be together, and also we'll be introducing the newest resources. We'll have a brand new curriculum ready to go, another 31-day devotional as well. So you'll see the latest that we have available all in one big gathering coming up February 24th and 25th. The tickets are reserved, so keep that in mind. If you're putting this off saying, we'll just grab some tickets and we'll stand outside early and run in and grab a seat, this is not going to work that way. We're doing discipleship, fellowship, and high challenge all in one conference, and we're reserving your seats for your group or for yourself so you can have that the whole time that you're there. So those reserved seats are on sale now, and we have them priced early bird specials now. Go ahead and grab those, get those done. Great gift ideas also, ladies. themanchurch.com. Just click on that, or rickandbubba.com, and you can grab those tickets. And we look forward to that next year. A lot of hype, and it's going to be good to get home. And we even got some fellowship stuff lined up for you and your men's group to go have a great time while you're in Oxford as well. All right, so we get in the vehicle knowing that the Monsters promotion is happening. We're leaving the retirement community, and we're attempting to go to a middle school football game to see my niece and as part of the dance line, okay? And so remember,
was Butch Patrick on property?
Right, Greg. Remember that we've, and look, we all remember this. That you've had kids play in sports. I'm not in that world anymore, but I remember it. Communication it's all over the road. Helmsy, you're still in it. Adler will be heading into it. Speedy, you've got a little bit of it going on, still having kids playing ball. But you can get bad information like where the game is, where we're going. So first of all, I know that when I sit down in the seat, I'm going to have Sherry's going to instruct me on how to drive, but now so is Mom and Dad. Okay, so and look, I'm hardened by this now. So, but I know it's coming. We don't get, Greg. How far is this community to the road that we know where we live is 280? Is it even a mile? Before I'm on 280,
it's less than a mile.
Less than a mile.
Half.
So less than a mile. Now I need to turn right 4 miles down this place, this very busy road called Highway 280. 4 miles. Do I need to turn in the direction of where we think the game is? Don't miss that. Okay. Oh, I don't know why you're not over here in the far right lane.
Oh no,
right? Yeah,
she gets in that lane. If she's got to turn.
Yeah,
mile, and even if it's held up, she will not get out.
That's Mom from the back seat,
and she wants me to do it too, just like she would do.
Same thing.
Really?
I don't know why you're not over in the right lane. Well, Mom, the reason why I'm not over there is there's an 18-wheeler in the right lane, and I'm going to weave my way and try to get up past this 18-wheeler. Sometime inside 4 miles, I'm gonna move over to the right.
I got 4.
When I get down to the actual turn.
I can even use the last 300 feet.
Right. Yeah. Oh, I couldn't do that. I'd already be over there. Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am. And Mom, if that works better for you, that's great.
Yeah.
Well, you're still over here. Yes, ma'am.
She did me the same.
I'm gonna stay here until I get on past the 18-wheeler.
I got time.
Doesn't look like you're going to be able to get – these people are slow over here than I think you thought they were going to be. Yes, ma'am, but I think I still have time to get there. Hey, let me ask y'all something. That's Dad. Where in the world are we going? All right, we're going to middle school football game. See Kenny dance. Okay. Well, where is it? I said, well, we're going to turn right about Sherry's like, did Sissy tell you where we're going? That's what we call my sister. Yeah, we're all going to the middle school. Okay. So we work our way, and this goes on and on. I'm told where to turn, where to stop. We're just about get to now keep in mind, I've had to tell everybody that, unfortunately for me, there's fields there that we're not playing on, and I know that. But there are the fields. Uh-huh. Well, it's that field that now we go to games at this field. No, Mama, it's not. We're not playing there. That's not even a regular size. A regulation side football field. Now, Little League games were played there when some of the boys played Little League. Well, I'm pretty sure we went to a game there. We did. You are right about that. Well, that's probably where they're playing. It's not. No, they're playing at the actual school. And I'm sweating knowing the fields are coming up on my right. Oh, here they are. No, that's not it. We're not playing. Well, there's fields everywhere out there. Yep, I see them, Rick. There's fields everywhere. Yep, you're right, but not one of them is our game, though. Well, there's people out there playing. You're right about that.
That's
just
allowed.
not our team. Okay, so then we just about get to the middle school, and here it comes. Oh, I got something from Sissy. Okay, we're at the wrong place, and I'm like, what? They're playing at the high school.
Oh.
Now, unfortunately
that's a long way from where you're
at. Unfortunately for Metro Birmingham,
especially that time of day,
the schools, for some reason, they'll have a middle school, no exaggeration, a half hour from the high school.
It's,
Straight up.
Now don't miss that halftime is when the dance line comes out. Okay?
Right.
So you starts at 5. So now it is.
Honestly, without traffic, you got 15, 20 minutes without traffic.
20 easy.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm aware.
And that's every day for a lot of people having to go to the high school.
Yeah. So I announce. I would like to announce that we will not make the kickoff, but that does not matter because Kinley does not play football.
There you go.
Okay. She is going to dance at halftime.
That helped.
We will still I want to announce to everybody who's going to say we're missing the game.
Don't panic.
Missing the kickoff is irrelevant to our family.
Right. Yes.
We have nobody playing on the team. Okay.
How'd they take that?
Oh, I'm looking at the map. It's 20 minutes. Rick, it says we're not even going to get there to 5:20. You're right. That's probably right about halftime. We'll probably have I'm going to guess 3 minutes on the clock when we come in before halftime. We're not going to make 5. No, ma'am. No. 5's impossible.
Because it's 5 now.
Is the game not at 5? Is the game not at 5? It is absolutely at 5. Kenley's not dancing at 5, though. Let's all say it like that. Kenley doesn't dance at 5. It's impossible to be there by 5. 100% impossible. Y'all want to go back and see Eddie Munster? Y'all just want to call it? Y'all want to go see Eddie Munster?
Butch Patrick has arrived.
Should we give up on this journey? Does everybody want to bail? Okay.
Don't forget it's Rick's birthday.
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Rick.
Yeah.
Knowing that the 7th grade and 8th grade plays, I know enough about this. I said, believe it or not, if we miss Kenley's first dance, she dances again at that
worst
8th grade
case scenario.
Yeah.
Right.
We'll watch her dance for the 8th grade team.
Yeah,
okay. We'll. Well, I just hate we need to be there. I know. I said, I'll tell you what. I wish. Bubba's heard me say on the air that we should be flying in little automobile flying cars now.
Cars,
yeah. So that was me all the way there. We walked in with 3 minutes on the clock before halftime, as predicted.
All right.
And we did see Kenley dance, and we had a great time, and it was a wonderful experience. And I slept like a baby.
Rick and Bubba.
I mean, but I'm looking at your 2017, and it's been a good 2017. I mean, you've pretty much been in the mix. I mean, there's a few exceptions, but I mean, when you look at 5 top 5s, 13 top 10s, and I know you finished 6th, because we're based out of Alabama. We cover all the other markets too, which I want to talk about all of it. But Talladega Superspeedway is where we all grew up. Going there, you finished 6th there. I mean, you've been very competitive, so you ought to feel pretty good about your playoff shot.
Yeah, I mean, in a nutshell, we've had 26 races for our regular season, and we have 13 top 10s. That means half the time we're having a good day. There was a few races where a driver made a mistake pushing hard, and, we had the comfort of winning Daytona and locking ourselves in the playoffs. So I was pushing hard a few different places where I shouldn't have been. We ran into a couple mechanical issues, which those happen for a team, and you got to have those because you got to learn what's the weak link and get those out of there, and that way you're ready to rip for the playoffs. So I like where we're sitting. We're coming off 3 straight top 5 finishes. We poured everything into it for the Southern 500 and just kept it rolling from there.
What about being in a Ford? Is that big a deal in the modern day to you? Was that a big adjustment?
I really enjoy working with the Ford people.
Right.
In all honesty, there's a lot of similarities to the manufacturers, but the Ford people, to me, they just feel like family. I like when Edsel Ford comes to the track, his son Henry III, and just the whole group at Ford. They know they want the best out of you. You got to give it to them. But yet at the same time, they're like family. They'll take you out to dinner and everybody hangs out.
So Stewart-Haas racing team, this seems to be a good fit for you. We just talked about how successful you've been with other teams, and I don't want you to have to give the negatives on the other teams. You may have had great times there as well, but do you feel like this is a good fit? It looks like it is.
Yeah, it's been great the last few years, and just settling in with a group of racers like this. I mean, Tony Stewart is a legendary driver, and his car owner status continues to improve each and every year, and he's a very patient owner, which I know that sounds funny because he didn't race that way. But he's a very patient owner, and it's fun to work with him and everybody here, and I'm sure my contract status and the way it's all circling around will just kind of settle in and then be the same thing for next year.
Well, yeah, because you get to go to Tony, come on, Tony, you're one of us. You know the deal. Come on, man.
Take care of him, man.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, we remember how you felt? Come on. Let's talk a little bit because in the second set, the second race does come to where we all grew up going to Talladega Superspeedway. I know that at times it cannot be a favorite of drivers. It is definitely a favorite of fans. They'll be part of Junior Earnhardt racing there for the last time. That hype will be in the air. But as far as the playoffs, this could be one that can be difficult to circumvent. You finished 6th, when you race there. Does that help when you have a track in the playoffs that you've already been there to make some adjustments, or is Talladega just Talladega, and you have to just wait and see what happens?
It's Talladega. You just got to wait to see what happens. But the Fords have won all the restrictor plate races this year. So that's definitely 2 thumbs up heading into that race. You already know that you've got the best stuff, and that'll help throughout the weekend. But there are so many variables that can pop up at Talladega that, not most of them are out of your control, but you just got to be smart. You got to race around guys that you feel comfortable with, and you got to look ahead. I mean, that is the whole thing at Talladega, is looking ahead and trying to see and predict when the wreck's going to happen.
Yeah, it's not if it's going to happen. It is. Let's be wise about how it affects us when it does. And you got to.
Yeah, you just gotta. Yeah, if you feel like you're in the outside lane and everybody's getting bottled up because of older tires, that's a vulnerable spot. So you try to work yourself to the inside lane to be able to have an exit route, so to speak.
Yeah, Kurt, have you ever been around a group and you're like, oh, good Lord, and told your spotter, get me out of here?
Yeah, I got to get out of here.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, you're looking at car numbers going, ding, 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 ding. Okay, no, this isn't working out.
Yeah, this is not a good group of numbers.
We've all felt that way on the interstate a few times.
You look around and go, oh, that number's here, that number. Now that birth certificate thing comes back in your mind.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, you said it. I didn't. But I'm sure some people say that about me. Like, oh, look, 41. Okay, I got to go.
Oh, gosh,
look out.
It's Bush. Move me. Hey, well, look, good luck in the playoff. I'm with you. I like this format. I think it does bring fans from all sports because everybody loves a good playoff, and I think this is a great system. And you're right in the middle of it, so congratulations on that. And, best of luck. We'll be following along your progress as you head toward the championship, and then we look forward to seeing you when you come to Alabama at Talladega Superspeedway October 13th through the 15th as part of the playoff. So thanks for taking time to be with us.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Looking forward to seeing you in Talladega and all of our races on NBC, so check it out, guys. Thanks.
And don't forget, coming up this weekend, we kick off the playoff. Thanks, Kurt. Kurt Busch checking in with us. The playoff starts 3 p.m. Eastern Time on NBC Sports Network this weekend. So you're going to be looking for that at Chicagoland, then it goes from there. If you want to make plans to be at Talladega Superspeedway, Dale Earnhardt Jr. races for the last time at Talladega. It's playoff weekend. We cover that. Colt Ford, one of Greg's favorite, and Concert, powered by American Ethanol, as part of the Talladega weekend. You've got the Truck Series will be racing and qualifying. And, of course, the Monster Energy NASCAR Cup Series, the Alabama 500 will be going on. That's 6 minutes past the hour from the No Name Studio out on the bleeding edge of technology. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for a brand new hour. And Bill Bubba Bussey's got it like he likes it. He's back.
Glad to be here.
Glad you're here, buddy.
Thank you.
From email, talking about the story last night, then we'll move on. I saw Rick last night at the middle school game. My son is in the middle school band where we were playing. I've been listening 20-plus years, huge fan of the show. I don't miss it. Been to the golden ticket seats. I wanted to come up and say hello. I spotted y'all a mile away. I bet you did. But you know what? This is the thing you don't expect. I could not do it because I was totally starstruck by seeing Coach Burgess, a.k.a. Pop. I wanted to say happy birthday to you, Rick, but Pop was there. It was too much. I literally love the Eagles like he does, and I quote, can't nobody do what they do all the time. I love y'all way too much, and for something, I guess something about seeing Dad, she said, well, I just couldn't get past it. I was starstruck by seeing Coach out there walking around.
Boy. How about that?
Yeah, by the way, people are asking, by the time we got done with the game, and it was great, and we got back, it was, now, because we didn't get back to, Bubba, hang on, 7:40. And it was like a tumbleweed blowing through the community theater. The car trailer was closed.
Already gone. Huh?
We looked in, and Butch Patrick, because, you know, if you're going to have a gathering, it's got to be around 5. And once we hit 7, you know, the community retirement community shuts down, and it looked like that the party had ended wild into the night, like around 7:15. So
paper blowing out.
And I know you hate you missed it. I kind of would like to have seen the layout.
Well, don't you wish I had a picture right now with Butch Patrick and Mom and Dad?
Oh yeah,
huge.
So nice. People are sending us pictures that have met him. Said he hops around.
That's his deal.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You ever tried to get across town to another stadium with all that going on? Mm-hmm. Well, you need to exit. It says at exit 19. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Not yet. Well, you're not going to get over? This is 17, exit 17. I'm going to try to get through the traffic here. We need to get off at exit 19. It says it right here. Yep, Mom, I'm so glad that you know how to do Google Maps. It's big. It's big. This is exit 17. Well, you get to get off at 19. I'm all over it.
Got it.
I'm gonna work my way over here.
Move past the slow traffic.
I'm aware. I'm gonna try not to, whip over there with 3 miles to go. So anyway, we now have the kind of stuff that we love. Bubba, there's a couple of jewels here today. Watching these ongoing protesters come onto fields. And if a protester can come onto a field on Monday Night Football and get jacked by one of the teams,
love it.
I mean, what is better than that? And we got a couple.
This is kind of the human version of running of the bulls.
Right. This person is running with pink smoke coming off of them.
Yeah.
Is this? I know it's October. Is this breast cancer awareness?
I don't think so.
It's
animal rights.
Animal rights.
Yeah, I know. I was just a little joke there. Yeah. All right. So
it ought to be soon.
So here we go.
Oh, yeah. There he is. There he is.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
And he never saw the helmet coming because of the smoke.
Don't miss the Manning brothers. Don't miss the Manning
Now
brothers.
get out and let these guys take over. Here you go. Oh, yeah. There he is. There he is. Yes. Oh, yes. That's what we're talking about. Wagner, a veteran, right? Get him down. Now get out and let these guys take over.
That's good.
I wish he'd have targeted.
But how sad?
He did hit him with his helmet pretty good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. How sad is it to throw away your life on animal rights running on the NFL field?
Point.
I mean,
with the pink smoke.
Look, here's from the press box.
Yeah.
Wow, what a shot.
Goodness gracious.
Well, I think all these people that violate this and get on the field, they ought to really feel the pain of their protest.
100%.
Yeah, I hope that guy's got serious.
Yellow
headache.
Jacket's trying to get to him. He's a little too quick. And I'll take care of it. Oh, Yellow Jacket down.
Well, if you can get a DB at the NFL level to help you can get one down.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Then let Yellow Jacket take over.
Right.
So I know I shouldn't do this. And if y'all want to wave me off, just wave me off to try to understand this idea that somehow if I run onto a massive sporting event filled with pink smoke coming from something I'm holding as I run, that people will wake up and say, we mistreat animals. I don't know how this works. I don't understand it.
Yeah. Rick, I didn't realize the plight of animals till I saw the guy running with pink smoke. Right. Now I see it. I'm aware.
This guy's name was Alex Taylor, and he was trying to draw awareness to two members of a group he's in Utah that are accused of stealing pigs to try to save their life. And
he wants us to free the pig stealers?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And is that what we're talking about?
Because they trespassed, they broke an entry and stole somebody's pig.
From Smithfield Foods Farm. They were trying to rescue pigs.
And you realize how
they
many
were
pigs
stealing
are in there.
pigs.
They couldn't get maybe two.
Mm-hmm.
What's the point?
Yeah, if you're going to go rescue pigs, you better have the thing they had the Munsters car.
Big trailer. Yeah. Load them up.
But I
don't know what you're going to do with them. I will cook a pound of bacon today just because of this.
Absolutely.
See, they have it all wrong.
I guess that's right. Is there one person? I'm talking about people who might even care. I think these things actually make us take them less serious than more serious.
It does.
Don't you agree?
It does.
Get up and give us a talk and put a nice suit on and let's hear what you think about how pigs could be treated better. Now, there's a lot of things you could probably get people fired up about. Kittens and puppies usually work pretty good.
Yeah.
But bacon, I just have to break it to this guy, and he got hit by a DB over this.
Mm-hmm.
Bacon is just too good you're just never going to get the masses to turn on bacon. It's just not going to happen. Can you imagine trying to stand up as a lawyer?
Sausage is not bad either, Rick.
No, it's not. Sausage is great. But can you imagine your assignment is to stand up as the prosecuting attorney and to get a jury to go against bacon?
Yeah, it's going to be tough.
To get people all
Jackie
over the
Childs
world
wouldn't
against
even take
bacon?
that case. You know,
No, right.
No.
Rick, Jackie Childs wouldn't touch that case.
Wouldn't even touch it. I just don't know why you would do that. And he paid a price.
I love the hit. I wish every one of them just got decleated.
Yeah.
Because look, it's more than just a protest. There's safety issues. We've been on the sidelines before. All the things you have to go through to be down there. My gosh, I don't know how anybody's sneaking on there.
I don't either.
I don't either.
They checked our pass 50 times.
Yeah, they really did. And then Santa got on.
And Santa was out at the logo.
Greg, you gave him a speech about it.
I told him, I said, you over here fooling with us? I said, St. Nick's having a ball out there.
Yeah.
Don't you think maybe they should worry less about the people actually credentialed and maybe more about pink smoke and Santa Claus?
We got to stay in the right place.
About people who may be a jumper, come over the side.
I just... And this bunch is called Direct Action Everywhere.
Yeah,
I've never even heard of them.
And the goal of the
They really
protest that we were talking about them highlighting, apparently Paul and Wayne, part of their group, were accused of smuggling 2 piglets from the Circle Flower Farm in Utah in 2017.
They got 2 of them, y'all.
Yeah.
2017? Or they
3 other activists were charged in the case but took plea deals from the prosecutors.
I didn't make a deal over my pig snatching charge.
When you see this guy running with pink smoke, getting jacked by a linebacker from the NFL, because I'm looking, he actually is a linebacker, and you see that, is there anything, honestly, your honest reaction is, I take these people very serious, and I too want to save a piglet, or I think y'all are a bunch of loons? I got to go with the latter.
Again, if he's worried about his 2 guys, so basically we're supposed to go, hey, drop all charges against them for stealing pigs because we saw this guy run on the field, because that's what he wanted to bring awareness to their charges. So hey, drop the charges, Rick.
And Direct Action Everywhere, they actually shorten it to DAs Everywhere.
There you go.
Now
maybe they'll throw this guy in the cell with his buddy.
Now that I believe.
Yeah. This group's been busy. If you remember earlier, they disrupted the Rams Buffalo Bills game.
I remember that.
And then earlier in the year, they interrupted the Minnesota Timberwolves game.
Which was the one that tried to glue herself to the floor of the basketball game? Was that animal? She got out there and tried to glue herself, and the glue didn't work.
Yeah.
Yes.
I just think, when I see that, I think we need to put more money in mental illness.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
They are free to come to the O'Reilly Auto Parts, golden ticket seats, better parts, better prices every day. Okay. What? I'm not going to say that. I see you looking at me.
He's waiting on the Wolves.
I think it's very fair. Okay. I ask a stupid question.
Okay, little fawn who's walked out into an open field.
It's on me.
All right, let's say this. Let's pull the curtain back. Curtain coming back.
I'm not going to say no.
All right, so we've always told y'all how things are, what we do for a living, the good, the bad, the ugly. Now, there are times that we all do interviews. Look, we'll do interviews, and we will sum up. One of us, or both of us, will know a lot about it, and we'll do fine. And then we'll do interviews where we kind of know a little bit about it. We don't know as much as we should. Mm-hmm. And then there's the interviews we do where we don't know anything about what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay.
And all of them are very, very entertaining.
Right. And so we always have cheat sheets and things like that. And in all fairness, Bubba doesn't follow NASCAR as much now as he once did. And
when he did, it was on the old format.
I asked a stupid question.
Well, but I knew they had worked with this playoff format, and I was reading the little info sheet here, and the way it's written, I thought, well, my goodness, they're just pulling drivers off that didn't make the cut.
Well, they're out of the chance for the cut.
Yeah. They can't win the championship, but they can win the race.
Oh, I understand. I understand now, and there's no way that makes sense because that's how they've done it in the past.
Right.
I got that.
But what the part I want everybody to know, so I'm in the
at
interview.
the end of the first 3
My
races.
favorite part of this, Rick, was I really want to open a curtain. You ask him after you asked your question, do you have anything?
No, I do. A lot of you don't know we do sign language. Right. If we're in an interview, and of course I'm in the one seat.
You not see this?
I'm in the one seat, so I get it set up and we get started.
This is my favorite part of it.
And so I'll look to Bubba to see if he has a question for said guest.
Yeah.
Right.
And normally he'll give.
And I either give him to come to me or wave off another round.
So I thought, am I going to do?
Well, he had a great first question, so he got a little cocky.
Well, that was my point.
He did.
So he looked at me and said, I'm ready. I'm coming in. and so when he came in, it was a fantastic question.
It was.
And I even felt Kurt Busch respond to it in a very positive way. Yeah. But instead of pulling a George and going out on a high note, Bubba got confident and thought, hey, I'm going to ask one more question. And sadly, it was a very stupid question.
I admit it was very stupid.
Right. And
I want to call Kurt Busch back and ask him what he really thought about that. I did too. Gee.
No,
I can't believe this guy.
You know he does a lot of interviews. He says, man, I got the dumbest question you've ever heard.
There's
today.
some guy thinks that when we say we get down to 8 cars, that only 8 cars are on the track.
Well, I might tell the marketing people they need to rephrase it.
Well, Bubba, I hate to say it. They think that statement is so you'd have to really know nothing
clear.
About it to just really think
I
that.
thought, man, they've really changed up that
It was, of course, I want to play the question back. When you're out there, you normally have 8.
Sorry, it's been lost.
How about this? But I will say this. I find myself, I wish we'd have gone for one more question because the next one. So, Kurt, have you ever,
down to 2.
Hey, Kurt, have you ever met Lightning McQueen? He seems cool.
Well, look at there. Time for a baby prediction. I wish we could talk about it more.
And listen, when we immediately go to break, he knows what's coming. He goes, okay, so I asked a dumb question.
What does your father do for a living?
What's the father?
Kurt, so I can't remember when you were racing. Were you racing when Tom Cruise was racing?
I should just down the bar. It's funny.
What about that stroker ace?
That Ricky Bobby, he's a handful, isn't he? Is he to make the playoff?
Okay.
Look, but you knew it.
And look, a lot of
It's
people
all
didn't,
fair.
and we brought it
It's
to
all
light. But I love the way your complexion changed.
But that first question you had was
Golly, it was
fantastic.
so good. And then he got cocky.
Well, it's like when you have me interview these tennis people. I'm a nervous wreck that I'm going to say something like that. So I try to just stay out of it.
I don't think you're going to get a God bless you, Bubba, from Kurt.
God bless you, Bubba.
Like you did from Michael.
I'm just not going to read these sheets anymore.
Ricky's got it.
Okay. Time out. Bubba just says he's not reading the sheets anymore.
Well, see, here's the bad part for
sheet.
Speedy and stop it and play that back. We don't have this segment.
No. Please play it back.
Is it different, though, when you're driving out there and there's not as many cars? I mean, you're used to a big field. I mean, when you're down to like 8, is that kind of strange?
Well, we still have all the other cars out there.
Can we get that put on?
It's even worse than I thought.
Me too. I actually had glanced at my notes and didn't know it was that bad.
Rick.
Rick and Bubba's show. Here we go. So, just kind of let you know, we've been talking about this entire year. Believe it or not, we have been in the No Name studio on the bleeding edge of technology for 10 months. We're in our 10th month. It's hard to believe. So anyway, there's always trying to figure things out. You know, there's the bathroom thing that we've covered, and will be the theme of our Best of CD coming out this year.
Somebody was hollering in there earlier.
Yeah, a lot of bathroom fodder. The ever-changing, which is going to get to what we're about to talk about. The other one is the ever-changing access to where you need to be on the various doors. You have to go through codes and cards.
Speedy mess one up.
Yeah, this is locked. This isn't locked, and we changed it. Now we're moving the door over here, and
you got cards, you got codes, you got secret handshake.
I'm all
code.
Yeah. So the way that we got accustomed to was that we have a card to get in the main door. And then we have codes and cards to move within the building.
Now, either that's just before 7.
You can go either or.
That's where I was headed. And then after 7, it's supposed to be access to the door coming out of the parking lot. It just opens.
Yeah.
Well, Bubba goes out the other day to enjoy the beautiful weather, and he gets stuck out there and can't get back in after 7. And we were like, how did that happen? So now a murmur campaign started that now that door is going to be locked all the time too, and you're going to need your card
Who
for
started
it.
that rumor?
And that murmur.
No.
But then today, I'm hopeful that it's a malfunction of the door.
I think that's what it is.
And then, Speedy, this led to an awkward situation you got yourself into.
Yeah, and you set that up great because yesterday in the hall, I bumped into some other employees of some other businesses, and they're like, hey, have you heard about this door, exterior door? It's going to stay red now, which means locked. And it was in the middle of the day or right around lunch. And so that's what I was assuming this morning because when we came in, it was before 7, like Rick said. So I'm going out because we thought it might still be locked for breakfast delivery, and I just wanted to make sure they weren't stuck out in the parking lot, right? Yeah. So when I opened the door, I didn't check to see if it was red or green. I just opened the door. And when I opened the door, I saw a gentleman who looked pretty loaded down with a duffel bag and a backpack or whatever, and he was walking around to go to the front. Well, I assumed, which I shouldn't have, that it was locked, and now he's having to go all the way around to the front.
No, you were trying to be nice.
So I shouldn't have, but I interacted with him. I said,
you got a problem with that.
Couldn't resist.
I
You
know,
could not
I
resist.
did. I wanted to help the man because I thought he's going to have to walk all the way around now.
Sure.
I know you told me not to talk to people, Greg.
You let that big heart get in the way.
I said,
Well,
hey,
he assumes stuff.
well, I mean, I think I scared him. Hey, I got it now. It's open. He looks back. It's open now. If you need to get in, and
he didn't,
and he keeps walking forward, and he stops and he looks back at me again like he's kind of indecisive on.
He don't know if you're talking to him,
right? Or should I stop or should I not? And I said, yeah, I'm. And for some stupid reason, I felt like I had to tell him what I was doing, right? You know, it's like,
hey, just so you don't.
Yeah,
know.
just so you know, we're breakfast and
The door's been
waiting on
sticking.
breakfast, but I got it open, hold it open now with my leg. You know,
Now you're holding it open for a guy who doesn't
right.
need to come in.
it.
And he kind of looked back at me and he said, almost like a child, I kind of want to go through the front door. And I thought, okay,
you were
well, that's
making him go through the
I was
back door.
about to make him go through the door I wanted him to go through when I think the whole intent probably was to I've got to go through the front, maybe use the bathroom, something. I got him using the bathroom. I don't know why. But he wanted to go the other way, but I was trying to get him to go through this door after telling him all about my morning and
why
I was out there and everything.
this.
So then I closed the door, and after I felt really silly doing it, and he goes, and that's just me now. And now I'm sitting here and I look back at the door and it's as green as green. And I'm thinking, well, it's not locking.
So it's not even locked.
It's not even locking. So I did all that thinking it was locking, and he was walking around front the whole time. He was unlocked.
Well, it's very confusing.
And he didn't want to use the
He
store.
never tried. I've tried to tell you,
But it was an extremely awkward moment.
You can't fix everybody. If he's having to walk around the building, let him walk around.
Well,
the
I
building.
thought it was locked again, assuming. I know we
night.
can break it down.
Yeah.
I thought it was red.
Come on back.
I thought it was red, and I was just telling the guy
gotcha.
who attempted to go in, I've got to walk away because he looked loaded down. You
Rick,
know what I mean?
Here he is going, I don't want to go in there.
He said, I kind of want to go through the front door.
Well,
DA?
Well, if you think
I
about
just
it,
felt so stupid.
if you think about it, if he's just a guest to the building, all Speedy is trying to do is trap him in the stairway.
Yeah, right.
He wouldn't come in our studio.
No, but I'm thinking if he's going to the front, why did he park over here? You know, in my mind, I was thinking I was
I'll
helping
give you
the man
that.
out. I thought I was helping him out.
I don't want to
But
go
instead,
through there.
it was an extremely awkward moment of, you know,
I guarantee
he wasn't
you,
sure
he was
what
too
to
far
do.
gone that you should have just let him go, even if he was.
I almost lost sight of him.
I tell you what he thought he was. He was some kind of grabber that was trying to trap somebody in a little room in here.
Oh,
He
yeah.
watched Jeffrey Dahmer and he got scared.
Greg, I don't.
But-
why you keep bringing him up lately?
Because that show.
But for
Netflix.
some, and it's something I've got to correct. And Terry has talked about it when we go for walks and stuff.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
Is I don't need to tell him what I'm doing. There's no reason for me to tell him I'm waiting on breakfast.
Rick, I love when he keeps passing them more than once.
Oh, yeah.
And he thinks he has to engage them every time.
Yeah. Wait, well, you said
hey, still doing it.
It's that superhero thing he has that we've been studying for years.
I don't know.
He thinks he's supposed to be helping and fixing, as you said, Greg, everybody.
Yeah. See, I would have looked at that guy and went, he might have been trying to get his door, but he's so far that way, heck with it.
Here's something else you do, too.
I thought maybe a guy would have looked around and goes, oh, thanks. Okay, good, yeah.
And I do this to some extent.
Speedy
I've
wants
kind of
to be
learned
a
this
friend.
from you, okay? But the whole, I feel like I got to tell people what I'm doing.
Right,
it doesn't just stop there. Once you do that, and if you see them give you a green light to engage, then you ask them about the rest of their day. Yeah. Hey, what's the rest of your day look like?
He does.
And he does that. And that's a good question to ask people to interact. But it's when you do it sometimes that I'm like, somebody, oh, my gosh, he's going there.
I got somebody in this building that he needs to just go interact with him, and they'd have a great conversation.
Oh, no, I see him. I see him.
Oh, y'all can sit down. It's going to last for an hour.
Yeah.
I'd probably put together some rhymes.
I feel like I need to go to an overgreeter anonymous class.
Wouldn't you love to come and see them two hung in a conversation?
Oh, well, I'm going to see if I can't make it happen.
Please.
They're my friends.
I just thought I was doing good, and apparently I made an awkward moment.
He was nearly in the front door, and you tried to turn
Well,
him.
Speedy, I don't know what you call it. It's some kind of thing. Betty has that, too, where if she's just calling somebody on the phone and needs basic information, she's going to tell them about her whole day and what she's doing and why she's calling and, about that movie she saw. And I'm like, Betty, too much information. I mean, you just want to know. Hey, you just want to know what time the restaurant opens.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you're just so friendly you can't help it. It's just oozing from you.
Well, apparently the door's back green now, so it's open. So just know that.
And I think, Bubba, this is a good marker. You're talking about Betty and Speedy, and I've had some conversations with people I know and love that have the same issue. If you've ever called anywhere and nobody answered, and the time they allow for a message runs out.
Mm-hmm. It's too long.
I didn't finish my message. Yeah, it's probably too long.
Yeah,
I have to be honest. I take the option of erase and start over. I have.
Oh, I'm sure.
And been real short.
Tighten it up.
Hey, Speedy, call me.
Yeah, that'll work.
When we come back, by the way, if you think Scary Ball Man's trying to get people to walk in a closet, that's not what's going on.
Yes.
Just a nice man trying to help.
Yeah, I just thought I was trying to help, but apparently he wanted to go around front.
Yeah, that's where he was going.
We come back. Bubba's in a dilemma. Let's help him.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Trevor Morgan. Love That Way is the name of that one. Bubba, here's some things you need to be aware of. Bluebell Ice Cream, dropping off ice cream today.
Number one.
Larry Talton, 80 days around the world. He checks in today. Hong Kong.
Hong Kong boy.
Hey, Hong Kong. So we'll that's we're looking at all these different things you hear about a lot about. Larry unpacks that later today.
Yeah, I'm going to get my maps out and look at that one.
Those of you that are talking about have different views concerning immigration. Once again, we take you and point you toward Europe, France, England today, London, breaking news, subway blast, terrorism, knife man shouting Allah. I guess he didn't.
Ali Akbar.
It just said Allah here, but I'm sure it's Akbar. Attacks a soldier with a knife who was patrolling in Paris, France. So here we go with this again. So we got a couple of those breaking right now.
I don't want to start just a fun-filled day with a lot of bad news, but I think we have to point this out. Again, in London, you had one, possibly two explosions. Reports are varied right now, just because there's craziness in this, but as many as 20 people possibly carried to the hospital. Also, they just said that they were looking where the explosion happened, and the device did not fully explode. So this was only a partial explosion. It failed in its design. But we got that going on in London, and then over in France, as you mentioned, we have a soldier attacked by a terrorist with a knife. So Hey, how's that immigration policy working for you?
So would you say this, and I can deduce this, I think, can't you, with the superpower of common sense? So it is true that some Muslims who come into your country are coming in as terrorists, and that's their sole reason for going. Would we agree? Would we say that's true?
I would say that is true.
So
if
that's
you are going to have an extreme vetting process from people who are from a religion who, by their own declaration, are trying to kill all of us.
On that same note, can we say that for our country, that it's apparent when you read the headlines and look at law enforcement that there are people who come into our country from Mexico who are criminals?
Yes.
Right. So that's true too, right?
Yes, that is
true.
true.
So what I'm saying is not everyone is in either category, but some are. So the only way to kind of give yourself a shot at trying to figure out what their motivation truly would be, you'd need to what? Screen them out.
Vet.
Right. I don't know why that's such an unreasonable statement. Yeah. And I told Bubba just the other day, on 9/11 this past time, the 16th anniversary. I watched a very in-depth, and I know it's been out there before. These have gotten really good because you know what? It's been 16 years. We kind of know the whole deal now.
Yeah.
And so I watched the from 1998 all the way to 2001 what happened. And I have to ask the question, do we not learn anything?
No.
No, we don't.
No, we don't, Rick. No, we don't.
Have we not learned anything? Guys, the biggest problem is these people, at one time, we had one of these gigantic, and I'm going to use a term that I can relate to, and I think this would still be accurate, computer that is constantly taking all these different scenarios and these different people with some things on their resume that doesn't look good. Did you know it had actually pulled together the main four?
Really?
And said, hey, these four are
trouble.
Are putting together.
Watch them.
They're networking somehow. This is not good. And one of them was denied a visa, so he came out, but they just replaced him with somebody else who got one.
Right.
But how about our intelligence and the system we put together said to the people who need to now act, hey, I don't like how these four look. This doesn't look good. And because of different presidents that were in at the time, and when it was brought to that with this administration's attention or whatever, they were kind of like they never got around to it. Never followed
We'll get
up,
to that.
Never followed up on it. Couldn't quite get the finger on what was going on. So now that we can go back and sadly say we had 3,000 Americans killed that day.
Oh yeah, over.
Yeah. So they said, okay, now that's horrible that happened. But for those people who lost their lives, couldn't there be one thing that would make you feel good if this was one of your loved ones? That now that something did happen, we can now sit there. It's over. It happened. And yeah, that I can make it through. Yes, the only way. CleanPods.com/Bubba, a smarter, better way to clean. And Betty agrees, not just Bubba's Betty, but a listener to the program who emailed and said, thank you for introducing me to these amazing products. I am a clean freak, just so you know, decided to give them a try. They do the job very well. They'll leave your house smelling fabulous. Thanks, guys. Love the show. Listen when you recommend products. And you could be like Betty and go, what do you mean clean pods, Rick? Well, here's what we mean. For less than $10, each product will give you at least 5 full bottles of cleaning solution. That's easy math, $2 for a bottle full of great cleaning. It's a different way to do it. You pick the bundles, the type of cleaning you need. They have bags with the pods in them. These are gel pods. Drop those in the spray bottles that they provide. Add the water, shake it up, Bubba, and we're cleaning.
Here we go.
It's a better way to do it. I mean, people are falling in love with this. Our wives love it, and you can too. We'll get you 10% off any bundle that you pick. We'll get you free shipping. Go to cleanpods.com/Bubba for that deal, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. All right, so just understand before we get into this next conversation that we have a weird way of coping. We will have conversations that people normally won't have. and the way we do things is a little bit different, but it works for us, and it works, I hope, for some of you in the audience. But I know for some of you, when we get into topics like cancer, we understand. Bubba told you his story with his father, and I don't think there's anybody on this show or in this audience that unfortunately has not been touched in some way by cancer. That's how prominent it is. We all have people that have had victorious stories of the battle with cancer, and we've had those that it was just horrible and everything in between. But when you get into this world of being diagnosed with cancer, I mean, Bubba, you have a legitimate question to ask. And today, the pathology report, you already have an indication that we have good news today. We announced that, but right. Just talk about what you were saying.
Well,
it's legitimate.
I ran into someone that I know, haven't seen in a while. Yesterday, I was out of town, and they were inquiring about my health, and I appreciated that, and so I kind of told them the story, updated them, and they said, "So you got cancer?" And I said, "I had it," and they said, "Well, you don't have it now," and I said, "Well, they took it out." He said, "So you're in remission?" I said, "I don't know if that's the right term to use." He said, "So are you a survivor?" And he was and I'm like, and we really never landed on anything at that point, but on the way home, I got to thinking about it driving. You know how you think? I go, I don't know what I am. Right. I don't know what category I'm in. Somebody tell me.
Right. If somebody said in today, speaking at our gathering, is Bill Bubba Bussey, and you're there, say, for the American Cancer Society, and they would they call you
a cancer survivor, Dr. Bussey?
That's what I call it. Cancer free? Am I?
Do you want me to tell you what the National Cancer Institute says about this?
I know you're not clear for 5 years.
Correct.
And then you're like, I'm clear.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I don't know. What is it?
The National Cancer Institute and Roswell Park Cancer Center clinically define a person as a cancer survivor from the day of their cancer diagnosis onward, as long as they are alive.
Okay.
So in that case, you're okay to say cancer survivor.
Okay. So you're you're currently surviving.
Correct. Right. You got cancer and you are surviving.
You're a survivor.
In whatever stage you are of that.
Correct.
The fact you're still kicking, you good.
And what I'm seeing here about remission, remission can be a couple different things. You've got complete remission, where all signs and symptoms of cancer have disappeared. If you remain in complete remission for 5 years or more, some doctors may say that you are, quote, cured. That's just what I'm seeing from cancer.gov.
So I get 2 or 3 terms.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah. I didn't know. Caught me off guard.
So
I really didn't know how to answer.
You're a cancer survivor in remission.
I'm a survivor.
Yeah. Well,
but not cured.
Because we
haven't been cancer free for 5 years.
But you don't have right? What was the remission? It was no symptoms.
Well, that helps.
Yes,
that helps.
Remission can be partial or complete. In complete remission, all signs and symptoms are disappeared. And then if you're in complete remission for 5 years, then some doctors would say that you are, quote,
knowing
cured.
We just don't want any pop-up thunderstorms.
No, and because of that, because I protect little Rick, as Sherry says.
Right.
I would have to say, so what's going on, Burge? I'd say, well, you know what? It looks like currently I'm cancer-free.
Yeah.
And I would always say currently.
Yeah, that's a good answer.
Because you never,
because unfortunately,
you're a scan away from how you got to handle.
Right. Yeah.
Yep.
And so, and then I would, so right now we're just moving forward, and hopefully today that report is going to be no further action at this time. Just scans every 90 days or something.
Yeah. To start with.
Yeah. Start with. Hopefully that's going to.
Because them things can, they move pretty quick.
But I see the dilemma. People start saying, so what do you
I was like, I don't know what category. I don't know.
Right. Well, yeah. And plus you have to be careful. You don't want to do that great bit that Brian Regan did about when they ask you how bad you are on a scale of 1 to 10 at the emergency room. And he was afraid to say 10 because he was afraid a true 10 would walk in.
Oh, right.
Who says they're a 10? And the guy's got like a leg sticking out the wrong way and all that. And he said, I wanted to say I was a 10 because I'd get attention. He said, but I was afraid a true 10 might come down and get
then
on.
what?
You know, so you don't want to grab a label. Somebody says, who said they're in remission? You know, right. So you have to be careful. You know, you grab a title and somebody gets on you, you're not remission. So, these are legitimate things we think about, but I think other people do too. I don't think we're alone. We just, for some reason, voice it.
Yeah, I guess after the discussion, I had to ride a little bit, and I was like, I don't really have a good answer to that.
I don't know my title.
What's my title?
Yeah,
Right.
maybe the doc can help you today too. But I think we've settled on it.
I think we have.
Yeah, I've got a lot of questions.
Oh, I bet you
got a pad full of
yeah,
them.
you do. You surely
And
do.
rightly so.
You know, I got to thinking, again, I think people think the things we
Escort
think.
me to the pet scanner.
They just don't say it, and we just think it and say it. I think that's what makes us different.
I know.
And so I was thinking to myself, everybody's tried to get on Skinwalker, that you dabbling in Skinwalker has caused all this.
Dabbling in it.
And
I watched it on TV.
Why are you dabbling in it?
And I came to the conclusion that I think that in a roundabout way, which would give us a much more positive, that Skinwalker actually saved your life.
So do you think the aliens scanned me? They knew that I had a problem, and they directed gallbladder problems so it'd be found.
Wow.
Skinwalker calls
pretty
you.
impressive.
Skinwalker calls your gallbladder to scream. Your screaming gallbladder, probably arranged by the aliens,
Right.
calls to the doctors to go in to look, and while they're looking at the gallbladder, in my mind they scan left. I don't know why.
Right.
His eyes went left. He said, "Hey, what's this spot on the liver? I don't like that.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I don't like that at all."
By the way, speaking of that, have we heard from Travis or anything after? I mean, we had a conference call. Everybody was fired up.
Bubba, when they heard your situation, they went silent.
They said, "And we're out."
Don't draw that line back to us. Well, you never know. Travis might even say, "What am I doing? I'm not going back out there."
But Rick? What if we had gone out there
and
then this had happened? I would have thought.
Now that's different.
And I'd be so mad.
Me too. I was like, idiot.
And then
I
keep having all this shadow pain because of us working together so long.
Oh, I know.
Like twins.
I know.
Like,
Yeah, I had a side cramp the other day. I thought, I don't know.
Well, that's one thing I am going to ask the doc today. I said, look, I was sitting here with a ticking time bomb. Had no idea, wouldn't have known till it's too late. There's other people like that. What do they need to do? What can they do? I mean, of course, you talk to your own doctor.
Which is a better way of saying I'm trying to ask this on behalf of JT.
Yeah,
Please tell me you've let him know you're okay.
But I mean, even if I had gone to, and I get physicals every year. And, I mean, I don't know that with what they do at the physical, they would have caught that.
Probably not.
Well, you've had a physical since then. You had a physical and they didn't catch it. So it took a scan. Was it a PET scan? Cat scan. It took that for them to notice it. They don't just give out CAT scans every day.
I thought they never even noticed it. They noticed it by going in and looking and seeing it.
Well, they did, and they said, we saw something on the CAT scan, wasn't sure.
Oh, okay.
And then, once they started doubling back, they go, yeah, we got a little something here.
Are we referring to it as a little something?
A little something. I did. But, the CAT scan's really non-invasive. That's the donut. And you don't even have to get the teeth.
And I actually, because of this, I actually looked it up because I feel like we probably need to get one. It's $200-300. If you, I don't know what insurance.
What's
would
the
pay
PET
for that,
scan run?
It's in the thousands.
The PET scan is good too. It may not catch all of them are a little different. What they but PET scans good. A lot of people I know that have these. They call them executive.
Hence the thousands.
Yeah, they get a PET scan every year.
Yeah,
ankles to ears.
But if if it's life changing, life saving, I mean, a couple $100 CAT scan once every couple years.
Well, you can hear JT's voice in the background. And it's the only way you ever know.
And to your point, Bubba, I want you to ask
a heart
this.
cath every year. That's dangerous.
Today, I want you to ask this: should we be getting CAT scans once every couple years?
Yeah, I mean, maybe we should set up CAT scans so you can get more of them.
Part of your physical.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba's CAT scan.
866 We Be Big is our number.
If we had a good tabby, we could do it.
Right.
Thought y'all give me more on that. Good tabby, it's a cat.
Got it.
CAT scan.
I'm going to use a dog because I'm going to PET scan.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Happened, and these people gave their lives on that day, and we learned so these kind of things wouldn't happen anymore. or at least we'd minimize them greatly, and we're not going to repeat the mistakes that we made during that time that ended up contributing to their death.
You would think.
I hear in my headphones what I'm saying. It sounds incredibly reasonable. And so I don't know what this new thing is. It's almost like when you see people chanting about open borders, they might as well be chanting, "We don't learn. We're naive. We're delusional." They might as well be chanting that. And if you don't believe that, just look at these two stories today. Because we're trying to treat the Muslim population in this country the way Europe is treating them.
And it ain't working.
And we're not.
That's the bottom line.
The
Rick. It ain't working.
The only reason why we're not talking about Germany today is nothing's happened again yet. But things have happened. Germany, France, London, that is not the way to do it. Can we all agree with that?
Yep.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
We got on the topic of armadillos.
Well, my history with armadillos is fairly limited. I mean, we see them when we're out hunting sometimes. I usually don't fool with them.
They're loud.
They get to digging and scratching, and they are kind of noisy. But,
noise.
it's just kind of hey, they're there. I've never really had an issue with them. But I've never had one in my yard before. And
Helmsley has.
I have.
I'm amazed. I went out one day, and I thought, we work pretty hard to keep the yard in good shape. Mama wants that yard looking good, so we have to keep that in order. And I came out, and I thought, my gosh, somebody's been riding a four-wheeler through here.
Oh, no.
Tearing up the yard or something. And I went, and it really what it looks like is somebody got a rototiller and just went through the yard about 3 times back and forth. And I thought, what in the world? I started looking, and it was, I could tell it was where an armadillo had been digging. They eat grubs and worms and all that.
Worms.
And
carry leprosy.
They got little.
Look, I'm digging.
They do. By the way, I've heard that rumor back and forth. I went and looked it up. They carry the bacteria that causes leprosy. Now, they don't say they carry leprosy, but they carry the bacteria that causes
They're
it.
infected with it.
Good news, it doesn't seem to be starting a leprosy epidemic.
Right. It's unlikely for humans to
We
actually
haven't
catch
heard a lot
the
of that.
disease.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't want to be playing.
I don't want
with
to take that
dead one,
chance.
You know
No.
what I mean?
No.
So
How about this? I don't want to hold anything that might have leprosy on it.
yeah.
I give you that.
But I don't hold a lot of armadillos.
And I've heard all the jokes, and we've made the jokes about a possum on a half shell and all that.
Yeah.
They do have some pretty good armor. So I got to figure out how to get rid of these things. And I started looking. One of my neighbors is so fed up. He told me there's a bounty on every one I can show him I've killed.
Yeah.
And I know I've seen some people in our neighborhood trying to catch them, herd them into a trap, with a little fence and stuff. Yeah. But, I really prefer a more straightforward approach.
Two things to be aware of, Bubba. That shell is a lot. That shell is a lot tougher than you think it is. So if you're going to go gun route, it needs to be high powered.
Right.
It's going to ricochet if you don't. 2,
high powered, like in how high?
Well, I don't know that you.
Not that I would be firing a weapon in our neighborhood.
I don't really think that's an option because of that.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah,
I think
where
a
you
22
live.
would take care of it if we're just.
It takes care of them where I live.
Now that being
will it
said,
go through the shell, or you got to get them in a crease?
I'll get them.
If you take the golf club or machete approach.
Yeah, didn't you beat one with a club?
You need to understand something. They can jump a lot higher than you think they can.
Very high.
Guys, they can leap.
And they don't see good, so you can come at them straight up.
Here's what I do. If you'll get a flashlight and get it in their eyes, it'll blind them. They don't know where they're going.
How do we ever find them out there? How do we know when they're out there? We got to still hunt.
Here's what I did. I patterned them with a Moultrie camera.
Yeah, that's what I got to do.
And I went and found the times, and then I set my alarm. And then that takes some work. You're going to have to take some work.
Well, can I tell you how I caught mine? It was a couple of them that was coming out. The dew on the ground in the mornings, I could tell they had like a little path that they were coming. I could see where they were coming out every time. So I patterned them because whenever I was leaving for work, I'd see them scattering. I'm like, okay, so this is
what did you do to get rid of it?
Huh?
What'd you do to get rid of it?
I just got rid of it.
I was unable to kill mine, Bubba, but I will tell you this: it was 2 nights, and I took golf clubs to it. Once to the head and once to the shell. I missed the head and hit the shell, and that hurt, by the way. However, here's the thing. I don't think I killed it, but I sent a message and he never came back.
Okay.
So I think that will actually
I
do
heard
it.
they can be discouraged by being aggravated.
Yes.
Well, listen, that's because I had one that I came
Your
home
grubs
one day.
weren't worth it.
Mr. Buddy was over at the side of the house going crazy. I walk around there. One had burrowed up under the slab on my air conditioning unit.
Yeah.
And he come out of there, and Mr. Buddy run him out of the yard. I haven't seen him since.
Now, Rick, they'll dig a hole unbelievable.
Oh, listen, you don't
Rick
understand
just
how
brought
far
up
up under he was.
Rick just brought up the point. They're going
It is 9 minutes to the top. Not to watch the screens. Cause it's ruthless. Tell me you're ruthless. Blood on the streets in Baltimore. So as we make our way back, Bubba, this is, as soon as I saw this video on the list today, I thought of you. When I see this number 7 on our list of videos today as handed to us by YouTube producer Eddie Van Adler. The title says, Chimpanzee Paying for a Pizza Delivery in Russia. We're going to have somebody deliver pizzas to the door, and a chimpanzee is going to answer the door for the pizza.
And can I say that I sent this to Adler because he and I will communicate a lot the day before.
Yep.
And I just saw this on Twitter, and chimps, we've been talking about animals so much now. It was just bizarre. I think this is maybe a year old or so, but I've never seen it.
Okay. And I've never seen it. I know this sheep bucket is also old. I've seen it, but I'll take it again today.
Yeah. I just haven't seen this one, and I don't know if it's a skit, if it's set up or what, but it's bizarre.
Okay, all right. So here we go. And this is in Russia.
Yeah, delivery man. He's knocked on the door and he's opening up the pizza.
Well, I like that thing, keeping that pizza warm.
Yeah,
that's sure enough good one. All right, so Bill Bussey.
He's got a pair of blue jeans.
Mm-hmm. And he's paying for the pizza.
In jeans.
That's that.
Yeah, so there is somebody. There is somebody behind the door because they open and close it.
Yeah.
But they do send the chimp out to.
What if that chimp would attack?
That doesn't look like a normal hall.
Yeah,
that looks like it's all set up.
Right,
It's
but
set
is
up,
it not?
It's still funny.
It's a little taller than you want.
Right. Yeah.
You
know,
it's like a
managed.
basketball
He's very
chimp.
tall.
Yeah.
He's very tall. And so he goes back in and. But now the chimp is able to go get the pizza and take the money out there.
And he's rocking a vest.
Right. Well, he looks fantastic.
He
He's
really
dressed fantastic.
He's ready for an event right on
Could
campus.
you take that chimp, Rick?
No, that's where it stops.
You don't?
That's
where it stops.
No, chimps, that's a different game.
Once they become adults,
that's a different game.
they'll rip you.
I don't
rip you to shreds.
I don't tangle with chimps.
Boy, their power.
Once I've beaten the kangaroo and the wolf, I'm out.
You see what you said?
Right, yeah. Also now this one I've seen this too. This sheep in this bucket. Have you ever seen this?
Oh
one?
gosh,
I
this
think
is
so. Didn't
good.
we show it one time?
I don't know if we've ever shown it, but I've seen it before.
What about the sheep in the bucket?
Yeah, 'cause it's one of those things. If you've got anything that's throwing you videos to watch, you've seen this one. But this sheep thinks he's got it going on with this bucket, and it goes real bad. I mean,
Boy, they'll transfer their weight forward.
Look at him backing up.
That sheep says, "I'm gonna show you something."
It goes head over in the bucket. That's good. Look, he ain't sure.
He's like, nah, I'm gonna try the bucket thing. Yeah.
Look, I'm backing up, get a running start.
Yeah.
Golly.
Head in
Why
the bucket.
is he charging a bucket?
Bubba, you just never know.
He doesn't know because it's his territory, Bubba.
I'm telling you, he gets
That right there is
slammed.
awesome.
I mean,
He gets completely flipped.
I mean, that's so good.
Head in the bucket. Head in the bucket.
Oh yeah.
Oh boy.
Good night alive.
So anyway, that's
Sheep's on the ground because a head in the bucket.
let me ask you this: Would you rather watch that sheep over and over again?
Yeah.
Would you rather watch chimpanzees answering doors, getting things, or would you rather watch protesters being tackled by NFL football players?
Oh, Rick.
I mean, those are all good. I mean,
It's close. Now, if you throw bears being shot with tranquilizer guns out of trees, landing on trampolines, that would win.
Right, yeah.
But I would have to say protesters being decleated is my favorite.
Right, yeah. So
as entertaining as they all are.
Right. So we have some Biden stuff today too. I don't even know what to say about 1B. I need 1A to get to 1B though, don't I? So the president is in Puerto Rico.
Yeah,
we got time for it.
Yeah. We've got about 3.5 minutes. So
let's see it. Let's see.
Yeah. So here he is.
We haven't had a Biden update today.
Yeah, he's in Puerto Rico, and so what does he mean about bringing brings storm to Puerto Rico. Is it storming in Puerto Rico? Is talking about the
the
hurricane?
He was there.
Okay.
Was it Fiona? This
is back when that happened. Okay.
And so he was there to let them know America's standing with you.
Okay, I got
and,
you.
you know, we care about you, that kind of thing.
Okay. Here he is in Puerto Rico.
Well, my name's Joe Biden, and I don't want the headline to read, Biden brings storm to Puerto Rico.
There must be some bad weather there.
So I'm going to maybe have to cut this a little short. Let me start off by saying that Jill and I, and thank you very much for that lovely introduction. Jill and I are...
She's so nervous back there. She's so nervous back there. Can you tell her?
She's doing, I think, what we all said she ought to do. She's on guard. She's
Right,
ready
yeah.
to grab him. She's ready to get him off the stage.
So now the president's going to tell us that he was sort of raised in a Puerto Rican community.
Sort of?
Yeah.
And so I was sort of raised in the Puerto Rican community at home politically. And so we came here for a long time, both for business and pleasure, since you're part of the Third Circuit Court.
He was raised. I was sort of raised in the Puerto Rican community at home politically.
And then he went on to say because they were part of the Third Circuit Court, which I read was actually wrong as well. So he's nothing that he's saying makes sense.
Is there a large Puerto Rican community in Connecticut?
No, he's saying he was raised in that type of community because of Delaware's large minority population.
Oh, that was Bob Kerry in Connecticut in the large,
correct,
Puerto Rican community there.
Right. Yeah.
So he's saying because of the large minority population that he grew up in
Delaware,
he was sort of raised in the Puerto Rican community.
That's it. That's a stretch, but yeah.
Yeah, I've just never really thought of Delaware as being a hub for that.
I know. I didn't know.
And then he was in Pennsylvania. That's what we hear about Scranton all the time.
Right.
So
where the men make out on the street corners all the time.
Yeah, right.
Because they love each other, Joe.
And then
in the 50s.
Yeah, and then he went on to
right
claim that the climate crisis means more extreme weather will continue.
Well, Puerto Rico has been hit by a lot of hurricanes all through recorded history, and probably will continue to be.
It's kind of because
he blamed Hurricane Fiona's strength on climate change.
Yeah, because we've never had any
strong ones before.
Yeah, that's a new phenomenon we have.
But he was worried about it, but jumped right back on something burning a lot of fuel and headed right back, didn't he?
He did. He did. Yeah, he didn't go over on a sailboat.
But in fairness to him, he thought he flew there with his arms flapping. Top of the hour. Thanks for being with us.
Rick and Bubba.
Come in and spray or put something down that will kill that, then they have no business.
Well, we've
to your
had so
yard.
much rain.
I know.
You're going to have a lot of that.
Yeah. And now Howard O'Neill says he's got a trap for you. He said he uses coon traps with cat food.
Watch it,
and they'll go right in there.
Really?
Yeah, I saw his text.
I had one dig a hole
I didn't know
some
what
of
he was saying there for a minute. I had to look.
Look, I had one dig a hole in my backyard. It was like a burrow.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He got all up under my air conditioning thing.
Will a crossbow take care of one?
Just watch out for the ricochet.
It'd be kind of fun.
Will it go through the shell, or you got to get it up?
I think it probably will.
Front.
Give it a shot. I don't know.
I don't know about you shooting across.
Bubba, do that. Just tell us. I'd like just for the fun of it.
Fly out of that.
I know, but I mean, you're going to have to be real accurate. That's a small object.
It's not.
In the dark. Let's not forget that. And you got to do a sneak attack.
I have
measured. They can't. They'll have their head down. They're not going to. If you'll sneak up on them, they won't. They won't hear you.
But what you're saying is so true about the sneaking part, and they do. Yeah. But now you can't move
the light.
But you can't move the light around because by you moving it around, they see it and they're gone.
Yeah.
So you got to be careful with that.
You better hope it doesn't jump on you with its deadly claws and put leprosy on you.
Yep.
I'll deal. I'm not afraid of an armadillo.
Oh. Wait till you see it jump.
Oh,
that's what the leper said.
Bigfoot's coming, so you better watch out. Lock your doors and bolt your windows. Bigfoot's on.
Bubba, let's start with this one that has a story. We have a local man in the Panhandle in Bay County, Florida, that says, "Look, since 2009, I've went from skeptic to believer, and I've witnessed Bigfoot many times." And he has, and he wants everyone to know that he does have some footage that he believes to be Bigfoot. He's also found handcrafted weapons made from sticks, large footprints, of course, and he's made a cast of them for the record. Here is the story. The man's name, I can't pronounce his last name, Dustin some kind of, is that Toot Hope? I don't know how you say his last name. Toud Hope? Or here is the story from Bay County, Florida. Here we go.
Thought to be a legend or a myth, at least, one local man says Bigfoot has been said to be spotted in the Panhandle.
Southport resident Dustin Toothope says he first encountered the creature back in 2009. News 13's Kelly Grossfield spoke with him about his investigation and has more.
Toothope.
One day in 2009 turned a skeptic into a believer. Dustin Toothope was forever changed while hunting in the Apalachicola National Forest when he says he encountered a creature like no other.
Kind of made me a little unnerved, and I tried to tell my friends about it and stuff, and they just, thought it was make-believe or that I was seeing things. So I really know what I saw, so then I just kind of went on looking more for it and just kept finding more and more.
Toothope says the animal looked like a cross between a gorilla and a bear. It was Bigfoot.
They're pretty scary. They got a muzzle and ears that will stand up or lay down. And on 2 feet, it resembles a werewolf.
Since that first sighting, he is determined to prove what he saw to be true. He and his friends set up cameras throughout the forest. Cameras said to have caught the sights, heavy breathing, and growls of the creature. He even says that signs seen here in the Panhandle match the signs of other sightings across the nation.
Subtle tree breaks, but in markers that kind of are territory markers or show direction of travel.
Along with video footage of what he believes to be Bigfoot, he has also found handcrafted weapons made from sticks and large footprints that they made into a cast for record. Toothope says Bigfoot is real, and for those going into the woods, be prepared.
It's serious. It's not a joking matter. It's not something that people are just making up. They're really out there.
In Bay County, Kelly Grossfield, News 13.
That's the first, if I'm not mistaken, and we've done so many Bigfoot stories because, by golly, we're not going to miss a one of them because I love them.
Yes.
I don't recall ever anyone reporting a muzzle.
That's and the ears and stand-up ears. That's the dog face he's talking.
I wonder if he didn't see a bear.
Sounds a lot like a bear.
The bears have the muzzle.
Yeah.
Is he not just seeing a black bear?
He said the ears stood up too.
Yeah.
Well, anybody ever heard anybody describe Bigfoot as looking like a werewolf when it stood up?
Never.
No.
That's a new deal, right?
Yeah.
He said it looks like a cross.
I go with bear.
I think he guy's seen a bear. I think he's seeing something, but he's seen a bear. Now that big old footprint's a dandy.
The footage, the video that he had, we couldn't tell because it was way off.
It was just a black something moving through there.
Yeah, I'd like to get a closer look.
It didn't look that tall. It looked like it was close to
Looked
the
like
ground.
it was on all fours or something.
Yeah, it did.
Like a
Which
bear.
would go back to a bear, yeah.
And it was funny to see a Moultrie camera on a Bigfoot story.
Yeah. That was kind of neat.
Well, so this guy, I think this guy is credible on that he's seeing something that he thinks is something out of the ordinary. And I'll say this again, and I'm not trying to tell this guy he didn't know what he's talking about.
Right.
This thing where we start saying they make tools and they put up they break trees. We don't know that because we've never seen any to study. We don't know if that's the behavior of
territory markers.
Could just be a bunch of rednecks out there. But I will say this: there's not really a history.
That looks like a bear.
That Bigfoot likes hot weather.
Huh.
You don't see him a lot down in the Panhandle. Not enough big old growth and all that. The trees aren't big enough.
Right.
I mean, if you're going to go with normal, usually we're out in the bigger, deeper, old growth giants forest. I mean, he's got some trees here, but it's nothing like what I usually Bigfoot's drawn to. And with all that fur, he's not real big. And you've been down in Florida this time of year, it's awful. So
I like the growling and everything.
The growling was probably there, but that would also be a bear, right?
Could be.
Could be.
Or an alien.
There's always that.
All right, let's get our Bigfoot stuff through. A North Carolina mom. It is 6.5 minutes past the hour. From the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world, you have the Rick and Bubba Show. 28 years and 10 months we've been at it. 28 years and 10 months.
How about that?
Thanks for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Adler, all here. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for being part of the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
We will be taking phone calls to start the hour. We haven't chatted with you very much today, and we miss you. So let's have a little chat at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Calvin Speedy Wilburn takes phone calls, as we have no intern today at Rick and Bubba University. But he'll take the phone calls. He'll get you ready to go. Any topic that you want to talk about, you can kind of direct how you want the hour to go. Terry is going to get us started. She started with us, hopefully, back in Gadsden when it all began, way back there in 1994. She now listens to us on Z93 there in Gadsden, Alabama. Terry, thanks for your patience, and welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Well, thank you. I have been a long-time listener all the way back to those days at Q104.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
But I wanted to tell Bubba specifically, I am a 2-time cancer survivor.
Wow, congratulations.
I was diagnosed with, thank you, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma in 2014, and I am in remission with that. That means it can come back at any time. Even after 5 years, they still consider you in remission.
Right.
Now I have breast cancer, and I just have quit fighting that, and they call that NED, which is no evidence of disease. So when you're not in remission and you don't want to say you're a survivor, the doctor will say, well, there's no evidence of disease. So a lot of people in my breast cancer group, we call each other NED because that's what the doctor always say to us.
That's
well,
good.
That is
That's
good. Yeah, well, congratulations, Terry. That's great. And thanks for all the years you've been listening to the show. So, Bubba, you could be NED at some point.
NED.
Yeah.
Yeah.
NED. You may even get a NED report today.
Yeah.
NED. Huh?
We'll see.
Go ahead, Ned.
All this terminology's throwing me off.
Rick and Ned. Paul, Kansas City. Paul, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How you doing?
Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
When Biden made that comment yesterday about kind of growing up in the Puerto Rican community, I immediately went to literacy.com and the Latino Index. Today's population of Puerto Ricans in Delaware is 2.5%. So if you spin the hands of the clock back 150 years when he was a teenager, it'd have been even smaller. And if we go out on a limb and assume Corn Pop might have been Puerto Rican and he took a chain after him,
yes,
probably half of that population turned against him. So he had a pretty small group of friends.
Yeah, I think
Corn Pop. I love a Corn Pop reference.
Paul, it's hard to argue with that. Yeah, I don't know.
He did his homework.
Well, Biden has created a childhood that's been full.
Oh, it's been wild.
I don't even.
I mean, he was the head of the game on.
Yeah.
A lot of things.
A lot of things, yeah. And you have to sometimes just say, we all know that's not true, okay?
No. How about the majority of it?
Joe Biden did not have a conversation with his father in the 50s about two men making out on the corner and say to his son, they just love each other, Joey. That did not happen.
That's totally made up.
That absolutely did not happen. It is a...
And he still tells the story.
Yeah, it's a bold-faced lie. It did not happen. Let's go to Dave in Chelsea, listening to us on 104.7 WZZK. Dave, go ahead.
Hey, guys. How are y'all?
We're good.
Good. Well, I was a college campus minister at the University of Delaware for 8 years, and I may have met maybe one Puerto Rican in the 8 years I lived in Delaware.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just not a hub.
Well, it's a hotbed.
Of course, now you probably didn't go to the part of the town they call Little Puerto Rico.
Well, many people come from Puerto Rico go, I'll tell you where I'm going, that's Delaware.
Yeah, because the weather's so similar to what I came from.
Yeah, it's exactly
My dad, I was standing on the corner, I saw these strange people. He said, the Puerto Ricans, Joey.
They love it here.
They love it here. Joey. Let's go
Joey, baby.
Let's go to Wade.
I got one too.
Oh, good night. Wade in Fort Payne, Alabama. Wade, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hi, long-time listener.
Thank you,
Thank
Wade.
you.
Appreciate that.
I just wanted to know if y'all remember being in Fort Payne set up one year and eating crow meat, and if y'all still eat it.
No.
I do remember eating crow meat. I don't recall
And
that
we made several trips to Fort Payne.
Y'all were literally eating crow.
So really putting those together, of course, that was back when there was a strong Puerto Rican community there.
All right.
I do
And they love
remember.
crow.
I do remember that was Larry and Mark, our wild game chefs, and they would go kill something. They would bring it, prepare it for us. We would eat it. Then they would tell us what it was.
Yeah, we had to guess what
Mystery
it was.
meat, and I do remember eating crow, but I no longer, Wade, to your second question, I have not dined on crow. I have figuratively, but not literally.
Right.
Since that day.
Let me ask you this: was it a scoreboard show or remote?
Probably.
Do you remember?
No, it was in the middle of town.
No, but I mean, like, was it on a Friday night? Was it on a Saturday? Was it during the day or
It
night?
was on a Saturday.
Okay.
On a Saturday.
So are we just at a location?
Tearing up some crow.
Just saying, come on out and see us, gripping and grinning?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, it's possible. You know, Larry and Mark came to some of our events. I mean, they cooked on first and third base for the softball team.
Spent a lot of time at Fort Payne.
Yeah.
Pigskin Roundup outside the studio. They cook there.
Fort Payne was probably one of the biggest Rick and Bubba hubs early on. I mean, they were bigger than anybody.
Oh yeah. The Pigskin Roundup went on the road, and I was trying to think if we had done one of those in Fort Payne.
I remember doing one in Albertville at a grocery store on the side of it. Was that Albertville? Boaz, something like that?
Yeah, I'm trying to.
Do you remember that one?
I remember Oxford. I remember doing that.
Books out in front of Books A Million.
Yeah, there were 2 or 3, wasn't there?
Oxford. And
we were at somewhere it started snowing. Was that?
That's the one up that I'm thinking about. Yeah, the one in Oxford, remember, was the biggest line for food we'd ever had.
Right. Yep, I remember that very well.
Let's go to Lee.
I don't know what happened.
We'll tell you in the break. Okay. All right, Lee. Welcome to the Rick and Bubba
surprised
Show.
how many people had not had that.
Right. Me
Good
too.
morning. How are y'all?
Good, Lee. How you doing?
I'm doing great. I just wanted to call and let y'all know, first of all, our family, my husband and I have been listening to y'all since the beginning.
Thank you.
But my grandmother, Edna Beatty, is 104, and she listens to y'all every morning. Y'all are her favorite Christian young boys.
Well,
that is
really cool. Thank you for sharing.
And we're at the age now, you have to be 104 to call us young boys.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, now, what is her name again?
She just thinks the world, her name is Edna Beatty, and she's in Newton, Alabama, and she just thinks the world of y'all and loves your shows, and she loves to talk about Rick and Bubba.
Well, Edna, thank you so much for listening to the show or watching the show, whatever she does. Let me tell you what's funny, Lee. So on the call screen board, all I see is grandmother 104 loves show. So when you started talking, I thought, man, this woman sounds phenomenal to be 104 years old. I thought, but you're calling on her behalf. Okay, great. Well, that's great. That's really cool. It really, especially her calling us young boys. That's awesome. So Lee, thank you very much for calling and letting us know about that.
Thanks, y'all. We love the show.
Thank you very much. So Edna's listening right now, brother.
Edna, thank you.
Thank
Rick,
you,
or
Edna.
as our family would call her, Edner.
That's true. Our family would call you Edner.
Edner.
Yeah. Yeah, think how old you have to be now to call us young men or young boys.
Whippersnappers.
Young whippersnappers.
Wow.
15 minutes past. 866 We Be Big is our number. More of the Rick and Bubba Show cranks on when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. This is what we do. Tower 96.9. You're rocking with the
repellent.
She says in the nation's endless search for proof of Bigfoot, she wants to help, and she thinks she has invented a home-brewed spray that will attract any Bigfoot within 1.5 miles. Now, she's been very specific.
Yeah.
She's even come up with, I think I can draw them within 1.5 miles.
Now, Rick, it doubles as Bigfoot juice and also bug spray.
Okay. So no bugs, but I'd rather have to swat off mosquitoes than Bigfoot.
Yeah.
Am I the only one? And for some reason, Holly Rose, the one who invented it.
Yes, Rick.
She's very proud of it. But Rick, how do you test this product? Because if it attracts Bigfoot,
right.
In her testing, we should have been able to prove that Bigfoot existed, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
So if she's not caught one with it, how do we know that it works?
Bubba, field tests have been done. They include a recent outing by a research group from Bigfoot. They're called Bigfoot 9/11.
Here we go.
Sure.
In which Bigfoot sighting was reported while they were using it.
So they're saying now they don't have any photos for us. I guess.
Or no
Report
video.
made national news. Now look, she also invented doggy spray.
Watch it.
Doggy deodorant. I didn't mean to pause there.
Yeah, don't pause there.
But she also invented deodorant for your dog. Don't miss that.
You know what she's saying?
It's called stinky dog spray. It is.
Let me tell you what she did. She said, "Let me tell you what I'm gonna do with these buffoons.
Yeah,
I'm gonna come up with a Bigfoot spray, and these idiots will buy it."
Yeah, she's on the internet having fun with it.
I'm mad I didn't think
Greg's
about it.
right. It is called stinky dog spray. I thought he was joking.
Why isn't that in our merchandise department,
stinky
Rick?
dog spray.
Yeah.
Why don't we
Rick
have
and
Bigfoot
Bubba,
juice?
Bigfoot attractive.
Why not?
It's called Bigfoot Juice, and
Yeah.
her ad campaign is "Get the Juice."
All right. There
Yeah.
she sits.
If these Bigfoot people, you know what she said? Look, most people say, I would want not you people that are obsessed with Bigfoot. Let's see if we can increase your chances on seeing one. I think I can draw them in a mile and a half
For $7 a bottle.
If you
$7?
If you can get within a mile and a half of Bigfoot, I think I get.
I like when they said they did a field test with it and Bigfoot was sighted.
Well, here's what here's what I like. I like her throwing out. This is also brilliant. Mile and a half. Well, if I'm within a mile and a half of a Bigfoot, I'm probably going to see it anyway.
Yeah.
I mean,
It says she created it while she was sitting at her kitchen table. Now, how do you do that?
How do we know
Yeah,
Bigfoot
she
likes
goes-
it?
And the bottle, it's kind of a bad picture of it, but you see Bigfoot juice on there and what appears to be an Aerosmith logo from the 80s.
Yeah.
It does. It really does. All right. Well, there's your Bigfoot update today. There's one. They're roaming the panhandle of Florida. When Nelson Mandela passed away, and the world's leaders came to his funeral, a guy gets up there doing sign language that was a fake.
Yeah.
Who and how?
Rick,
Rick, don't go back to that. You'll spend the whole segment going back and reliving that again because my mind sometimes when I'm alone, I'll think about it again.
Right.
And I
This
think,
should have
who
been
was in
one of-
charge of that?
This should have been one of the most secure places in the world. Should have been like the UN because we had world leaders. I mean, not just one or two. We had a bunch of world leaders all in one place.
Yeah.
Right. We do have to ask the uncomfortable question, and some of you can help us with this, but it's a legitimate question. As time moves on and technology gets better, we usually replace things that are outdated. If I am deaf and I am watching coverage, do I not have closed caption?
Yeah, I mean, isn't that my normal day, my normal process?
Is it not typing to me what they're saying about the hurricane and I'm getting all the information? Why do I need these signs?
Maybe you're not at home. Maybe you're somewhere
I?
where they don't have. I don't know. The deaf can move around.
I know,
what I'm saying is they usually.
I mean, they usually have it like if you're in a place they don't turn the volume up, they put the closed caption up.
Yeah.
there. You're not listening to
most
it.
places
You would
you're at,
think.
it has
I'm just saying. I
No
don't
matter
know.
where would you be that a TV would not have closed caption for you?
I don't really
I know
know.
this. If you're at Planet Fitness, they have it.
Thank you, Greg.
Yeah,
Well,
they
I
do.
know in most of
It's
in
purple,
most
but
of
they
these
got it.
instances, Rick, this is an important thing they're doing, but there's other important things where they don't have one.
I know.
It's almost like when we
I
have
know.
hurricane coverage, we do that.
Well, our Nelson Mandela
Or a famous
funeral.
Do you think
funeral.
they're just trying
Yeah.
to be sharp?
And
Well,
we keep positioning
There's a
them
touch
right
of
next,
that. There's a touch of that.
right next to the speaker.
Well,
Which they've got a little close to the speaker in the.
Some of them
I-
are out even
I
out
agree
front.
with you. I agree with
And
you
they're
on that.
normally really tall and big.
Well, it's happened
Ugly.
again. It's happened
Greg.
again. It's
Bob.
happened again. Manatee County, which I guess there must be many manatees there, or maybe people who are heavy. Manatee County is now in trouble. People in the deaf community are very upset, and they're criticizing this county because they were using an interpreter who was fake.
Now, this is near Tampa, right?
I guess so.
Yeah.
I guess so.
Yeah, right there.
I don't
around
know
there.
what interpreters get paid, but what is your end game when you think it's? Are you just trying to?
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another.
21 minutes past the hour. First of all, it was yesterday. Okay, and so as we work our way back, we are thankful that you are here. Greg doesn't like us to bring it up a whole lot, but from time to time, people will ask, "How's Don Juan DeMarco Williams doing?"
Rick, I like Don.
I know you just don't want him coming around a lot.
He can't stay long when he comes.
Right. He has no desire to
been
come
here longer than he was.
Yeah,
now?
you've been here longer than him now, I think, right?
Close.
Yeah.
I think y'all may be tied now.
I think we're there.
Because we're 28. Y'all might be 14 and 14.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm 14 or 15.
I think you're 14. I'm 13.
I don't know.
Yeah.
12, I think you're
11,
starting
10,
15, and I'm starting.
What are you, Adler?
How long was the show on before Don Juan came?
Not long at all.
Like a year, 2 years, less than a year.
He was intern number 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
About 3 years in. We can find
Maybe.
So if Greg has hit 15, there's no
you're
way.
right. There's no way he's got more.
Yeah.
You're starting 15. I'm starting.
And
boy Greg,
you're right. He wasn't here from the beginning, so even if Greg's 14, he still beats him.
Embrace him, Greg. You're
Wasn't
good.
he 3 because Aaron Boy was 2, and then Louis was 1.
Louis was 1,
Yeah, it didn't
and
work
his
out.
mama wouldn't let him stay because
Right,
she
'cause
said
we
we
were
were
bad
bad influence.
Yeah,
Then we had Aaron Boy, and then Don Juan DeMarco.
Yeah.
And then Cassio came shortly after that, didn't he?
You talking about the funny years?
Yeah, the quote unquote funny years.
When he goes,
so funny.
when he goes to funny
He
years.
may not have been 4, but he was in there.
Yeah, he was in there. He was early.
Yeah.
I see pictures of us doing things, and I see Cassio in, and I'm like, so why he was there then?
Yeah.
So it was early on. So, but anyway, Don Juan has had a distinctive laugh, which we all remember, his distinctive laugh, and so people would try to just want to hear him laugh, and I think we used to have it in here, but
Is
I
it
can't.
not hotkeyed on the bottom there? No.
Here it is. Yeah, this is it. Now, would you like to tell anybody why he's laughing, Bubba, or no?
Well, we wanted to record Don Juan's laugh.
Yeah.
So I was acutely attuned to Don Juan's sense of humor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we were in the production room, and I whispered something in his ear, and that's the response.
Right. And we'll just leave it at that.
That's between me and Don Juan.
And that's just what happened.
And not that I'm bragging, but that's just what happened.
Yeah. If you're not laughing with that, something's wrong.
Yeah. So anyway, Don Juan said there's some show in France.
He sent me a message, and it's a hilarious clip of a French talk show that invited people with unusual laughs on stage, and it's gone viral. Social media, everybody laughing it up. One guest starts laughing in a weird way that triggers a chain of everybody laughing on stage. So the TV host will start, of course, speaking in French, and then the rest is just laughter. And think of maybe 10 chairs up on stage, and everybody's
people
laughing.
who laugh weird.
Yes,
and they all start laughing at the same time.
And you should start laughing.
All right, well, let's see. All right, here we go.
Non. Ah oui, il était sur ma voiture. Vous êtes célibataire, c'est pas à cause de votre rire? J'espère pas. Non.
Look at that one screaming.
They got snorters in there.
Oh my goodness. That's the worst one.
What? And
my goodness. What was that?
That sounds like this show.
I wish, we got to find the one that goes.
We've had some good laughers on some of the live shows we've done before. We had the lady, wasn't she from Hattiesburg?
Yep.
That was in the front row, and
Yeah.
we just wanted her to go everywhere we
Oh,
went.
yeah.
We had a guy in class when I was in college. It was in Major Turner's class, by the way. And I can't even remember it. His first name was Jerry, and he had one of these unique laughs that once he started, and he got to laughing one day. The entire class is laughing, and Major Turner, who was extremely dry,
very dry.
I remember saying, "Jerry, you're going to have to get a hold of yourself because we're losing the class."
Oh yes,
and I mean, Rick, I was crying. I I thought I was going to pass out from lack of air because it just gets to building on itself,
really
and
really
people laughing at him and him laughing because they're laughing, and it was just, I mean, it was just cycling on itself.
Do you think Major Turner even had the ability to get excited?
No, he was ice water.
Greg, he stayed right in here.
He says, Jerry,
Hey,
you're
Greg.
going to have to stop that.
Greg, are you Rick's brother?
I did see him laugh a few times.
He gets right in here.
That's where he's at. That's where he's staying.
And he stays right there just talking to you.
You know, I met his son years ago, and they are a carbon copy.
Oh,
of
really?
each other.
Oh,
Yeah.
but a great man. But
Yes,
but
absolutely. We named a road after him in Jackson.
Nothing but steady. Just
Yeah,
steady.
oh, he's a rock.
Yeah.
He was a
All right,
rock.
reading the story here, it says one of the men was laughing like a car engine.
I'm sorry?
All right, that's what it says as the automotive picture behind him suggests. Whereas the pitched notes of the woman next to him could be likened to a bike horn. So the whatever that is, that's a woman.
Okay.
And I think it's this one. It's that one there with the long black hair.
Okay.
You were trying to find who it was. I would like
You're
to
doing
finish
the song. Yeah. I mean, it worked.
Yeah. Now, I could see you being on this stage and just pretending.
Oh, of course.
I wonder if some of them are not infiltrators.
Yeah. What would your fake laugh be?
Pretty good. I used to work with a guy that laughed and he sounded like a goose. Like that.
Oh,
and
that'd
when
be
he'd get going,
great.
everybody, he thinks we were laughing at whatever was said, but everybody was
No,
laughing
you're laughing
him.
at his laugh.
If you laugh like that, you know, but you go with it.
Bubba, what would your fake laugh, that goofy voice be?
Oh gosh, I don't know. My regular laugh is pretty weird. So,
Speedy, won't you do the one where you fake laugh at Dennis DeYoung that time?
Yeah.
No,
Do you ever
y'all,
see
that was not a fake laugh. So I couldn't have...
Speedy, that was maybe the worst thing you've done. At
Well,
Poor
I couldn't smile.
Came in right after.
Yeah, that's how you laugh when you can't move your mouth.
But it wasn't funny. First of all, you didn't
Yeah.
have to fake laugh. You could have just stayed out of it.
Well, here I am.
Greg,
I
give
know.
us your fake laugh.
My fake laugh.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. What's yours, Adler?
Well, a lot of times Ruby will say something that's inaccurate or wrong on purpose, and so I have to give her charity laughs. Like she'll be like, "Ruby color on walls," you know, and like
Oh,
she,
yeah, you
she
love
knows
that.
what's up.
Yeah.
And I'll be like, "Hobbity, what?" she likes that. She likes
I bet. I kind of like that.
He's cross-eyed.
The eyes.
The eyes make it, don't they?
Yeah, she loves it. She loves it.
We come back. Bill Gates got some splaining to do, Bubba. Bill Gates said, "Hey, my bad. That's on me." What in the world?
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You know,
You're going to sit in this room with this group of friends,
well, that's my.
and you're going to say you don't understand why somebody would do something like
I
this.
know why we would do it.
Right. Well, then there's your answer.
Okay.
Okay. There are other people, sadly, that are like us and that would do this to get. Now, I think I draw the line on misinformation to the deaf community.
Yeah. During a hurricane.
But again,
During a disaster.
But again, just last night I relived a story where I had a friend of mine actually shoot a 12 gauge up in the air and scare one of my friends till he drove a 4-wheeler into a pile of trees.
right.
So
Anything's possible.
right.
Yeah.
So here we go.
Y'all can thank me later.
Rick, here's
we
the-
got a package. You can thank me later for it.
Yeah. All right. Here is the full
But there's
coverage.
two types of
Apology from the county
language,
tonight
right?
because we found
Why we cut her
we
volume?
found out the interpreter the county used
They were letting
wasn't
you know what it feels
qualified
like
and
to
was
be deaf.
speaking gibberish during a crucial press conference.
Oh, it's gibberish.
It's the video gone viral. An interpreter during Irma who didn't know what he was doing. Called in to convey an evacuation order in Manatee County, Marshall Green made a big blunder. Nothing he said made sense.
I knew something went horribly wrong.
Charlene McCarthy was shocked when she saw the press conference. Her company provides deaf interpreters to the county all the time. She claims she was never called.
It was horribly unnerving for me to watch that, knowing that I could provide a qualified certified interpreter.
So why wasn't someone called in who was qualified? Manatee County leaders tell us they were, quote, in a
Greg.
pinch to find an interpreter. So they asked their employee who knows basic sign language to help.
No.
But when he began signing words like pizza, monster, and bear during an evacuation order, the deaf community was livid.
Everyone was talking about it on social media, and everyone was shocked and asking the leaders in the deaf community to do something about it.
Chris Wagner is the former president of the National Association of the Deaf. He couldn't believe it.
It was obvious to me that he wasn't a professional interpreter right off the bat, and then when he started signing, I was totally shocked.
We spoke with that interpreter's family, who tells us that he was simply doing what his bosses asked him to do.
Guys.
He stepped in to help out during a crucial time, an emergency in the county. Meanwhile, the deaf community tonight still wanting an apology from Manatee County, saying this was way too dangerous, putting lives at risk.
Well, but the good news
Michael
is,
in Bradenton
but
tonight.
there's good news there. If there ever is an attack of a giant pizza, bear, or monster, this guy is ready.
Hey guys,
Let me ask you this.
guy's, I could tell he didn't. He was looking around the room.
Yeah, like, what are we doing?
So here's what happened. Here, let's all be
He wasn't near as animated.
We don't know what the speaker was saying.
No.
They may have said this is a monster of a storm. It's a bear. You need to load up on water, food, pizza.
They grab some pizza on the way out.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know.
But if you're deaf, there's some monster that is eating pizza and is attacking us like a bear. Listen, guys. Here's what happened based on the story.
Good.
Hey, we got to get out here and get these people evacuated. Okay. Hey, have you called that woman to get us somebody doing sign language? Nah, get Larry up here. He does something.
Somebody kin to him was deaf, and he knew the.
Hey, Larry
thought he knew it.
Larry knows sign language, right? Well, you talking about interpreting this whole press? Yeah, get Larry. Larry, get up here. You know sign, don't you?
Yeah, they were in a pinch. They had to go live. They didn't have time to call the lady.
Guys, at one point, he pops his knuckles at one point.
Guys, he doesn't look very confident at all.
No, Greg,
Rick,
what?
Look, that's the
I
most
like
low
fact
key.
He's yellow too. He's got a yellow shirt. I mean, he stands out in that scene.
He's got. You can tell that look just like you would look. He's just doing a sign version of not knowing what to do. Now, if some of us, if we didn't know how to talk, what we do. His hands are doing that. It's like, see that?
Not sure.
No,
he's looking at everybody.
He's looking around like
Rick monster.
Yeah. If you're watching, all right, guys, come in here. They're evacuating. Monster
pizza,
bear pizza. Lee.
I wish that was Speedy trying to do it.
I was going to say,
I wish I could do sign
what
language
staff
better.
member do you think could pull that off? Is it Adler?
It's Adler.
If they
it's you.
If they
You're the
came
best
in
person
and
to act things out.
First of all, and then you think you're rescuing
not even
people.
close.
You mean fake it or really do it?
Fake it.
Yo,
I mean, do what this guy's
you,
doing.
absolutely.
With the Mandela guy.
I could fake it better than that guy
Rick,
was actually doing it.
I think it might be Rick.
I think it's Speedy or Rick.
No, the person who would step out and try to do it and really couldn't do it but thought he was doing it would be Speedy.
Right.
They'd go, hey, I got it. And he got up there.
If you want to,
and we'd look at him and go,
Who
monster.
could really do it, though? I think Adler could.
Really?
You're talking
Nobody
about,
can really do it.
well, what I'm saying, on the
crew.
staff, if you said, is there anybody here that might remotely know some sign, it would be Adler.
Yeah, he would be better at it than any of us.
Yeah,
I only know
learning
one.
it.
My angle was that somebody that would get up there and fake it and could pull it off to where
Has to do
you
with
get
the
through
bull,
the broadcast and somebody says, okay, that doesn't know the language.
Guys, the look on
You
the
know what I
guy's face, he honestly.
That's you.
Yeah.
$35 minutes past. Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big's our number. Allform.com/Bubba, our sponsor. How would you like to have handmade furniture there in North Carolina sent right to your door? You like that? Yeah. I tell you, I got a chair with a little footstool down there at Camp House. Came right from Allform. Love it. What about you sitting there with your feet propped up in the Allform chair, watching deer hunting videos, ready to go deer hunting? Mm-hmm. What's better than that?
No, really.
Yeah, you have to watch videos before you go it.
I'd almost at times rather watch the videos and go.
Of course.
Yeah.
I like the idea of what we're about to do more than actually doing it.
Yeah.
But anyway, so allform.com/Bubba. Handmade furniture. You're going to work with them. Say, hey, I want this type of legs on it, arms. This is the fabric I'd like to have. All the fabrics are pet resistant. That was a Freudian slip. And also child resistant. So go to allform.com/Bubba. The furniture will arrive fast, and shipping is always free. Think about that. You could have your new chair, your new sofa in 3 to 4 days, and they do everything. I mean, they can do everything down to I just need a chair all the way up to I want an 8-piece sectional sofa and everything in between. So add a piece of furniture, get furniture for an entire room, an office, whatever it may be. Go now, allform.com/Bubba. Let me tell you about the quality of this handmade furniture. They come with a forever warranty.
Forever.
And 20% off anything you buy by using our URL, which is allform.com/Bubba. Also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. Put them to work for you. You will love it. All right, Bubba, so Bill Gates, we got a couple of headlines we'll run through. Let's start with Bill Gates. Bill Gates, hey, that's on me. That's my bad. I have to admit that what I told everybody probably wasn't true.
Bill Gates, the original founder of Microsoft, said climate change won't be solved by telling people to give up eating meat or making other lifestyle changes.
I be dog.
The mogul's comments are opposite of what he preached only a mere year ago when he said wealthy nations should make a switch to 100% synthetic beef. 100% synthetic beef. That does make your liver quiver, doesn't it?
I was about to say, no offense, but that's the kind of stuff that gets us in situations like you're in.
Yeah. I'm looking at what the world has to do to get to zero, not using climate as a moral crusade, he said on Bloomberg's Zero podcast. I bet that is I bet it is a thriller,
That's
a page turner, baby.
Yeah,
Although environmentalists have long said that eating plant-based meat is better for the climate, the truth is slightly more complicated.
Well, yeah, it is. Yes, we've been telling y'all that right here on this show.
Now, get this group here. According to a study shared by the Global Food Justice Alliance, eliminating all livestock
Every
in the
bit
U.S.
Of it. So we're going to do away with it.
Would only lower the nation's emissions by 2.6%. I tell you, if you really want to lower emissions, you need to start with people, the government, and a lot of these people flying around in private jets to make speeches about saving the environment. That's where we ought to start first.
So if you look at 2.6% of, if you got rid of all livestock, Bubba,
all of it.
So
I mean, they ain't a cow left, Rick.
So it's no exaggeration. To your point, it is no exaggeration to say, if I flew to your convention to talk about livestock, my flight there likely caused more damage, if you believe this science, you believe that this theory, than us really eradicating any livestock I've come to talk about, right?
Yes.
Because if we got rid of all of it, it's 2.6.
Here's the thing I don't get, though. They act like that livestock and the things you have to do for livestock causes this big footprint, okay?
It's funny. It's funny what Adler's putting on the screen.
You have to, you have to, Rick, you have, for a plant-based whatever, how do they think those plants get in the ground? How do they think those plants grow? You have equipment that is doing this.
Stupid. It's so
stupid. And chemicals you have to put on it and water that you have to irrigate it with. These things don't just happen. They act like the plant life is a zero emissions game, but livestock is carrying all this baggage with it. And it's just asinine. I don't know what else to say.
I know.
And by the way, why does everybody think Bill Gates is so smart?
I know.
Because he wears those glasses.
Well, that don't matter.
Yeah, I mean, does he even wear them anymore? Didn't he contacts now, Greg?
I know he started Microsoft. He didn't write the original code.
I knew this was coming.
He swapped it from a guy, and then he stole Windows from the Apple people.
And it's on.
If anything, Bill Gates has just been a good con man who ended up on top. Good for him. Y'all all saw the movies. You know how it happened.
Boy, he's off and running.
And boy, hey, that Windows, that's a good system.
Currently cancer-free, off and running.
Yep. Still operates on DOS, but anyway, I won't go into that.
No, he's going to go there.
Good gracious.
Well, what he's just coming out.
He did the greatest sales pitch that this planet has ever seen when he convinced IBM to not just to buy it, but to pay him $1 a pop for all of them he put on there. That was good.
You got to give him props on that one.
Hey, good salesman, man. I'll give you that.
That's right. But what about him coming back saying that what I said about synthetic beef? That's everybody on me. Everybody
well,
on me.
Again, Rick, what is
synthetic beef? Does anybody think that's good to consume that?
What is his credentials for telling us how civilization should live in the future?
Yeah, really.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, yes, you were good in the computer industry. That doesn't necessarily mean you're a genius at how to tell us to live and about the environment.
I wouldn't say he was even. He's not
There's
the best.
people who are good singers that still don't know that. There's athletes that don't know that.
Wait a minute.
There is some expertise in some of this.
Right.
Excuse them, what?
There we go. Also in the headlines today, Supreme Court rules Mike Lindell must face the $1.3 billion Dominion defamation lawsuit as it kicks off a new term.
He may have to face it. I doubt that that they'll ever win that because they would have to show they were damaged, and I don't know.
This is all the Supreme Court stuff that came out yesterday.
Yeah, there's a bunch coming down.
They did decline. They're not going to hear the bump stock challenges,
right?
But agree to hear crucial social media immunity case.
Right.
So there's one there they're going to.
And there was another one. Let me think. It was about the. It was about staplers. No, that wasn't it. It was the
Biden administration vaccine mandate.
Yeah, that's it. That the mandate on companies or groups that get federal money can stand.
Yeah, they rejected that challenge.
Right. So bottom line, you take the government's money, you play by the government's rules.
Aren't they going to hear something about zoning in Alabama for voting?
Yeah, redistricting. Yeah. Normally, historically, they stay out of those cases, but they'll hear it.
Bubba, also Trump sues CNN for defamation. He seeks $475 million for them calling him a racist and comparing him to Hitler, and what he says will be the first of many lawsuits against the fake news media.
Yeah, I mean, you could say he was damaged by it.
Yeah.
So that's one of the first steps in that. I'm really surprised it took this long, but we'll see how that plays out. You know, we're in some areas that when some of this law was written, it's not exactly clear cut. So we'll see how they interpret that.
Bubba, also breaking news today: the First Lady of Country Music, the coal miner's daughter, Loretta Lynn, has passed away.
Really?
Oh, wow.
This morning.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. How old?
90.
90, is that right?
Yep.
Yeah.
One of my favorite movies.
Oh, I love Coal Miner's Daughter.
That's a good one.
Do I dare ask you, Rick? Did you think she had already passed away?
Well, there's two today that I thought were already gone. I'm pretty sure I'm right. Wilford Brimley is dead, right?
Is he?
Is he dead?
I think so.
Well, we had a discussion in the break about it.
Right.
We're not either one sure.
Right. I'm not saying this to try to be funny. I really am not. I honestly did think Loretta Lynn was already dead.
Brimley died in 2020.
Okay, so Brimley, it did go in.
I knew Loretta was still around.
You did not.
I think I did.
Mm-hmm. I love that movie.
That's a good movie.
It's we use quotes from the movie.
Oh yeah.
At home, Sherry and me all the time.
Really?
Oh yeah. I did the whole.
We eat bologna.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's funny.
Yesterday was my birthday, so I was. But I've given the speech, and Sherry's so tired of it. Is I'll go to when she doesn't want to go out and perform because she's tired.
Yeah.
So anytime Sherry feels like I don't know if I want to do this, I can't believe I committed to this, and every single time I'll say, Sherry, baby, I don't know what to tell you. I really don't, except get out there and talk to the folks. Mm-hmm. And she goes, so that's it every time. That's going to be every time, baby.
Yeah, that's it.
Baby, I don't know what to tell you. I really don't, except just get out there and sing for the folks.
Greg, did you like it because Tommy Lee Jones was in it, or did you actually like the movie?
I like the movie.
You know, it is.
I like the story.
It was interesting to see
he was a bonus.
How people that were promoting their career used to do that by driving radio station to radio station.
That was cool.
I mean,
deliver the record and try to get on the play.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, that went on across hundreds of stations.
And the biggest of the big. In those days, we could literally be sitting here doing the show. There'd be a knock at the door that sometimes is locked, sometimes isn't.
Right.
And you walk out there, and like Hank Williams is standing out there with his guitar and his hat on, saying, I'd like to come in here and bring my record into you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow. And he'd play for us, and we'd play his record, and we'd either like it or whatever, and then his manager on the way out would slide us some money under the table, and then suddenly we'd be playing it all the time.
You know, the gentleman that I worked for a while, Robin Mathis, who owned WCPC in Houston, Mississippi, he had all kind of pictures of people who'd come through. I mean, because they were like the first 50,000 watt AM station, Mississippi. So everybody came through there.
Oh, blow torch.
And they had everybody you could think of that had come in there to play.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Same thing. Just drive up,
unannounced,
introduce themselves. I'm a singer. I'd like for you to listen to my record.
Mm-hmm. So Loretta Lynn is going on in.
Coal miner's dog.
Coal miner's dog. Greg, ladies and gentlemen, the first lady of country music,
Miss Loretta.
Miss Loretta Lynn.
Yep.
So we'll be back. We'll take your phone calls, anything else we missed for the hour, and wrap it up. So all 10 lines are available. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, Louisiana woman, Mississippi man, we get together every time we can.
Good point. It's like your Spanish is excellent, but nobody has a clue.
gibberish.
Yeah.
Yeah, you realize I had a whole mission trip that thought I knew Spanish.
I know.
I still want to know if that means tornado.
The guy's look on his face, you could tell, Rick, I bit off more than I can chew. Yeah, that little Rick, because he started getting real timid with it.
Right. You know what the guy said? First of all, Larry says, I do know some sign. I've got an aunt that can't hear.
Yeah.
And somebody taught me a few words. He gets up to the press conference, and as Greg said, you can see he's going, boy, that's a lot of words.
Yeah.
That is a lot of words.
At one point he goes,
Yeah, that's pizza.
Can I ask you this? So the guy, Rick,
this is Bear.
Rick, so the guy who was
Bear
complaining
is.
about it, the expert, he had to do it in sign. He couldn't just tell us that the guy shouldn't have done it.
Greg, he was
deaf.
He could
Greg.
talk. He's the leader of
Oh,
the
I
deaf
thought he was
community.
another interpreter.
He had to have
Oh, I thought he was an
Mr.
interpreter.
Sharp.
I thought he was an interpreter.
Trying
No,
to be sharp
Okay,
over
Bubba. What, you doing NASCAR live this weekend?
He's wounded. He's wounded.
No, I honestly thought that he was an interpreter and he was showing everybody what it was supposed to be. That's what I thought.
Greg, but I can answer your question very directly. The reason why
Who do
he
you think
did,
he is?
listen, Greg, here's the answer to your question. The reason why he signed is because he can't speak.
Okay, well, Rick, that makes sense.
Greg.
I thought that he was like an interpreter
Right.
and he was representing the interpreters.
Yeah,
I was wrong.
I like when he's.
I'm not making fun of him. See, that's come across I'm making fun of him. I'm not.
Why
He was extremely animated.
Rick, why did he talk?
Yeah.
What's he signing to us? Well, because he can't speak.
Speak up, pal.
They don't need to shout at him. You know what I mean?
I thought I had something.
What's wrong with you? You just seemed a little bit, what's melancholy? That's the word I'm looking for.
Wow.
And I thought, what's on your mind today? It's like your mind was somewhere else.
Well, the 20-year mission of the Cassini Space Probe, Rick, ended just moments ago this morning as it plunged into the high clouds of Saturn.
Oh, boy.
How about 20 years out in space? That's a long time, isn't it?
Yes,
good
it
while.
is. It is.
4, 3, 2,
Now, this thing, Rick,
hey.
it was just a treasure trove of information. It did a flyby of Venus, the Earth, and Jupiter on its way to its 12-year mission to study Saturn and its moons. It even had a small probe that landed on one of the planets and sent us one of the moons of Saturn and sent us pictures.
I heard the probe landed on your hand.
You couldn't get it out. You couldn't get it out.
I knew.
We were all looking at each other going, who's going to take it?
I knew it was coming. I saw the gallery. I saw the peanut gallery getting fired up.
Let me tell you what that looked like. If you've ever had a pack of hunting dogs, what it looked like is when you put the first bowl of food on the ground. Everybody's trying. I'm like, oh, easy. Who's gonna do it? Greg, we gave it to you.
I
You
think
got
I
it.
got tickled, Rick.
I got to looking back at some of our bits.
You know what got me?
When Uranus had the two new moons that were discovered. We did that story, and Bubba tried to do a serious science story.
Bubba refuses to participate in the Uranus joke.
Bubba, when we talk space, he wants us to be serious about it.
It's supposed to be Uranus.
Yeah, let's just call it Uranus, and that solves a lot.
You know what got me, Rick, when I tried to add probe to it?
I know. But that's the whole joke. Without it, you got nothing.
We've done it again. I'm sorry, buddy.
Buddy, I'm so sorry.
That's okay. And it wasn't even Uranus this time.
Right. It's
No, we had
it's
to
Saturn.
work
It was Saturn.
Yeah, but we're going to work
Some
it.
of the best pictures, the most science we've ever had about the planet. Like, say, we got pictures from one of the moons and found out one of the moons is covered in an ocean. How about that?
Ooh.
So we got water.
What?
Did they get a picture of Uranus?
Maybe more methane than water.
Methane. We got plenty of that here too.
Yeah, we do, especially after breakfast.
You know what else got a lot of methane? Uranus.
I'm about to sign something to you.
Don't you ever stop.
I feel like crashing into the top of Saturn's clouds.
How old were you? 4 years old.
How about this? There's a lot. You know,
God, Rick.
yeah. Somebody asked me the other day. Let me tell you about this show. What it reminds me of. The great bit that Eddie Murphy did that time concerning Michael Jackson. God rest his soul. When Michael Jackson got involved, and that we kept saying he's these people don't have a childhood, and they were like forever perpetual children trying to have their childhood. And his point was, I understand that your adulthood has been stunted, but shouldn't you at least, now that you're 30-something at the time, shouldn't he at least be like on a big wheel? Get off the big wheel and like be a 16-year-old now.
Yeah. Maybe you just start driving.
Sing, Loretta. Yelling, butcher, holler. Dang, Daddy made sure of. Go, Daddy. A poor man's dollar. Loretta Lynn has passed away at 90. She's going on in. Phone troll 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number, and you can join us now. 10 lines ablazing. That means it's much easier to get into the Rick and Bubba show right now as we clear all the lines and we move to get you on the air. This is your opportunity to make a comment, ask a question, bring information to the table. It is not designed for meaningless shout-outs or shameless plugs. You will be thinking to yourself, if I were listening to the program and I happen to be scanning by and caught my own phone call, would I be informed? Would I be entertained? Or would I have to be honest and say, I find myself a little annoyed? So we do believe that our society can learn once again the lost art of culling one's self.
No.
The buzzer will help. The buzzer will help. At 866-WE-BE-BIG. If it buzzes you, your time is up. So if you're calling right now and you're in line to get in, that's good news because that means that you won't have to wait very long. Denise out of Scottsboro, 1017, gets us started. Denise, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. You got 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hi, Rick and Bubba. Love y'all. Been listening to y'all since Gaston. Love y'all.
Thank you. Thank you.
Here's the thing I don't understand about vegans and vegetarians. If they don't want to eat meat, then why are you making plant-based stuff into meat-looking things?
You say it only promotes the desire to look for something like that that's even better.
Just eat vegetables.
Yeah, you ought to just lay some smashed vegetables down.
Go with that.
And
I feel
sear it and put it in there.
Rick, think about this. We talk about how processed foods sometimes are bad. If we consume them more to the way they are in nature, supposedly the better it is.
Sure.
Well, if you take a plant and process it to turn it into meat, you're kind of doing away with the goodness of the plant.
There you go.
That's not very organic.
Right.
Yeah, it's not real plant loving either.
No, it isn't.
They're hating on white rice and pasta now.
I know they're mad about that now. But the reason Greg said it in the kickoff hour, one of y'all did, and Bubba and I, we've gone over to the bench. I mean, we're doing better, but I'm not going to get on like this food right here, stay away from it because they keep coming back and say, I don't know why we told y'all that. Go back and eat it.
Yeah.
And so I'm just not going to play that game. I understand the basic concepts of nutrition and moderation, and I haven't always practiced it, but I understand it. And when I practice it, I do well. And when I don't practice it, I don't do well. It's not real complicated. Yeah. It's really down to.
But it is an ongoing thing. You got to stay on top of it.
Yeah. Oh gosh, and it never ends. But this thing about this food, watch that food.
Well, they changed their mind.
They changed their mind too much.
Yep.
Let's go to
Butcher Holler.
Let's go to Randy, Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Randy, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, Biggins, how are y'all?
Fantastic. Hope you're well.
Hey, can you hear me okay? I'm driving in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, sure do. Yeah, you're good.
Hey, yeah, I'm calling about the Auburn play the other night with the, let me see, wide receiver reverse pass.
Yes.
Yeah, what I want to say was, that's my second last. Roll time.
Hey, Cade.
Yeah, that thing was it was ugly. Now I understand why you might call it. You see that they're coming up on the line, needing to spread them out a little bit. But you got to execute. And, hey, if it goes south, throw that thing up in the stands.
Yep. It's obvious if this is something you want to have in your little bag of tricks, I'd rep it a lot. I'd make running it for us to be like second nature.
Yeah.
And, of course, one of the key things on any play you're going to run that takes a long time to develop, somebody's got to block.
Yeah.
So as we say, they're not designed for that.
No, that takes too long to develop right there. A lot of speed over on that defense.
They need something quick.
Yeah, a lot of athletes on the other side of the ball playing defense. We love slow developing plays.
Let's not go do a walkthrough. Let's run it live.
That three-step pass plan for all your routes is probably pretty good.
Yeah, if your offensive line no, you're right, Bubba. If your offensive line is struggling, and you're playing an athletic defense, the 3-step, let's hit these quick things and work our way down the field.
The West Coast,
and then let's drop it in with a little draw every now and then, and keep you honest. And then drop it, and just make our way down the field. Let's go to Bradley in Alabama. Bradley, 30 seconds. Come on.
Pygmy.
A flashback.
Pygmy, baby. All I can say is Antonio Brown. Wow.
Yeah.
What's happened now?
He's gone off.
Don't want to know.
No.
Oh, really? Is it bad?
He's flashing people.
Yeah.
He's a sick puppy, isn't he?
Yeah, he's something.
Had it all, too.
Just can't quite get it together, kid.
Hey, he had it all.
Just can't
loaded
quite.
with talent.
Now, I did see where Deshaun Watson said, "What's the big deal?"
Yeah, he's what we're talking about here.
By the way, did y'all see the sign at the Clemson game? And
was it a good one?
That's an in the breaker there. Let's go to Corey Montgomery, I-92, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, fellas.
Hey.
Hey, man, I just started listening to y'all's show. I love it. I love what y'all talk about.
Thank you.
I was wondering if you could give me a quick recap of how the Rick and Bubba show came about.
Wow.
Oh, boy.
Wow.
With 2 minutes left here.
A year? It was 1994. Bubba and I started together. Bubba and I knew each other in college. Bubba was engineer, and I was trying to be an on-air guy. He got me hired at the station where he was engineering. I brought him in on the show. We got to cutting up on the air, and it turned into this.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
supposed to last 30 days, and we're about to hit 30 years.
Yeah, that's kind of, that is
and
the
we're
nutshell.
still shocked.
Let's go to Mark in Birmingham. Mark, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Yeah, guys, I missed part of the show yesterday, but I heard Donnie Swaggart was in the studio.
I've been doing this a long time. There's been a number of comparisons with different people on the show on so-and-so, just like so-and-so, and just like that. And it sounds like y'all been influenced by that. I've never in my life, in the 28 years and 10 months, has anybody ever said, kind of like Donnie Swaggart.
I got it yesterday.
That has never.
Did you accidentally speak in tongues?
I didn't.
Donnie, he'll get
will
it.
He?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I bet he will. No, I just didn't expect that. And I didn't know he has a reputation for being a good storyteller. Did you know that?
I didn't know that either.
No idea.
That comparison is now, I've never heard it. Top of the hour. That's a good catch by the caller, by the way.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.